Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your kind attention? Once again, requesting all our esteemed dignitaries, delegates, guests who are present here with us to kindly take their seats as soon as possible. We are expecting the Honorable Justice Sir to join us any moment now. May I also request for mobile phones to be kept on to silent mode. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and rise to welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Justice Ashok Bhushanji, the Honorable Chairman, National Company Law Appellate Tribunal. A very warm welcome, sir. We also welcome on the stage our guest of honor, Dr. Manoj Govil, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. Gracing the stage along with our dignitaries, Dr. Ajay Bhushan Prasad Pandey, Chairperson, NFRA, Dr. P.K. Tiwari, Full-Time Member, NFRA, and Ms. Smita Jhingran, Full-Time Member, NFRA. Namaskar and good morning, Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Justice Ashok Bhushanji, Honorable Chairman, National Company Law Appellate Tribunal. Our guest of honor, Dr. Manoj Govil, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. Eminent dignitaries on the dais. Special invitees, distinguished leaders of the corporate world, accounting and audit professionals, distinguished participants from across the globe, respected members of the press and media, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the inaugural session of the NFRA International Conference on Transparent Financial Reporting and Audit Quality, Pillars of Corporate Governance. Ladies and gentlemen, the NFRA International Conference is a significant event with the primary objective to engage with various stakeholders, including the corporate leaders, accounting and audit professionals, standard setters, international counterparts, independent directors, investors, and creditors groups. By fostering interaction and exchange of views, the conference aims to enhance the quality of financial reporting and the auditing practices. And ladies and gentlemen, on this momentous occasion, we are honored to have amongst us the august presence of Honorable Justice Ashok Bhushanji, the Honorable Chairman, National Company Law Appellate Tribunal, and other eminent dignitaries. I have now the privilege in requesting Dr. Ajay Bhushan Prasad Pandey, Chairperson NFRA, to kindly do the honors of welcoming our esteemed guest with the traditional Madhubani stole and a customary potted plant. First, we would like to extend a welcome to Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Justice Ashok Bhushanji. A very warm welcome, sir. It's a great honor to have you as Honorable Chief Guest today. May I now request you, sir, to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Manoj Govil, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. Dr. Pandey, sir, to kindly do the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting a stole in our civilization is always considered as giving the highest order of respect. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, and all our esteemed guests, we gather here today to mark the beginning of a special event with the auspicious ceremony of lighting the ceremonial lamp, symbolizing the light of knowledge that guides us in the pursuit of our excellence. We now request Honorable Chief Guests and eminent dignitaries on the dais to kindly light the ceremonial lamp and formally inaugurate this international conference. And let's put our hands together as this international conference has been ceremoniously inaugurated by lighting the lamp. And for the benefit of all our international delegates, the lamp, when lit, emits light and derives energy. It is this very energy which is the life source that sustains us. And each wick being lit and passed from one to another symbolizes the sharing of knowledge. And we thank all our esteemed dignitaries for illuminating our path forward by lighting the lamp today. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Financial Reporting Authority, NFRA, was constituted on 1st of October 2018 by the Government of India, and we recently completed 5 years. In this 5 years, under the able guidance of our dynamic chairperson, Dr. Ajay Bhushan Prasad Pandeyji, NFRA, despite being a new regulator, has been able to bring due focus to quality of auditing and financial settlements in India, and is helping ensure that the audit profession remains accountable. And may I now invite Dr. Ajay Bhushan Prasad Pandey, Chairperson, NFRA, to kindly begin the proceedings with the welcome address. And let's put our hands together to welcome sir.
Good morning. Honorable Justice Ashok Bhushan, the Chairperson, National Company Law Appellate Tribunal, Dr. Manoj Govil, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Dr. P.K. Tiwari, Mrs. Smita Jingran, full-time members of NFRA, our part-time members of NFRA present here, distinguished speakers and guests, my colleagues and members from the profession, press and media, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of NFRA, let me extend a very warm welcome to all of you. It is indeed our privilege to host you for this first ever international conference, and we are very encouraged by the presence of, first of all, our esteemed chief guest, the guest of honor, then the senior representation from all financial regulators. The chairman IBBI is personally here, the members of SEBI, which is our security regulator, chief finance officers from the Reserve Bank of India, then representation from PFRDA, pension fund regulator, and IRDA, DAI, insurance regulator. We also have a participation from the chair of IFI-IAR, International Forum for Independent Audit Regulator, a global body of around 55 audit regulators across the world in one of our panels. We also have a representation from our counterparts, independent audit regulator, for example, my counterpart from APAB, the audit oversight body of Austria, and we have representations from PCAOB of USA and FRC from United Kingdom. We have a leading senior representation from the leading standard setting bodies, vice chair of IAASB, and also the member IESBA, and representation from IFRS Foundation. We have a senior corporate leaders, independent directors, and audit committee chairs amongst us today. We have also thought leaders, technologists, and ICAI representation here. We also have the representation from the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, ACCA, and Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales are also present here. We also have senior members of audit profession and audit practitioners, and of course the members of academias, practitioners, and law. So it is extremely heartening to note the overwhelming support of all our stakeholders for this gathering, as it demonstrates our collective will and of achieving the goal of enhancing transparency in financial reporting, audit quality, and thereby corporate governance. In the beginning, I draw your attention to few important aspects of the theme which has brought us together for this conference. India has emerged as a resilient economy with economic growth rate of 7 to 8% in the present global scenario. According to the latest estimate by IMF, India will be contributing around 20% to the global economy over the next decade. Over the next 5 years, Indian economy is to become third largest economy and also the third largest capital market as well. If you see the recent data, the volume of the capital market activities indicate a gigantic size of our capital market, touching US $4.8 trillion of market cap. Just in 5 years, this market cap has almost increased by 2.5 times. During the last decade, India has witnessed many path-breaking reforms. Riding on technology, you are all aware that the Aadhaar, the unique identity cards that reached over 1 billion people, it not only gave identity, but also spurred the growth in many other areas, and which, like India Stack, which established a completely new model for data governance in India, and which helped promote financial and social inclusion as well. Similarly, the tax reforms, the GST, and where the multitude of tax were integrated into one nation, one tax, then the faceless assessment in direct taxes, they all have significantly altered the way the economy is being organized in the country. Enabled by these digital reforms, there is an increased participation of Indian public, particularly the retail ones, in the capital market in the recent times. There are 11 crore demat accounts, which is growing at almost 24% per annum, and around 14 crore mutual fund investors in India. A number of policy initiatives, reduction in corporate tax rates, India's unique demographics, and then the government increased emphasis on capital expenditure and responsible fiscal management, all have put a spotlight on India. As a result, we see increased investments from private sector, the foreign direct investment, foreign institutional investors, and sovereign funds. All these underscore a need to maintain and enhance trust in financial reporting, our capital market, and its regulatory systems. In this background, this conference assumes a very special significance. Investors, shareholders, creditors, and other stakeholders need financial information that is trustworthy, transparent, fair. Independent regulators, capital market regulators, and high-quality financial reporting frameworks are at the core of financial and capital markets. Establishment of robust and comprehensive independent regulatory architecture has been a long and arduous journey across the globe over the last century. I would like to remind this august audience of two watershed events. In 2001, International Accounting Standards Board was set up as an independent body to develop a single state of uniform financial reporting standards for efficient global capital markets and comparability. In July 2002, another long-awaited reform took place in US when the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board was established with a view to protect interest of investors and further public interest. This unprecedented reform led to a wave of similar reforms across the globe, moving the needle from self-regulation of the profession to independent regulation. NFRA, the India's first independent audit regulator for audit and accounting matters, arrived in 2018 and in the wake of some high-profile corporate failures. NFRA is a unique independent regulator as its functions and duties encompass all critical building blocks of high-quality financial reporting framework. It has within its ambit responsibilities to recommend auditing and accounting standards, monitor their compliance, oversight responsibilities on audit quality, and powers of enforcement and investigation. Of course, India has established a suitable checks and balance in the independent regulatory structure. The appellate authority for the NFRA orders is the National Company Law Appellate Tribunal. We are fortunate to have amidst us an eminent jurist, the Honorable Justice Ashok Bhushan, who was earlier the judge in the Supreme Court of India, who is currently the chairman of NCLAT, who has inaugurated this international conference. Justice Bhushan and I coincidentally share our journey on two major reforms in India. The first one was Aadhaar when I was CEO, and Justice Bhushan was the part of the 5-judge constitution bench of the Supreme Court, which was examining the constitutional validity of Aadhaar. The bench in which he was part, in order to get clarity on Aadhaar system, gave a truly unique and I would say perhaps unprecedented opportunity to make a presentation before the entire bench of the Supreme Court. The historic judgment that his bench passed not only upheld the constitutional validity of Aadhaar, but also it required us, asked us to put more safeguards to protect privacy of people. And that judgment was a watershed event for India. It made Aadhaar stronger. And we see the immense benefits of that system every day. The whole world is amazed that how could India achieve such a huge success in such a short span of time. Now, today in our new roles in the corporate sector, our paths have again joined. And so I look forward to his continued guidance in this area too. We are equally pleased to have with us Dr. Manoj Gobil, Secretary of Ministry Corporate Affairs, who is the custodian of corporate and allied laws in India. NFRA is relatively a new regulator which began its operation 5 years ago. During this short period, it has gathered necessary expertise, built systems to perform its regulatory mandate. Since last year, we have also added a new tool to our regulatory toolkit called firm-wide audit quality inspections. This is in line with the best global practice and keeping in tune with our functions to drive a systemic improvement in audit quality and provide an opportunity of remedial actions by audit profession. Also, as per the best global practice, during inspections of the firm, we will also engage with some of the boards, audit committees, independent directors to understand their sides of the story. This will in fact strengthen the hands of the auditors and improve audit quality and thereby corporate governance. Those who have gathered here today all have huge responsibility to contribute to the protection of investors, shareholders in larger public interest and corporate governance. In a manner, we all perform a public watchdog functions, and that is where we all are together. Whether it is an audit committee, independent directors, corporate management, investor forums, auditors, and independent regulators like us. OECD G20, during India's presidency last year, came up with the revised principles of corporate governance. The first corporate governance principles were issued in 1999, and that was revised in 2022. And there, the independent audit regulator, independent of the profession, is a key pillar of the corporate governance. Also, we are in the midst of fourth industrial revolution, powered by big data and artificial intelligence. We need to harness this technology to enhance accuracy and efficiency of financial reporting. Our two-day conference has panel discussions on many of these topics which are relevant to each one of us. We have also added a technical session on an emerging area, ESG reporting. No one can deny or delay giving utmost attention to this. So with this high-level background and context, I am immensely pleased to welcome you all to this eventful conference. I also welcome the foreign delegates and wish them a pleasant stay in Delhi and India. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for those warm words of welcome and for setting the context for the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have with us today Dr. Manoj Gobil as our guest of honor. Dr. Manoj Gobil holds the position of Honorable Secretary Corporate Affairs in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs since October 2022. Sir has a bachelor's degree in computer science from IIT Kanpur, master's degree in public policy and PhD in economics from Princeton University. In his career spanning over more than 3 decades, Sir has worked at sub-district, district, state, national and international levels. Most of his work experience in the area of finance and economics. As Sir has been instrumental in shaping policies and regulations in the corporate landscape of India. And ladies and gentlemen, I now have the privilege in inviting Dr. Manoj Gobil to kindly share his valuable insights with the August House. And let's put our hands together to welcome Sir.
Thank you. Honorable Chief Guest, Justice Ashok Bhushan Ji, Chairman of NCLAT, Shri Ajay Bhushan Pandey Ji, Chairperson of NFRA, Dr. P.K. Tiwari Ji, Ms. Smita Jingran Ji, full-time members of NFRA, part-time members of NFRA, distinguished guests. I am very happy to be at the NFRA's first international conference, which in my view was much awaited. Continuous and deep engagement with the stakeholders is a hallmark of any regulator, and while NFRA has been interacting with the domestic participants, this is probably the first time where they are holding an international conference and the participation is of a much wider level. The theme of the conference, Transparent Financial Reporting and Audit Quality, Pillars of Corporate Governance, is also very timely, and I'll explain why. After the NFRA became functional under the Companies Act, the conversations around audit quality have deepened and have become mainstream. The issues related to audit quality are now reflected in various audits and inspection reports of the NFRA. The stakeholders, I believe, have now gained a better understanding of the dimensions and impact. I can also say that NFRA has contributed significantly in the short span of time that it has been in existence to the transparency and accountability of accounting and auditing profession, especially as it relates to the larger companies for which NFRA is responsible. At the same time, it has also taken the profession along with this in this journey. Today, India is the 5th largest economy in the world and is well on course to become the 3rd largest in the next few years, and will have a GDP of more than $5 trillion very shortly in a few years. We aspire to gain the status of a developed economy by the year 2047, the Amrit Kal. For the past few years, the government has been working on developing a vision and making a roadmap to achieve the aspiration of Viksit Bharat by 2047. It has been projected, for example, that the per capita income of the country will increase to around USD 18,000. It is now around 2,400, and that the aggregate size of the economy will be around USD 30 trillion by 2047. To achieve this milestone, significant reforms have been undertaken in the past few years, and many more are being planned. The corporate sector must play a pivotal role in the implementation of this vision. This role naturally comes with major responsibility and public accountability. The sector will need to improve upon the level of public trust to play its rightful role. We need regulatory structures and frameworks that are sound and robust to protect the interests of various stakeholders, domestic as well as international. In this background, transparency of financial reporting and high quality of audits has a crucial role in inspiring investor confidence, facilitate informed decision making, and foster a culture of trust and credibility within the business ecosystem. I may say here that the Ministry of Corporate Affairs has been steadfast in its efforts to strengthen the regulatory frameworks and enhance compliance standards. As was announced recently by the Honorable Finance Minister in our budget speech of last year, the Ministry has begun a process of comprehensive review of rules and regulations, which will also include the rules and regulations about accounting and auditing and matters related thereto. An extensive process of public consultation has been started. The deliberations in this conference would also be very useful for us for the review. We all know that the financial statements of the companies must provide a true and fair view of the financial position and its performance. This is sought to be achieved by following the accounting standards and providing adequate disclosures. I take this opportunity and I see that many CEOs and CFOs are present here today or are expected to participate in the deliberations of this conference. So I underscored the importance of their work as the first step towards the transparent financial reporting. In fact, the preparers have a greater responsibility, and the value and ethics of their business has a major role and has a major impact on the eventual stability and growth of the economy. Similarly, the role of statutory auditors is to verify the financial information provided to them by the preparers and provide an honest and unbiased opinion on the financial statements of the company. They have a responsibility to be skeptical also. It's also important to note that the duty of the independent auditor is to report to the primary users of the financial statements. I'm delighted to learn that India has recently gained membership in the International Forum of the Independent Audit Regulators, and I've been informed here that the participants to this conference include chairs of audit oversight bodies of Turkey, Austria, chair IFIAR, and many panelists from NFRA's counterparts in other countries. I, on behalf of Ministry, welcome you all. I also understand that a few of NFRA's officers are currently participating in IFIAR inspection workshop in Ireland. This kind of international experience is very much required. It's very important for carrying forward the role that NFRA has. This is a great beginning, and I hope this collaboration grows from strength to strength. At the Ministry, we have also worked on improving the compliance environment as far as auditing and accounting is concerned. We have refined disclosure requirements and accounting standards to align with the international best practices. The adoption of the Indian accounting standards, Ind AS, has converged with the international financial reporting standards, and which represents a significant step towards harmonizing accounting practices and promoting comparability of financial statements globally. We remain committed to advancing the agenda of transparent financial reporting and audit quality. We continue to collaborate with the stakeholders, leverage technology, and enhance progressive reforms to reinforce trust, accountability, and sustainability in the corporate sector. I find that the panels and discussions planned for this conference are also very relevant, and I also hope to personally attend a few. While the core areas of auditing and accounting have been included, these panels, through these panels, the NFRA is also engaging with investors, audit committee chairs, and independent directors. As was mentioned earlier, the area of sustainability, reporting, and assurance are rightly being highlighted. And in particular, I also feel that the panel discussion on promoting competition in the audit market is very productive. The Honorable Finance Minister has stated his vision of having India's own homegrown big audit firms, consultancy firms, and we have also in the Ministry engaged with ICAI on this matter in the past few months. I keenly look forward to the takeaways from this conference. I wish the NFRA the very best in its future commitments and endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we are truly honored and privileged to have Honorable Justice Ashok Bhushanji, Honorable Chairman, National Company Law Appellate Tribunal, as the Honorable Chief Guest today. A legal luminary who has significantly contributed to the Indian judiciary. His expertise in matters of corporate law, governance, and justice is unparalleled. Obtained law degree in First Division from the Allahabad University, enrolled as an advocate with the Bar Council of Uttar Pradesh. Thereafter started practice on civil and original side at Allahabad High Court till the elevation to the bench. Worked as Standing Counsel of Allahabad University, State Mineral Development Corporation Limited, and several municipal boards, banks, and education institutions. Elected as Senior Vice President of the Allahabad High Court Bar Association, elevated as Permanent Judge of the Allahabad High Court on 24 April 2001. Served as Chairman, Higher Judicial Service Committee, and headed several other committees. sworn in as judge of the High Court of Kerala on 10/7/2014 and took charge as acting Chief Justice on 1/8/2014. Sworn in as Chief Justice of High Court of Kerala on 26/3/2015. On 13 May 2016, Sir was elevated as Judge of the Supreme Court of India. As the Judge of the Supreme Court, Sir delivered hundreds of landmark judgments, including judgments sitting in different constitution benches. He completed his tenure as Judge of the Supreme Court of India on 4/7/2021, and from 8 November 2021 is functioning as the Chairperson of the National Company Law Appellate Tribunal, Principal Bench, New Delhi. And so we eagerly await your insights on the pivotal role of financial reporting and audit quality in strengthening the corporate governance. Ladies and gentlemen, let us applaud as we invite the Honorable Justice Ashok Bhushan to kindly deliver the inaugural address.
A very good morning to all of you. Mr. Ajay Bhushan Pandey, Chairman NFRA, Dr. Manoj Govil, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Dr. P.K. Tiwari, Member in NFRA, Mrs. Smita Jhingran, Member NFRA, Mr. Ravi Mittal, Chairman, IBBI, Mr. Shukla and Mr. Jayanti Prasad, whole-time member of the IBBI, Mr. Praveen Kumar, DG IICA, foreign delegates, the counterparts of NFRA who has come from different countries representing their institutions in their country, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are assembled here to participate in NFRA's International Conference 2024 on Transparent Financial Reporting and Audit Quality, Pillars of Corporate Governance. This is NFRA's first international conference and I am very happy to attend it. This conference comes at a very welcome time and with a most appropriate theme. Given concerns around corporate governance in current times, I hope that your deliberations result in some substantive takeaways that will shape our collective endeavor to further strengthen corporate governance, transparency, and accountability of our financial ecosystem. As the nation aspires to be amongst the top 3 economics of the world, business integrity is extremely important to support growth and ensure investors' confidence and protection. In financial theory and practice, one of the factors that influences a robust investment and growth climate are the reported financial position of the companies and the trust and confidence they aspire in investors and creditors. Companies are responsible for preparing a set of accounts that can be trusted. It has happened in the past in several domestic as well as international cases that weak accounting practices have led to financial scandals. It is common understanding that if record keeping is not proper and financial results are not accurate, then the entire business ecosystem suffers. For example, if the financial position is not presented fairly, then raising money from the institutions and investors become difficult. Even though large investors do have better bargaining position than small investors, we have seen instances where they have been misled into investing in companies where financials had been window dressed and oversight mechanism had not worked as effectively as expected. Internationally, in a major way, the demand for audited accounts came from equity investors as they did not have any means to know the financial position of the company unless they were certified by an independent professional. Over time, audits were made mandatory and accounting and auditing standards evolved. But we have seen how this profession of trust has been compromised time and again. In several cases, audits have not been done enough, and in extreme cases, audits have acted in or even colluded with management interest at the cost of shareholders' interest. This, if the auditors fails to point out infirmities and the malpractices goes on year after year, it amounts to misleading the investors and the lenders to the company. As we all know, National Financial Reporting Authority was established as a statutory entity on October 1, 2018 under Section 132 of the Companies Act 2013. Its primary aim is to safeguard public interest and the interest of investors, creditors, and other stakeholders associated with companies or corporate bodies. This is achieved by setting rigorous standards for accounting and auditing and by ensuring vigilant supervision over the accounting practices of companies and corporate bodies and auditing activities conducted by auditors. For the benefit of those who may be unaware, let me first quickly go through the reasons and expectations behind the establishment of NFRA. Before the creation of NFRA, it has been for some time observed that existing regulatory framework provided by the Chartered Accountant Act 1949 was struggling to maintain the necessary discipline and accountability among chartered accountancy professionals, largely due to the inherent challenges of self-regulation within the profession. The Standing Committee on Finance Companies Bill 2009, during its discussion on the role of auditors, highlighted the necessity for the establishment of an independent audit regulator. Similarly, the Companies Law Committee Report 2016 also underscored an inadequate oversight over the profession. Later in 2018, the Honorable Supreme Court of India in the case of S. Kumar versus Secretary Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and others stressed upon the Government of India to consider appropriate legislation and mechanism for overseeing the auditing profession on the same line as the existing US legislation like the Sarbanes-Oxley Act 2002 and the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act 2010. The Supreme Court advocated for making a transition from the existing method of self-regulation in the accounting profession towards a regime of independent regulation through an specialized bodies. In the judgment, Honorable Supreme Court stated, I quote, "It can hardly be disputed that profession of auditing is of great importance for the economy. Financial statements audited by qualified auditors are acted upon and failures of the auditors have resulted into scandals in the past," unquote. As a result, aligning with global trend of transiting regulatory authority from self-regulatory entities to independent regulatory and oversight bodies, the Indian Parliament, following through deliberation and based on recommendation from various experts committee, established NFRA as an independent regulatory body. Having come into existence, the NFRA today protects the public interest and the interests of the investors, creditors, and others associated with the companies or bodies corporate by establishing high-quality standards of accounting, auditing, exercising effective oversight of accounting fractions performed by the companies and bodies corporate, and auditing functions performed by the auditors. The NFRA is entrusted with the duties of making recommendation to the central government on the formulation and laying down of accounting and auditing policies and standards for adoption by companies and auditors. Further, the NFRA also monitors and enforces compliances with accounting and auditing standards. It also oversees the quality of services of profession and suggests measures required to improve the quality of service related to the profession. As we all know, in the absence of power, responsibilities cannot be adequately met. In this context, and for the benefit of those amongst us who may be unaware, I would like to bring to your knowledge that NFRA has the power to investigate either suo motu or on reference made to it by the central government into matters of profession or other misconduct committed by any member of the firm of chartered accountant registered under the Chartered Accountant Act 1949. For this purpose, the authority has been entrusted with the same powers as are vested in civil court under the Civil Procedure Code 1908 while trying a suit in respect of matters. Further, in cases of proven misconduct by the members of an accounting firm, authority has the power to impose monetary penalties and enforce professional debarment on such members of that firm. In light of these above points, I would like to highlight how the words of ANCLAT and NFRA overlap with each other. ANCLAT is an appellate authority that hears appeals made against the orders passed by various statutory bodies like the NCLT, CCI, and NFRA. This means that ANCLAT gets to act as the appellate tribunal to hear and dispose of appeals against the orders of NFRA as per the amendments brought by to Section 410A of the Companies Act 2013 by Section 83 of Companies Amendment Act 2017. In the recent example, how the NCLT has played its role of the appellate body of NFRA's decision. In a recent important ANCLAT decision in Harish Kumar TK versus National Financial Reporting Authority, Company Appeal 68, 87, 90, 91, and 23, appellate tribunal upheld the orders of NFRA against the auditors of Diwan Housing Finance Corporation Limited. The case pertained to an order by NFRA in April 2023, when it had debarred and imposed monetary penalties for audit lapses on the company's auditor. The order of NFRA were later challenged before the NCLAT in its ruling dated December 1, 2023. NCLAT bench of Justice Rakesh Kumar Jain and Mr. Naresh Salecha dismissed the appeals and held that, quote, NFRA has superior and overriding power in the matters relating to professional misconduct of the chartered accountant in terms of Section 132 of Companies Act 2013, unquote. NCLAT also held that NFRA has, quote, retrospective jurisdiction in initiating proceedings against auditors or audit firms in respect of the audits conducted prior to NFRA coming into force, and thus said that for matter of misconduct committed prior to coming into force of Section 132(4) of the Companies Act, NFRA can initiate an investigation. This ruling is a definite shot in the arm of NFRA, giving it the required confidence and motivation to move ahead with the work that it has been doing. At present, NFRA's role cannot be overemphasized. NFRA's jurisdiction extends to auditors of listed companies and companies over a financial threshold that qualifies these companies to be recognized as public interest entities. PIAs, by definition, are expected to act and report in the public interest, and the entire edifice of corporate governance is built on this transparency and accountability in financial reporting, of which auditors are the custodians. Our system of corporate governance has indeed evolved over the years. However, constant vigil needs to be exercised so that each element of this transparency and governance chain works properly and to its best capacity. With the coming into being of NFRA, a missing link in this chain got plugged. An independent audit regulator is indeed one of the key players in ensuring that the system of financial reporting and its audit remains honest. NFRA has a mandate that compares with the best in the world and comprehensively includes standard setting, review of financial statement of companies, review of audit quality, and enforcement over audit quality. Its ambit of work is certainly wide, and over the last 5 years, it has been acting to fulfill its mandate as granted under law. With this confidence and beyond, as NFRA is connecting with its international counterparts and international standard setters, I feel that with the change of best practices across these bodies, the overall system of corporate governance in the country will only get better and more robust. It is though such collective endeavors that we can foster innovation, transparency, and accountability in the financial ecosystem. I have seen the program agenda for the conference, which deals with topics on auditing and auditing standards and refers to new emerging issues such as environment, sustainability and governance standard, competition issues in audit, and investor protection. Each of these sessions is critical and contemporary. I am pleasantly surprised to see a session on audit as public good. If indeed regulations, technology, and legal framework can find a way to structure audit as a public good and in substantive ways align behaviors or practices in a manner that audits can become truly independent, then I feel that achieved outcomes could be phenomenal. I am quite interested to see where this conversation leads. Each panel in this conference seems to have been carefully curated and should present various insights. I would also be interested to know about the perspective of audit committees and independent directors, given that their roles as a class have been highlighted in some recent instances in the country. Before I wrap up this inaugural address, I would like to highlight that an efficient ecosystem of corporate governance and audit practices need to thrive upon certain essential requirements. These are building systems and standards, fostering the right of work ethics, nurturing a system of compliances, evolving and ensuring that checks and balances, work and oversight mechanisms are effective, and providing for judicial remedy. Lastly, I take this opportunity to thank NFRA for having invited me to share a few thoughts on this occasion. I especially thank Dr. Ajay Bhushan Prasad Pandey, Chairperson of NFRA, and others members of the executive body of NFRA, Mr. P.K. Tiwari, Mr. Jhingan, for this invitation, and wish the conference all success. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much indeed, Honorable Justice Bhushan, sir, for your insightful and motivating address. Your words will undoubtedly inspire and guide us in our pursuit of excellence. And ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Ms. Smita Jingran, full-time member NFRA, to kindly close the proceedings of the inaugural session by proposing the words of thanks.
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, it is a moment of privilege to extend our gratitude to Honorable Justice Ashok Bhushan, Chairperson NCLAT, for inaugurating this first international conference organized by NFRA. Sir, your presence here is an affirmation of our common goal towards ensuring transparency and accuracy in financial reporting and enhancing audit quality. Sir, you rightly mentioned that an independent audit regulator is one of the key players in ensuring a robust system of financial reporting and auditing. We express our sincere gratitude, sir, for your kind, gracious presence and the illuminating inaugural address. We are privileged to have with us today Dr. Manoj Govil, Secretary, Ministry Corporate Affairs, who has constantly supported our endeavors. Dr. Govil has insights into the overall regulatory framework, and these have been instrumental in resolving challenges and creating opportunities for us to work together in the interest of all our stakeholders. NFRA continues to look forward to assisting the ministry to set transparent financial reporting and quality auditing standards. We thank our esteemed and erudite speakers and panelists for being here today. Some of them have traveled from outside Delhi and India to be part of this conference. We are grateful to them for having taken out time to be with us and enrich in this conference. We feel encouraged to have in our midst our distinguished guests, some senior government officials, Chairman CBDT, Chairman IBBI, members of regulatory bodies, chartered accountants, representatives of audit firms, CFOs, legal luminaries, corporate leaders, and a host of others who have made it and constitute this august audience. I thank each and every one of you for being here today. Last but not the least, I wish to thank the press, not just for covering this event, but for being our strongest vehicle of our outreach as they cover all our orders and our inspections. Finally, on behalf of the entire team at NFRA, I wish to once again thank the dignitaries on the dais and each one present in this room. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, as we close the inaugural session, I would request all our dignitaries to kindly step forward and let's have a group photograph. And once again, thanking all our eminent dignitaries for gracing the inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's once again put our hands together for them. Thank you very much indeed, sir. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short tea and coffee break of 30 minutes. Tea coffee is served on one level below. As you move out, turn towards the left and take the escalators to a level below. And we would request everybody to be kindly seated back in 30 minutes for the next session, which is a keynote session, which will be graced by Shri Uday Kotakji, the founder, Kotak Mahindra Bank Limited. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your cup of tea and coffee and be back in time for the next session in 30 minutes.
वो रख देना माइक। हेलो।
Giving something as a memento. For this? Then you have to separate it. Okay. See that both of you. After sir's address. Before Kotak sir's address, I will announce that we now open the house for question and answer. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your kind attention? I would request everyone to kindly be seated. We are expecting our next eminent guest to be joining us, our distinguished keynote speaker, Shri Uday Kotak ji, to kindly join us. He's here. Okay. I would request everybody to be seated. We have our eminent keynote speaker present here with us. And may I request everyone to take their seats. All our guests, our distinguished dignitaries, to be seated. And once again requesting for all mobile phones to be kept on to silent mode. And for no interruption during the session, I would request for the exit doors to be closed. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the keynote session. And I have the privilege in inviting on stage Shri Uday Kotak ji, the founder Kotak Mahindra Bank Limited, who is a visionary leader and who has transformed the landscape of Indian banking. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir. And also joining him on stage is Dr. Ajay Bhushan Prasad Pandey ji, Chairperson NFRA. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Uday Kotak is the founder and director of Kotak Mahindra Bank, a new generation private sector bank in India. He has played an important role in the growth of the Kotak Mahindra Bank Group over the past 38 years. Under his leadership, the Kotak Mahindra Bank Group has emerged as one of India's leading diversified and integrated financial services conglomerates, providing a range of financial solutions covering banking, asset management, alternate asset management, life and general insurance, stockbroking, investment banking, private banking, microfinance, and asset reconstruction. Sir has played an important role in defining and developing India's banking and financial sector over 3 decades. Mr. Kotak leads several key bodies and is currently the co-chairman of the Indo-UK Financial Partnership, IUKFP, and chairman of the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India's Advisory Committee on Corporate Insolvency and Liquidation. He is on the International Advisory Panel of Monetary Authority of Singapore, the International Advisory Board of the Government of Singapore Investment Corporation. He was president of the Confederation of Indian Industry from June 2020 until May 21. From October 2018 to April 2022, Mr. Kotak also served as the non-executive chairman of a specially constituted board of ILNFS by the Government of India to steer ILNFS out of a deep crisis, which he served as his national duty. In 2017, a committee on corporate governance constituted by SEBI under the leadership of Mr. Kotak recommended sweeping changes towards more robust and transparent corporate governance. Mr. Kotak is the recipient of many accolades, including the EY World Entrepreneur of the Year Award in 2014 and the India Business Leader of the Year by CNBC TV18 at the India Business Leaders Award 2021. And let's put our hands together to that, ladies and gentlemen, as I request Shri Rakesh Banerjee, ED NFRA, to do the honors of welcoming and felicitating Mr. Uday Kotak by presenting him a traditional Madhubani stole. A warm welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I also have the proud privilege of introducing Dr. Ajay Bhushan Prasad Pandey, Chairperson NFRA. Over the last decade, Dr. Pandey has been at the helm of several historic and groundbreaking India's reforms in finance, corporate governance, Aadhaar digital payments, goods and services tax GST, and the direct tax. His past roles include Financial Secretary and the Revenue Secretary of India, CEO of the Unique Identification Authority of India, Aadhaar, and Chairman of the Goods and Services Tax Network. With a PhD in computer science and decades of leadership experience in the Government of India, Dr. Pandey has a rare and unique understanding of the government and the corporate finance along with technology, law, policy, and the government systems. As Finance Secretary of India, Dr. Pandey brought in a series of direct tax reforms and ensured a modern technological approach to their implementation. Additionally, during his stint in the Finance Ministry, Sir played a key role in the preparation of India's annual budgets for 3 years. As CEO of UIDAI, Dr. Pandey steered the scaling Aadhaar from the ground up. Through his leadership, Aadhaar has empowered 1.2 billion Indians with a biometric digital identity that they rely on for secure access to essential services. As an expert member of the Justice Sri Krishna Committee on Data Protection, he was also closely involved in formulating the Indian Data Protection Bill, currently under consideration in the Indian Parliament. For Dr. Pandey's contribution to Aadhaar and India's digital growth, he was conferred the Economic Times Award for Policy Change Agent in 2019. Dr. Pandey has also been conferred the Yashraj Bharti Samman for Ethical Governance in 2023. And ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite Sir for the opening remarks. Let's once again put our hands together to welcome him.
Good morning, everyone. It is my privilege to welcome our distinguished guest, Sri Uday Kotak, to deliver a special address on the topic role of corporate governance in achieving a 5 trillion economy. So who doesn't know Mr. Uday Kotak? He has been a role model among new generation entrepreneurs who has successfully led creation of a sound financial sector conglomerate in India. He is credited with transforming a non-banking finance company into a banking powerhouse in a short span of 2 decades. Well, these were the trying times for the financial services sector, as this sector was faced with 2 major crises in a short span. First, the unprecedented global crisis, financial crisis in 2007-8, where the global banking giants were epicenter of the crisis. And secondly, in the recent years, the Indian banking system was plagued with a huge pileup of non-performing assets. To lead and grow a young banking institution in such a turbulent times is by no means a small achievement. I'm sure the adherence to the sound corporate governance values by Uday Kotak has played its role in this successful journey. Mr. Uday Kotak has also been, you may say, the troubleshooter, or the Taranhar, in the Sanskrit, for the country's financial system whenever it confronted any major financial crisis. For example, in failed ILFS, under his smart and practical leadership, the government entrusted him the job to resolve many of those debts. And you'll be surprised to know that 55,000 crore of ILF's total debt, out of 90,000 crores, this 55,000 crores could be resolved. I mean, this is again by no means a very small achievement. He also chaired a very important SEBI's Committee on Corporate Governance way back in 2017, and suggested several path-breaking reforms and made recommendations. Most of those recommendations were accepted and given a shape of law in SEBI's listing regulations. They ranged from from separating executive management from the board leadership to strengthening independent directors, the audit committees, and more disclosures on related party transactions, etc. In fact, I will urge all of you to read his recommendation of that committee, that SEBI's Committee on the Corporate Governance. I mean, the point-wise, the details, and then what exactly those recommendations, and most of those recommendations actually found way into the law. And today, similarly, he has also been in the Company Law Committee formed by Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and suggesting again many path-breaking reforms in the Companies Act and other associated laws in India. So in the modern world, the corporate sector plays a very major role in the economic growth and social development of all economies. A recent research paper of McKinsey, based on the study of 37 OECD countries, and it excluded China and India for certain reasons, it reveals that the business sector overall contributes 72% of the GDP. So this is about the developed economy, that business sector will contribute around 72% of the GDP. Since 1960, this share has tripled. So in 2018, the corporate sector accounted for 85% of the gross value added of these economies. Again, back home in India, we are aspiring to become a 5 trillion economy in the next few years, and where the corporate sector will be the engine for economic growth, generation for employment, and creation of economic value and wealth. It also contributes significant part of the government tax revenue, and also it is the robust conduit for the government tax administration of generating indirect taxes, which is almost 45 to 50% of its tax revenue. So the sound corporate governance is a bedrock of corporate sector that contributes to the sustainable growth of nation as a whole. Again, I would like to quote from again a McKinsey way back in 2000, which says that investors give a very high importance to the company's governance, and a good governed company, for a good governed company, they are ready to pay a premium for the shares as much as 18 to 28% for the same earning growth, same other financial parameter, the premium of 18 to 28%. So sound corporate governance is not merely an ethical issue, but also it's a very, it is a good business proposition. In order for the corporates to play their role in the economy and the society, they need to win the trust of the investors, whether it is the retail investors or the institutional investor or even the foreign investors. What they require is the trust in the financial reporting system and corporate governance. The numbers reported by the companies should inspire trust, and they need to be transparent, globally comparable, and understandable. We have seen in the past that the few corporate failures shook the confidence of the investors, and it took us quite a number of years to get back to the old, the main routine. So therefore, it is very necessary to maintain that trust, and that is why it is very important that this conference we are focusing on the various building blocks of the corporate governance. So there are I would say that there are 5 building blocks of corporate governance. The first, the management of the company, that's the first line. That the finance and the risk management functions no doubt occupy center stage when it comes to the corporate governance, particularly designing and implementing sound internal financial controls so that the external parties like investors and internal stakeholders like audit committee, independent directors get the reliable and transparent information about the state of affairs and then the risk profile of the company. And therefore, the Indian Companies Act, listing obligation of capital market regulator, and for that matter, most corporate laws across the globe require the primary certification by the management about the true and fairness of the financial statement. So no wonder the management is considered as a first line of defense in the corporate governance framework. The second is the audit committees and independent directors. The UK Cadbury's committee report of 1992, set up in the wake of financial scandals at Maxwell, BCCI, etc., traces the origin of audit committees solely comprising independent directors to 1978's New York Stock Exchange listing rules. While stating the satisfactory response experience of US corporate, it recommended a similar requirements in UK. Back in India, the Kumar Mangalam Birla Committee in 1999 made a recommendation for setting up of a qualified and independent audit committee by the board of the company. This will go a long way in enhancing the credibility of the financial disclosures of a company and promoting transparency. Even Mr. Kota's Committee on Corporate Governance, instituted by SEBI, he also recommended as to how to strengthen the audit committee, and there, the majority should be of the independent director, and then the chairman has to be the chairman of the audit committee should be the independent directors. So many such recommendations were made, and they have been implemented. Now, again, the listing regulations and also the Companies Act envisage crucial role of audit committees in certain critical and sensitive areas like related party transaction, assessment of going concern, and selection of an appropriate accounting policies of the company. Independent directors are the another building block of the corporate governance, whose objective is to protect and enhance shareholders' value. Indian Companies Act has a specific schedule, the Schedule 4, that lays down the code for the independent directors. And then one more important suggestion I would like to make to the audit committees and independent directors here is that, because many times when I personally interact with some of the independent directors and the members of the audit committees, they say that, how do we come to know about, what exactly is going on in the company? So my advice is to rely on the auditors. You empower the auditors and you encourage the auditor to ask questions. So therefore, my suggestion would be that empower auditors to ask questions to you. Do not feel offended that if the auditor asks inconvenient questions, actively engage with them during the audit, because they are perhaps the best source of the information that they can provide, which you cannot get otherwise. So therefore, if you encourage the auditor, they can provide you with a very, very valuable information. Because many times, when I talk to the auditors, they say that, look, many times we work in a very hostile environment. The moment we start asking questions, then the management, they comes back with the response saying that, look, the earlier auditor was not asking those questions. Then, why are you becoming like a king type? We always used to have a, why do you want to become a king type auditor? So something like that. But then it is the interest of the independent directors and the audit committee that they have to take the help of the auditor, and they can do that by strengthening or by empowering the auditor, not discouraging the auditors. Then third, the building block is the financial reporting framework, and where the auditors are at the core of the building block. No one can underestimate the importance of a high quality financial reporting framework in protecting the interest of the investors and public at large. Indian ecosystem has given importance to this component since long, and there have been a specific statutory provisions in our corporate laws. One major reforms in recent time has been the implementation of an Ind AS framework, which is substantially converged with the globally accepted high-quality IFRS accounting standards. Of course, in the area of auditing standards, we have moved towards converging the international standards on auditing issued by IAASB. It is important to note that both Ind AS and our auditing standards framework are comprehensive set of objective-oriented standards, which are, I would say, that also the rule-based as well as the principle-based. Because I also see a lot of debates, going around, which says that whether those standards are rule-based or the principle-based. And my interpretation is that all those standards are part of the law. They are like a subordinate legislations, because those standards have been issued under the Companies Act or the SEBI Act. So those are the standards, particularly the accounting and auditing standards, they are issued under the Companies Act. And therefore, they acquire the character of a subordinate legislation, and therefore they are rule-based. But the question is that when does this principle-based come in? The question is that when you actually apply those rules, and in case if you have some confusion, then you go into the principle. And that is exactly the famous principle of going by the letter and the spirit. So the letter is the rule-based and spirit is the principle-based. So therefore, it is not binary that it is either the rule-based or the principle-based. So this is an harmonious construction of how do you interpret a particular law. So this is exactly in this manner. Those things have to be understood. Similarly, in recent times, independence of auditors and adherence of code of ethics have become important more than ever. Audit firms have grown in size, and the nature of services rendered in many consulting areas are posing new challenges to both audit firms and audit committees to ensure that the external auditors are truly independent in keeping mind the title of their audit report, that is called the independent auditor's report. Because when you look at the auditor's report, it is not only the statutory auditor's report. It is the title is given is an independent auditor's report, and therefore the independence is the key word here. Now the role of investors and shareholders, and also the institutional investors, they all are of paramount importance. Whether it is the corporates, which is the Raja model driven by the promoters of the custodian, that is the Gandhian model. In fact, the Uday committee, Kotak committee in the corporate governance report in 2017, he talks about these models, and where the interest of the praja, in all these models, the interest of the praja, that the investors precedes everything else. And in fact, I'm very happy to, observe, saying that what Mr. Kotak, recommends, or rather, what he preaches, he also practices in his own company. The fifth, the Indian standard setters and regulators. The last but not the least, that the building block, the independent regulators like NFRA, or internationally, the PCOB, we have, the representation from the PCOB and also the Austrian counterpart. They are all here. So these independent audit regulators are the gatekeepers for the protection of investors, and therefore need to ensure robust corporate governance standards. Of course, we need to evaluate whether those codes and standards are effectively operating as they are required to be. With these brief thoughts on the objectives of the corporate governance and its critical building blocks, it is the time for me to hand over the stage to Mr. Uday Kotak for his special address. I am sure you are all eagerly waiting for his seminal message for catapulting Indian economy to newer heights in the days to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for those opening remarks. And ladies and gentlemen, Shri Uday Kotak ji's legacy as a trailblazer is in the financial sector precedes him. We eagerly await sir's insights on how robust corporate governance practices can propel India towards its ambitious goal of a $5 trillion economy. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome and invite Shri Uday Kotak ji for his keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Dr. Ajay Bhushan Pandey, Dr. Govil, respected members from the international audit and regulatory authorities, many friends here in the audience and familiar faces. I first must say I'm truly honored to be here on this platform, which I think in many ways represents the new evolution of a transforming India. As we think about India's aspiration, first to a goal of a 5 trillion economy, and we can debate whether that is year 2027 or 28 or faster, but that's the speed at which we are going. But the more important message which has come from our Prime Minister and the entire country is what we call as a period in India which is Amrit Kal, which is 75 to 100 years, So what does India become at 100? How do we build an economy of great strength and scale? And we are looking to a 30+ trillion economy over the next 23, 24 years. As we all know, the devil always lies in the detail and the execution and the process towards a larger, audacious goal. And how do we do it in a manner which is down the right path and consistently following the rule of law? With this as a background, I want to start with a little bit of story on Indian mythology. And this is a story about what is the right matrix for governing a country, a company, a society. And essentially, it divides the options into 4 buckets. And it's a quadrant: the extreme right, left, bottom right. The extreme right is what is popularly known as the Rama quadrant, what is right in letter and spirit. Next to the extreme right is a quadrant which is called the Krishna quadrant, which is what is right in spirit, but at times debatable in letter. Third is known as the Duryodhana quadrant, which is right in letter, but not in spirit. And the extreme right is what is wrong in letter and spirit, which is known as the Ravana quadrant. So now let me explain the nuances of each. Lord Ram was the perfect man. Okay, Maryada Purushottam. He did everything right. And therefore, it was right in letter and spirit, including when somebody complained after he came back from his Vanvas and became the king, and somebody complained about Sita. And he took the extreme step of outlawing Sita and his 2 kids. So that is Lord Ram at his best. The second quadrant, and therefore he's called Maryada Purushottam, right in letter and spirit. The second quadrant, Krishna, and you go back to the Mahabharata, which is a very famous Indian mythological story. At a crucial time, the arrow from Karna was going to hit Arjun on his head. And Krishna was the charioteer. He was fighting for good over evil. He was on the right side, which was the Pandava side. And he believed that Arjun needed to be saved. And he dropped the ground level by a few inches so that the arrow which would have hit Arjun on his forehead went above his forehead. And Arjuna was saved, and the Pandavas won the battle against the Kauravas. So again, that is perceived as fighting for good over evil, and therefore right in spirit, but wrong in letter. Theoretically, because the battle draws were different, but he went with the spirit. Third is Duryodhana. We all know the famous gambling game where Mama Shakuni was the master artist, and they had rules of the game. Under the rules of the game, Duryodhana won the game. And only after winning the game, he ordered what is now famously known as the Draupadi Vastraharan. Technically, the game was won, but the spirit was lost. So wrong in spirit may be technically right. And the last one, of course, is Ravana, which is perceived to be wrong in letter and spirit, other than some people in the southern parts of India who have a different perspective of Ravan. But keeping that aside, these are the 4 pillars of how I think we must look at the potential of governance, of company, country, society. And very often in our lives as practicing professionals, And I think that is an important lens from the regulator's point of view. The most difficult ones are the Krishna quadrant and the Duryodhan quadrant. And this brings you back to the battle of rules versus principles. If you go down the path of principles, you will find inevitably very aggressive interpretation of principles by the regulated entities. If you went by the rules, the question is, first of all, are the rules right in spirit? Because that is also made by some human being or some group of human beings, that these are the rules. Are the rules right in spirit first? And then following of the rules, whether it's right in spirit or it's in letter. And therefore, the biggest question and debate is never at the extremes, the top right and the top left, but between letter and spirit. And it is here that I think a lot of mind needs to be applied. And it starts from another principle my grandfather taught me, is that there are two kinds of laws in the world. One is God-made laws, that is truth, trust, integrity, honesty. You don't need man-made laws. There's a God-made laws. And then there are man-made laws. Think about man-made laws as subordinate legislation to God-made laws. Therefore, the principles of God-made laws must be put in place in the man-made laws. If the man-made laws at times deviate from the principles of God-made laws, subordinate legislation, if I use a legal terminology, is ultra-virus. So how do you ensure that subordinate legislation to God-made laws is consistent with the very essence of what human life is all about? Going into more specifics, because Dr. Pandey will say that this is not a mythology speech. We want you to give us some really important inputs and into how we think about the governance and the future. Let me break the India story into three parts. One is prior to 2009-10. Second is the period between 2010 and 2020. And the third is period which I would put the cutting point as, in many ways, COVID, post-2020. Prior to 2009-10, India was an extremely aspirational country and grew at a crazy speed post-2003-04. And there was a little bit of the Wild West in Indian corporate sector in terms of building of India. And we saw a very significant deviation from any forms of rules of regulation. And growth at any cost. Ends mattered, the means did not at all. And you saw a Wild West approach in the Indian growth story till the global financial crisis hit. And even in the global financial crisis, most Indians believed that we are okay, America has messed up, we are great. But it hit us a couple of years later. So by 2010, we saw the problems beginning, all the crazy stuff which many players in business had done on regulation, which was catching up but was not really there at this stage. And you saw a very significant deterioration of India's macro and micro thereafter. And the period between 2011, 12, 13, 14 was a very difficult period for India. And you saw the corporate sector, significant defaults, and of course, India became a country amongst the fragile five, as some of us will remember, in 2013. And we were at a stage where the question was, hey, we just overdid ourselves. There was too much hubris in how we grew, and we messed up. And then we saw the twin balance sheet problem between, actually three problems, the macroeconomic, from the point of view of current account deficit going up, the fiscal deficit going up, bank balance sheets weakening, and defaults galore. So that is the kind of thing which we saw in the second phase. And by 2018, we saw a full-blown breakup of this spilling over into the financial system. As most regulators know, if the problem first is limited to the corporate sector, it is more easily manageable. But if it starts spreading into the financial system, it starts creating big challenges. So by 2018, we saw the significant risks in the financial system happening. And they are all the backlash of the period before 2010 and started breaking in the period post-2010. So what did we see? First of all, we saw a Lehman-like crisis in September 2018, not in absolute dollars of similar size, of an institution called ILNFS. And I think Dr. Pandey referred to it, but it was the first of its kind and was perceived to be extremely systemic. And I must credit on this platform publicly the speed and alacrity with which the government of India moved when the problem hit and controlled it from becoming a systemic issue. And in particular, and I'm not saying because the ministry is represented here, but the action point was the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. And they really stepped up to the plate, along with, of course, the Prime Minister's office, the Finance Ministry, to really contain the problem. And one of the reasons why ILNFS did not blow up into a systemic crisis for the financial system is very timely intervention of the government of India in October 2018. And I just want to give you a comparison of another country right now, which is going through a similar challenge. And of course, I have the liberty of being a private citizen, therefore I can speak more freely, Dr. Pandey, and this is China. The Evergrande crisis, which is the largest real estate developer, with a few $100 billion of debt, came into the public domain more than 2 years ago, or 2.5 years ago, and is still simmering as a significant systemic risk for China. If you look at what's happening to the Chinese economy and the Chinese markets, there's a fear of a big systemic risk for a problem which actually came into the public domain more than 3 years ago. And therefore, the relative speed of action of what India did in 2018 versus how this has happened in our neighbor is something which is very important about speed and effectiveness of action by governments, policymakers, and regulators when there is a problem. You have to act fast and act decisively. So that is the period, as I say. Therefore, ILNFS was the first one which was theoretically a non-bank financial service company. And in practice, below that company, it had 350 subsidiaries. Therefore, the regulator at the top was the RBI. But below that, it was in businesses of infrastructure, education, townships, power, education, financial services, roads, so many areas. And you began to ask the question that this is really like any other business conglomerate under the garb of an NBFC. And therefore, ILNFS taught a lot of lessons for the system, and I think the system really woke up. But that is the non-bank financial sector. You saw a similar problem immediately after ILNFS in the housing finance sector, where another company, by January 2018-19, blew up, which is DHFL. So that is a non-bank finance company, a housing company, finance company. Third, we saw a private sector bank getting into trouble, which is well known, which was Yes Bank. And again, urgent, it's all spillover which was beginning to happen. So you had an NBFC, housing finance company, a private sector bank. You then had a fraud in a large public sector bank, the Punjab National Bank. And lastly, you had a problem in a cooperative bank called PMC Bank. So the entire financial sector, from NBFC, housing finance company, private sector bank, public sector bank, and a cooperative bank all had problems in the sector. And the reason I'm saying this, friends, is the backdrop of 2010 to 20 has left a lot of marks on practitioners, policymakers, and regulators. And it is, as we say, the rearview mirror has had a significant impact in the thinking of how we look at the future. And I must, at this platform, acknowledge and credit our regulatory system, starting from the government to the RBI to SEBI. And of course, fortunately, nothing major has happened in the insurance sector, and of course, Ministry of Corporate Affairs as a part of the government as well, for phenomenal responsiveness in the period after 2018, particularly after 2020. And I'm very proud to say the work done by the policymakers and regulators today have made India a clean white shirt compared to the period 2010 to 2020. The question is, where and how do we go from here? At the heart of it, we need to ensure that we get both right. Our aspiration and the process. The aspiration of a fast growth, 7.5% to 8% GDP over the next 20-25 years needs significant capacity building. It also requires a sense of dreaming. It requires a sense of creativity, entrepreneurship, professionals being ready to take risk without having fear. So this is a very important ingredient, Dr. Pandey, in the subject, that if Indian economy has to transform, we need to protect and nurture our entrepreneurial and creative spirits very much for India to achieve its ambitions and aspirations. At the same time, we need a significant capacity building for us to be able to manage this transition and transformation in our system. And it is here that the conflict between what we need to do for the future versus our experience of the last 10 years is the question where very often you see the rubber hit the road. And I'm happy to actually share with you an example of what I think is what we need to do for our future. I think about, if India has to grow, we must have as an example of growth aspiration. I'm not talking in the context of sector, but more sort of conceptually. If India has to grow, we need a lot more cars on the road. We need a lot more roads. But that has risks of accidents. So how do we ensure that accidents don't happen? One extreme way is to say, I will not allow as many cars on the road. I will not allow cars to drive more than 30 kilometers an hour or 40 kilometers an hour. And I will not build more roads. So I can manage a small system and I will have a better ability of controlling it. But that is at conflict with our growth aspiration. How do we manage both these levers? The answer is pretty simple. We must encourage a lot more traffic, a lot more roads, have better signals, better regulation, and most importantly, a fast resolution mechanism should an accident happen. And on that point of fast resolution, I like to always compliment the United States of America. That country has had many scams, many problems, many things went wrong. Last year, same time, there was this whole thing about Silicon Valley Bank, SVB. 1 year later, it's forgotten, done and dusted. It's over. How do we reach that ability for our system, process, including our legal system, to be able to manage turnarounds at much greater speed. And I'm sure this is a desire not only of practitioners but also policymakers. But very often, we run the risk of having created a system over generations, which is like Abhimanyu's Chakravyuh. You get in, but much tougher to get out. You keep on circling. It's like when you don't have good connectivity, So I think we have to break that. If India has to transform, we must have good regulation for making sure accidents are prevented. We will not be able to stop them. But should accidents happen, how do we create a system which can respond quickly with alacrity and solve the problem? The problem needs to move. And this is here where we really have a very big opportunity to transform our processes from where they are. So this is a more broader view, but I think India is getting it right, and we will do it in our own way. And I can see many areas where there is a desire to break barriers to transform these fundamental points. Talking about the auditors, I think Dr. Ajay Bhushanji referred to the 5 pillars of areas. I think each of them have a role, very clear role, and a need for collaboration and horizontal integration as well. And I'll add one more point, which I saw at close quarters in another fiduciary function, which really had a major letdown of the system, especially in the IL&FS crisis, which is number 6, which is credit rating agencies. Can you believe till September 2018, a company which was on the verge of default, and almost its entire group was rated AAA. And it's only after the default that the rating was changed. So it is another very important, because you're sending signals out. And when we went through it in detail, actually the safer parts where most of the recoveries happened are with SPVs which were not rated at all. Those creditors got their money, and the most exposed were the bondholders or AAA bondholders in holding companies where there was no protection for them. So they actually take the bulk of the hit. A AAA loss was far worse, or is far worse, than unrated lower levels SPVs. And another very important, interesting finding is the most secure in the entire IL&FS situation were the public sector banks. They did not go by the ratings. They went by the quality of the underlying assets and took that as security. So it brings me to another very important point of governance for our future. India is moving from being a nation of savers to a nation of investors. So the model 1, which has been prevalent in India, which is what I call as the saver-borrower model, which is essentially the banking and the NBFC model, where you borrow money and you lend money. So it's a saver and the borrower. This is one model. The second model, which India has moved to and now is moving to at great speed, is the investor-issuer model, wherein a borrower becomes an issuer, whether it's equity or debt, and the investor becomes not a saver but an investor. A saver becomes an investor by investing either in equity or debt. And my view is that there is a dramatic need for the marketplace to ensure good guardrails are in place, because the investor-issuer model has lower intermediation cost, but has to be far more focused on governance mechanisms, because it is a lay small investor whose money is coming in. And that is where the pillars of governance will be crucial for building the markets model or the investor-issuer model. In the saver-borrower model, the banker beware. In the investor issuer model, you cannot expect a retail investor to beware. The system has to protect the investor even more. Therefore, both the models require the pillars of governance, but this markets-based model requires even greater focus on the guardrails for nurturing that. And the intermediation cost of the markets model is much lower. And frankly, in this room, I have no hesitation in saying that there is only one country, again, in the world, which has truly deep and open capital markets. It's not Europe, it's not China, it's nowhere else, it is the United States. And India has to have an institutional framework to move in that direction. And in the short to medium term, nurture both the saver borrower as well as the investor issuer model for our future. On the point about coming back to the auditor, when I was in college in my Bachelor of Commerce, I used to have a very, very interesting professor and some books on role of auditing in accounting. And I just want to put it here. The question which was asked to me by the professor was, is the auditor a watchdog or a bloodhound? Where do you draw the line? A watchdog or a bloodhound? And how do you make sure that as long as things are reasonably okay, I'm giving some concept today, it has to be a watchdog. But when things go bad, but then the counter argument is, if I'm not a bloodhound till things go bad, how will I prevent it? And this is a debate which has to have deep thinking, and also keeping in mind the point I said about India's growth aspiration. How do you regulate traffic while growing the traffic, but at the same time making sure that the guardrails are strong? So I do not envy the job of Dr. Pandey and his team. It's a very challenging job, but getting that right equilibrium between the role of a watchdog and the role of a bloodhound. And this, of course, is at the auditor level. So the super auditor, I don't know how the super auditor handles this dilemma. For whatever it is worth, my college days are going back to the 70s, therefore it may be outdated today. But whatever my professor said then was watchdog. However, the world has changed. We have seen a lot of things which have got more difficult, and therefore only good faith, and we have seen only principles-based regulation has also seen a race to the bottom. So I do not envy the job of regulators and the policies they make, the kind of oversight they do. But it is a very, very delicate area of getting the balance between wanting the aspiration of the economy to happen, at the same time controlling strong process for getting it right. And either ways, we run the risk, because if we make a mistake, let the economy grow without controls, we will slip and we will fall, and we will not achieve our aspiration. On the other hand, if we tighten it too much, we will not get there. So this is a trade-off which is extremely important for our future. I know I've taken a lot of time, but I just wanted to add a few more points. One of the other challenges is what I find in two other professions. I hope it's not true here, which is the profession of teachers and judges. How do we make sure that society, if we really want a world-class governed society, how do we make sure that the best of minds are encouraged to become teachers? How do we ensure that the best of lawyers, and I see many lawyers here who make huge fees, become world-class judges? How do we create a sense of public duty that the role of a teacher and a judge is far more valuable to society than any area of professional money making from a medium to long-term point of view? And in that context, friends, I think the principles in the area of regulation, in terms of building an India, the guardrails, how are we going to ensure we attract the best talent to run and make our regulatory institutions strong with a vision and a whip. We need both. And lastly, I just wanted to touch on one other point before I will open up for discussion with Dr. Pandey and the team here, is this thing about global standards versus what is right for India. And it's a very difficult terrain. On the one hand, a lot of the standards around the world have been thought through. And it's easy for us to just say, this is what the world has done. Let's just take it and make it our standard. The second is, no, we are different. The world doesn't understand what we are doing. We will do our own standard. So I think there are some, it's similar to the big debate in technology today, which I call as make versus buy. There are some things which are ready and available, so we just need to follow it, apply our mind, it makes sense to the Indian context, and practices how they worked in other parts of the world, and just follow them. The second is, what are the tweaks, if any, and they should be very carefully thought through, we need because of the unique Indian situation. And this is another very important area in rule-making and law-making. How do we get the balance between what is globally accepted standards versus Indian tweaks? And at times, very blunt tweaks can have significant impact on the outcomes over time. And with that, I just wanted to say that I feel very, very optimistic for India's future. But I'm also very conscious that, and being a risk manager in my day life for a very long time, that unbridled focus on the opportunity without having the guardrails also runs the risk. And too much of guardrail will not get us there. So I leave the very difficult problem for the audience in this 2 days wonderful conference you have. And I just want to once again say, I'm very proud about the direction which we are taking. And may the force be with you, Dr. Bhushan. Thank you very much, and thank you all.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And definitely your words undoubtedly inspire and guide us as we navigate the path towards economic growth and sustainability. And with your kind permission, sir, can we open the house for question and answers now? So ladies and gentlemen, we now have open house. You may kindly raise your hands, identify yourself and put across your question. We'll be getting the microphone to you, sir.
Good morning. I'm Raghu Marwa. I'm a practicing chartered accountant. Thank you so much for your kind words. I had a question and maybe an observation. As a risk manager, as a practicing chartered accountant who also is involved with audit, the perception obviously is that from a societal point of view, auditor knows everything. Auditor is Brahma and is expected to know everything. And often our job entails, pressures of sampling and, limited examination at times. But from a societal point of view, more and more I feel that it's not only the investors, but even the regulators feel that the auditor, more than the founders, are expected to maintain the governance levels. That risk-reward ratio somewhere is getting skewed. I wanted to seek your view on that. Thank you.
Yeah. I think first of all, I do believe that the auditing profession now takes a hell of a lot of risk. And maybe it's time for you as a profession to wonder and start asking for more fees from your clients. Okay, that's the first step you can do. The Brahma could be for the risk you're taking, start asking for more fees and don't be worried about that your neighboring auditor taking away your mandate, okay? Stand up with conviction that I'm going to do a good job and I need to be paid for it, okay? Very often I find auditors just wanting a mandate and don't care about the amount of fees they make. And then how do you make sure the quality of the professionals you have doing the job really happens? And I was very intrigued by your phrase, Brahma. You know, your roles are three: Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh. Most of the time, the auditor's role has to be Vishnu. The challenge is when you need to be Mahesh, you continue to be Vishnu. At the same time, on Brahma, I think the auditing profession can create a lot more creativity on how you audit. And I think a lot of progress is happening on technology. I'm very proud that thanks to the steps taken by the government, there's a big boost to get a balance of not only global auditors, but also Indian auditors getting a much bigger seat on the table. But along with that, needs a significant investment. And I'll give you the case. I think there is a room for both global and domestic auditors. And I'll give you my own case. We used to partner in the investment banking business, Goldman Sachs. We got into the partnership with them in 1995. And the logic for getting into that partnership was global capital markets, companies, global investors want a global firm. And we benefited a lot from that partnership. We kept it for 10 years. At the end of 10 years, the two of us as partners could not figure out who should own 51%. And there was no mathematics which said that both of us can own 51. So we decided to buy back the stake. And today, in India, the investment banking industry has become very competitive, and most clients across the board go on the basis of quality and merit, whether it's a domestic banker or a global banker. So the ability to compete on level playing happened in the investment banking business, and I am a witness to it. Okay? And therefore, at the end of it, it is about your conviction to invest, to build a world-class firm which can be as good as or otherwise as any global firm. And I would love to see a day that just as global firms leverage India enormously, the number of people who work out of India to serve their clients around the world, why are Indian firms not getting to scale and size, not only in India, but also outside? And the biggest advantage you have in India is the size of the Indian market. Leverage that, put technology, put investment, charge proper fees, but get the best talent. You have the same challenge as we have in the field of teachers and judges. Don't be in the business of short-term money. Look at making money and wealth over long periods of time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next question. Yes, sir. Can we get the microphone in the center, please?
Good morning. My name is Sanjay Vasudeva. I'm a practicing chartered accountant. And thank you very much for a very, very thought-provoking address. My question is, you mentioned about teachers and judges. And you also mentioned about the audit profession. And we are going through a transition. The question is that there is an increased, because of the regulation and the changes which are happening, it's very, very difficult to find people who are inspired to come into the audit profession. There's a I would say they feel there's a risk, there's a fear, and as we move ahead, I think it's important to attract the right talent. So what would be your message for people who should aspire to come into the audit profession? Because as you said, as India transforms, we need good auditors, we need committed auditors, we need good talent. So what's your message to them, and how can we nurture that talent in this journey? Thank you.
No, I understand, because the business model of pure audit is a significant pressure, but that's the only way you avoid conflict. And it's getting tighter and tighter from the point of view of avoiding conflict. I would make 2 points. One is, at some point of time, if supply drops and demand grows, Adam Smith told us price will go up. Okay? I don't see any choice. Price has to go up. And on the second one, and this is more, I mean, first of all, I'm a believer that conflict is very important to manage. However, at times, we have to also be clear as a system that the conflict is real and does not lead to a sort of a very highly perceived ghost kind of conflict. But there are many examples where conflict has existed and created bad outcomes. But pushing down the conflict route, ultimately, there will be some conflict at some level, and conflict resolution, even from a regulatory point of view, needs to be looked at to how many levels we will take the conflict resolution. So one is the marketplace should correct it. And secondly, I'm sure the regulators want the best of talent in the auditing profession. They would also be concerned that if there's a mass movement out of the auditing profession and quality of talent deteriorates, we will have an issue in the profession as well. So it's a delicate balance between unbridled conflict with the objective of, with objectives which are more ends rather than means, versus, yes, this is the level of conflict if disclosed. We will live with and watch. So that is another very important balance which needs to be done, or else if the supply drops dramatically, we will have a potential crisis in a growth period as well.
You know, I will just add here. You know, he mentioned about you know, the remuneration, and I can say, you know, my own experience here, that we have seen few companies which could be listed in, let's say, New York Stock Exchange, and they are also being audited. And then the same company is also listed in India, and it is audited here. If you can see the difference between the audit fees charged for the international, you know, the listing and the amount that the auditor there gets, vis-a-vis the amount which gets paid to the auditor here, I mean, there's a vast difference. So I do not understand, because the job is almost the same, because after all, it is the same company which is listed there, right, and then it's getting audited. So that point, that when you are saying is that, of course, this is a high pressure job. I can agree, and you know, in the morning, you know, I have also mentioned in my the first session that the auditors, you know, the way it is, many times they work in a very hostile environment, in the sense that, because when there is some questions, because they are expected to display professional skepticism. This is what the audit standards say, that, I mean, the professional skepticism, the moment you start exercising professional skepticism, then there may be, you know, somewhere in some management, I wouldn't say all, I mean, they will say that, you know, you are asking too many questions, right? Maybe, you know, lack of awareness or the lack of knowledge that this is what the auditors are supposed to be doing. And, you know, those response could come from the management side. And that is why, you know, it is a high pressure job, and sometimes, you know, it could become even hostile. So that is the reason why at least, you know, one part is that the auditors who are undertaking this job, you know, they should be fairly compensated. And when I saw the difference, you know, I'm still not able to figure out why it is so. Maybe, you know, because of, you know, maybe some desire to, you know, get that audit job somehow, you know, there is some kind of a competition is driving, but then the quality suffers. And that is why it is very, very important to maintain the quality. And once you have the fairly fair compensation, and then as Mr. Kotak said, that if you can, you know, manage that conflict, and then also enhance the capacity and the quality and the training. Another thing that I wanted to mention here, you know, I always give an example, that in any profession, you have, you know, some, you know, the level of qualifications. Now the level of qualification, like, let's say the medicine, you know, you have, you know, the basic doctor MBBS, and then you have a specialization, somebody specializes, does MD, and even beyond that, he becomes a cardiologist or the surgeon. And within surgery also there are different divisions, and then there are different qualifications. But here, the auditors have to have just one qualification, that is the basic chartered accountancy degree. Now with that qualification, you can audit a company having maybe a few $1,000s turnover, or maybe billions of dollars of turnover with all kinds of the transaction across the globe. So therefore, there has to be some graded level of qualification system, so that you also enhance the capacity. Otherwise, if you have people, let's say the auditor, with a very, very basic knowledge, and if you just put him into some $1 billion, hundreds of $1 billion company there, he's bound to get lost, and that is where the quality will suffer, and then all those consequences. So these are some of the very, very important things. But again, the basic thing is, now Mr. Kotak was also the chairman of CII. So when he feels that you need to be paid more, right? Right. And as a regulator also, we feel that you need to be paid more. I mean, go ahead and do that, but also maintain the quality.
See, I think taking from Dr. Pandey's point, why are global auditors charging so much? Because they've seen an Arthur Andersen. They've seen what bad audits can do. It can finish firms. The risks for a good audit job are very high there, and I can see them increasing here. Therefore, the first principle of business is risk-adjusted returns. If your risks are higher, price them, or have the courage to say no.
Thank you, sir. And we have time for one last question, sir. Yes,
yeah.
sir.
So can I?
Yes, sir, on the right-hand side. Okay, we'll take two. So first, on the right-hand side, sir, excuse me, sir. We have one question there.
Sir, I'm Chirag Doshi. I represent as president of Bombay Chartered Accountants Society. So my question is, first of all, sir, very insightful session and a lot of concepts been shared. And thanks to Ajay ji for organizing such a wonderful conference for training and upskilling of auditors. So my question is, at the cusp where we are in India today, to improve the corporate governance, what do you think is more important? One, training and upskilling, or penalizing and creating fear so this does not happen? What is more important out of the two, or how we should balance both of this and keep the governance ahead? Thank you, sir.
You're asking some very basic questions. Should I be married or should I not be married? Dono kariye, do both. Okay. There is no easy, once upon a time, one of our annual reports in Kotak, we brought the principle of and. In life, or doesn't work, and has to work. So it's both. And I think the issue, I understand the challenges which the profession is facing as you get through the transition. And I also believe that the regulatory system also evolves. So it's a process of evolution on the regulatory systems side. And for a profession which for so long believed the core was only on a self-regulatory basis to have an external regulator, is a little bit of a culture shock. I can understand that, okay? But I would much rather say that it is time to move forward. The train has gone, self-regulatory world is over. We are in a world where there is a super regulator. So let's move on down that journey and make the changes for that journey. And I would want to believe, and I can see that the very fact that this conference is held, is the regulator is very open to listening, dialoguing, understanding the issues, and coming to appropriate policy making. One of the most important aspects about the regulatory system anywhere in the world is a very important need and ability to listen to, apply their mind, and then do the right things. And I think I have no doubt that NFRA is going down that path.
Thank you, sir. And sir, you may have the last question.
First of all,
I'm R.M. Johari. I'm Deputy Comptroller and Auditor General, looking after all the taxation receipts of Government of India. A very lively presentation, very frank and honest assessment also. But nowadays we live in an IT world. And in the IT world, the whole things undergo tremendous change. In fact, now taking the right decision is becoming more important rather than commenting on a wrong decision in retrospect. And within a short span of time, the amount of losses can be very high for a wrong decision. So in this IT world, how do you see the auditing profession progressing and what role it is going to play so that we add value in the overall perspective? Thank you.
You know, I really like the analogy of MBBS to MD to super specialization. I think it's a very good analogy which you have in the medical profession. So IT world will require a very special skill, including for auditors. And I don't know whether the Institute of Chartered Accountants can really think about a super specialization post-chartered accounting into IT audit experts or IT accountant experts in addition to pure auditing, pure accounting. And additionally, in the course curriculum, I'm sure the role of IT would have been increased in a chartered accountant's menu. Coming to your point, sir, I think we are moving at such a great speed in the world of IT that the future really is going to be moving in a new area. I was just listening to a video by Mr. Chang, who's the CEO of NVIDIA, a company which in one day in the US added the market capitalization more than India's largest company in one day delta, $250 billion. He made a statement that in future, corporations and businesses will not need engineers and coders. AI will give you as a package. And a lot of the human work will actually be taken over by AI. Therefore, one of the biggest areas of, we are moving from a world of IT to a world of AI with all its advantages and risks. Therefore, sir, you are grappling with the challenges of the IT world. Wait for the new challenge which is on our doors, which is AI. And it's going to blow us beyond our imagination. And there is good AI and there is not so good AI. Again, who is going to judge it? Are we going to have another regulatory system which is going to say this is good AI, this is not good AI? How are we going to monitor and regulate AI? Future warfares are going to be through AI. And in many areas, AI and the computer have gone ahead of the human being. You just have to look at chess. The computer beats any grandmaster in the world. So we are going into a completely different paradigm. And human beings will have to control AI, which is now at a point where it will outsmart human beings themselves. So this is the revolution which we will see over the next 5 to 10 years. And it's coming at speed. It is something which I would request each of the professions, and maybe, sir, at some point of time, the whole super specialization will be with the auditing, accounting world in AI models. Because all these models, ultimately, AI is artificial intelligence with some assumptions. Who's going to, therefore you need experts even in that. Therefore, the level of expertise from a good accounting diploma or degree to where we need to go today is very different. And I actually want you, the accounting profession, to think whether chartered accounting post-inter-CA, can you have ability to branch out as a potential, and then super specialization additionally. But a revolution is there. I think each of the professions, knowledge areas will have to transform, or it will have a very serious implication. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, wish we could go on with this wonderful interaction with Shri Kotakji, but due to paucity of time, we will now have to conclude the question-answer session. And I would request Dr. Pandey to kindly present a token of gratitude and respect, a small memento to Shri Uday Kotak ji on behalf of NFRA. Thank you once again, sir, for that wonderful session we had with you. And I would now like to invite Ms. Vidhu Sood, Secretary, NFRA, to kindly convey our gratitude with a few words of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
It is my proud privilege to present this vote of thanks to Sri Uday Kotak. Sir, it has been a rare opportunity to hear you and meet with you at our first ever international conference. The session, I must say on everybody's behalf, was as expected, illuminating, so full of insights, and thank you for making it so relatable, provided we had studied mythology when we were young. It's been a privilege, sir, to hear complex ideas being expounded with such simplicity and with so much candor, for which I extend heartfelt gratitude to you. Kindly accept our thanks, sir, for your time and for extending this privilege to us and our guests. Thank you very much.
Photograph, sir. Ms. Sood to kindly join a dignitary. Sir, please kindly stay back for a moment for a group photograph. I would invite all the members of NFRA to kindly come up and have a group photograph with our very special guest, Shri Uday Kotak ji. And ladies and gentlemen, let's have another round of applause to convey our gratitude and thanks and appreciation to Shri Uday Kotak ji for sparing his valuable time in gracing this occasion. And with that, we now break for lunch. Lunch is once again served on a floor a level below this. The next session will commence from 1:30 p.m. sharp. I would request all our guests to kindly be seated back at least 5 to 10 minutes before that. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your lunch and be back in time for the next session, which is a panel discussion session. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome back, and hope you all enjoyed the sumptuous lunch served to us by NFRA. And we are now ready to go ahead with the first panel discussion session. And we have on the dais with us our distinguished session chair, Dr. P.K. Tiwari, who's a full-time member NFRA. And I also have the privilege of inviting our eminent panelist. I invite Mr. Sharad Sharma. He is the co-founder iSpirit Foundation. Mr. Govind Ahuja, partner and professional practice director, SR Bartley Bowl and Associates LLP. Warm welcome, sir. I invite Mr. Sudhir Soni, head of audit, BSR and Company LLP, and Mr. Vivek Subramanian, partner, Price Waterhouse and Company. A very warm welcome. So ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats as we have our eminent panel on the stage, and we are all set to go ahead with the proceedings of our first panel discussion session. Requesting exit doors to be closed. All dignitaries, guests to kindly be seated, please. May I also invite eminent panelist, Mr. Sharad Sharma, co-founder iSpirit Foundation, to kindly grace the stage and join our eminent panel for panel discussion session 1. So ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to our first panel, which is on harnessing the technology and regulation to enhance audit as a public good. In this session, we aim to unravel how advancements in technology and robust regulatory frameworks can elevate the quality of audits, ultimately benefiting the society at large. And before I hand over to our session chair, I have the privilege of introducing our esteemed panel. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished session chair, Dr. Praveen Kumar Tiwari, is a career civil servant with over 35 years of experience in auditing, accounting, and financial sector regulation. He superannuated as Deputy Comptroller and Auditor General from the Supreme Audit Institution of India. Dr. Tiwari has several years of experience of insurance sector regulation as Deputy Secretary Insurance in the Ministry of Finance and as Superintendent of International Insurance and Supervisor of International Banks and Trust Corporations in the Financial Sector Regulatory Commission, FSRC. And Dr. Tiwari's experience in the public sector auditing and accounting in India has been at both state and the federal levels, including dealing with the audit policy implementation and monitoring. And ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our eminent panelist, Mr. Sharad Sharma, who co-founded iSpirit Foundation, a non-profit technology think tank that has conceptualized India's stack, health stack, and other digital public goods. He also co-founded Teltier Technologies, a wireless infrastructure startup now part of Cisco. He is a member of the National Startup Advisory Council, SEBI's Financial and Regulatory Technology Committee, and chairs the task force on DPI in ThinkTech 20, the T20 engagement group of G20. Mr. Sharad Sharma has recently been appointed as a member of the newly established United Nations Advisory Body on Artificial Intelligence. And ladies and gentlemen, we have on the panel with us Mr. Govind Ahuja, who's partner and professional practice director, SR Bartley Boy and Associates LLP, is a chartered accountant, fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, has 25 plus years of audit experience, and is a professional practice director for SRB Networks in India. Sharing the dais is Mr. Sudhir Soni, who is the head of audit at BSR and Company LLP. Prior to this, he was a partner and assurance leader with SR Bartleby and Affiliates Network. He has worked as statutory auditor for large Indian and multinational companies with an experience of over 35 years. He has also worked on projects on accounting, advisory, and financial due diligence. He has sector experience in building materials, metals, and mining, retail, and consumer pharmaceuticals, agrochemicals, engineering procurement, and construction, EPC. And ladies and gentlemen, eminent panelist, Mr. Subramanian Vivek, is a leader of assurance practice of Pricewaterhouse, India, having more than 20 years of audit experience of leading multinational companies with large and established India operations. He has been actively driving the objective of innovation and audit approach through use of technology and has served several clients, including the listed across a wide variety of sectors, including automotive, infrastructure, manufacturing, IT and ITES services, etc. And ladies and gentlemen, with those words of introduction, may I now hand over to our distinguished session chair, Dr. P.K. Tiwari, sir. And sir, before I hand over to you, may I remind you the time duration is approximately 1 hour, which includes your opening remarks, deliberations by all our eminent panelists, and if time permits, the question and answer in the end. So may I hand over to you now, sir? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. If I can start with my brief introductory remarks. Before that, a very warm welcome to all the delegates here to this session on harnessing technology and regulation for enhancing audit as public good. I think we can start very safely by making the observation that audit is a public good. In the morning, we heard the Chairman NCLAT and all other distinguished speakers. The one fact that was clearly underlined by every speaker that audit is a public good. And if audit is a public good, then we must do everything to harness the advancements in technology to enhance audit as public good. But here, I'm reminded of the famous quote by somebody, some anonymous person, that technology changes not only the picture, but also the frame in which the picture is set. Therefore, when we are talking about technology, we also must talk about the regulatory framework in which the technology must operate. And therefore, technology and regulation must go hand in hand. But I see a slight conflict because technology is usually seen as boundless. Otherwise, it not be technology. It's forward-looking. It doesn't know any boundaries. But regulation is intrinsically setting boundaries. So how the twain shall meet? Once we recognize that setting boundary is important, regulation is important. In that context, it's my turn now to draw upon the mythology. In the morning, we had stories from mythologies by Mr. Kotak. And I'm reminded of, this is my favorite story, Ashwatthama. Now, Ashwatthama had access to technology. He had Brahmastra, which could destroy the whole world. Now, he was smarting under the defeat of Kauravas by Pandavas, and he had his own personal axe to grind against the Pandavas. So he decides to destroy the Pandavas. And then, when nothing succeeds, he decides to launch the Brahmastra. The problem with Ashwatthama was that he knew how to launch it, but he did not know how to take it back. So when he launched it, everybody was very scared, and there were people entreating him to take it back, but he didn't know how. So it was the turn of the ultimate regulator, Lord Krishna, to intervene and mitigate the disaster. So this story I'm narrating to underline the fact that technology, yes, technology is boundaryless, but it must be in a framework of regulation. So with that understanding, we harness technology, but with firm controls. We have structured today's session in two parts. In the first part, our technology lead, Mr. Sharma, will be speaking for about 15 minutes. And that will be followed by a very interaction between our audit leads. We have 3 eminent auditors in the country, and they'll be interacting with Mr. Sharma, trying to glean from him how the recent advancements in technology can be harnessed by the auditing fraternity. And when I say this, I have some definite questions in mind. We would like to pose those questions to Mr. Sharma and draw upon his technological skills and knowledge. As regulator, we very often come across some very complex issues, those issues on which the auditor's judgment is often put to question. And I can name a few. For example, the going concern assumption, always put under question. Then the provisioning, expected credit losses, where a lot of modeling and assumptions are involved. Then we have also seen during our inspection regime that the related party transactions is structured through several layers to take the funds out of the group. Then there is also this statutory responsibility under section 140(12) of the auditor reporting of fraud. Now, how do we enable the auditor to travel through the labyrinthine of data, information, structuring? Now, humanly, they may be well-nigh impossible to negotiate. Now, can we turn to technology to improve the audit quality and to enable the auditor to do his job better? So we look upon these 4 experts rather this afternoon. May I now pass on the microphone to Sharad Sharma ji, our technology lead, to take us through the recent advancements in technology. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm the odd man out. All of you are in the audit profession. I'm only occasionally, by being on the board of a few companies, recipient of some of the work that you do, and beneficiary of that work. And Ajay Bhushan ji put me in this spot. It's a very uncomfortable position to be in because I know very little about the area that you are in. So I want you to take this in the spirit of ideas. We are brainstorming. It so happens that we are brainstorming on stage. We have the regulator, we have the auditors, you have this confused technologist, and maybe out of this conversation some ideas may emerge. And if they do, then it's great. Otherwise, my goal is to keep you awake, at least at the very minimum. So one of the two should at least happen. So I have a few slides, and once the first slide comes up, you will see that there are many ways technology can be used. You remember the days when we had banking computerization? You still got your passbook the same way as you used to get earlier. This is one type of use of technology, where technology behind the scenes, it automates how a company or an organization may work, but on the outside it appears the same. Bank branches were the same, the passbooks were the same, the checkbooks were the same, nothing fundamentally changed. Then I don't know how many of you remember when railway reservation, online railway reservation came about. For the first time, I remember, that you could book a ticket from sitting in Delhi from Lucknow to Gorakhpur, which was a big deal. It was not so easy to sit in Delhi and book a ticket from Lucknow to Gorakhpur. It was a very big deal. Even that simple thing changed the railway experience for many people. And I know there are lots of young people here, so they probably can't appreciate what we are talking about. But amongst the older ones, you will remember this was an important thing. You could walk into a New Delhi railway station and book a ticket from point A to point B anywhere in the country. So it did change the whole experience, the product or the service that you are offering. In recent times, you have seen a new development take place, which is this idea of digital public infrastructure, which says that when you deliver this product or service, could it be not just private technology that is at work, but there is also public technology at work, right? And a very good example of that, which I bet many of you are using here, is there anybody in the room who lives in India and does not use UPI? I don't think any hand will go up. But you know, UPI is a very good example of many people coming together. You have the banks who are handling the flow of money. You have non-banks, fintechs, that are handling only the consent that, you know, permits the flow of money. And then there is NPCI, which is doing the settlement on the back end, right? So there are different parties that have come together who are all connected with each other through a protocol. UPI is in its core form essentially a protocol that has been created. It's a public protocol that has been created. So this is an example for of public technology and public policy coming together. And this is very important because what it does is it unlocks innovation, you know, in a way that may not have been possible. My simplest example of this is, many of you may remember back in time when you got a landline phone, you could get 2 or 3 phone instruments. This was true anywhere in the world. Then they said, okay, as long as the phone instrument complies with this standard, you can buy your own phone instruments that you wanted. And then, especially if you went to the US, you had a whole aisle full of phone instruments, you know, all the way shaped from a soap dish to whatever else that you liked, right? So unbundling a value chain drives innovation. So the biggest benefit of public digital infrastructure is that it empowers innovation. But once you have more innovation, you also need a new type of regulation. And I think the best example of that, the simplest but the best example of that, is what Dr. Ajay Bhushan Pandey has been involved with, is eKYC. Right? Think of it. eKYC is more convenient, it's faster. You remember how many of you got your Geo SIM by just putting your thumbprint twice? What could be simpler than that, right? In 186 seconds on an average, you got a working SIM. You know, something that used to take a day to get before that. You know, earlier it would cost 50, 60 rupees and now was costing 2, 3, 4 rupees, right? And it was a better way to ensure that KYC was happening well. And that is an example of techno-legal regulation. So when we are thinking of technology, we have to think about all of these 4 modalities that we are talking about. Earlier in the day, there was this talk about AI, for example, which is going to change when you use AI internally. It is going to change it. How many of you use Swiggy, for example? Does anybody here use Swiggy? I see hands going up. And when you use Swiggy and you have a dispute with Swiggy, back in time, this used to be handled by a human agent. Now they moved to an AI system and 69% of those are handled by an AI system. Do you know the difference? You don't know the difference. That's the first bottommost category here. But you know, AI is going to change how your products are going to be designed. You know that. And of course, in India, we are also going to have digital public infrastructure for AI. That's already out. It's called DEPA training. And therefore, for AI, we'll need a new type of regulation, which is called techno-legal regulation. So I just wanted to set this concept in your minds first, before I go to the next slide. And in the next slide, I want to talk a little bit more about this idea of regulation. And regulation, the way to think about techno-legal regulation is to ensure good behavior. What's the purpose of regulation? In the end is to create trust by making sure people keep the promises that they said that they would keep. One of the promises that if I give you my financial statements, you know, they comply with a certain standard. And is that promise trustable? You know, is the role of auditors to help determine that. And now, if you have to ensure good behavior, what techno-legal regulation is saying, deploy 2 things to make it happen. One is, of course, rules, public policy. That's one hand on the potter's wheel. Think of a potter's wheel. If you have a potter's wheel and you're making something with clay there, can you make something with only one hand? You can't make it with one hand. You need two hands to make it happen, right? So now what is happening is that increasingly we are getting into a world where if you want to ensure good behavior, you need public policy, but you also need public technology. I want to make this distinction. Public technology. Aadhaar is public technology. UPI protocol is public technology. Of course, there will be private technology. But in addition to that, we are talking about public technology and public policy. And when both of these come together, your ability to ensure rules is much better. I won't embarrass you, but I often ask a question here in a room like this. How many of you have a driving license without doing a driving test? Normally 20% of the hands go up. You can make any rule, Indians will find a way to break that rule. There is no vehicle in India that is sold, first time sold, without having insurance. How many of them have insurance in the second year? 72%. 28% of them have dropped off in the first year itself. Is there not a rule that you must have insurance with your vehicle? Just having a rule is not sufficient in India to ensure compliance. So therefore, India is emerging as the world leader in thinking about techno-legal regulation. Why is it good? Because with techno-legal regulation, you can do what I just described in eKYC. You can build convenience. The geo example I gave you, many people did it not because it was eKYC, it was just the most convenient thing. It was most convenient for the citizen, it was most convenient for the mobile operator, and it was the best for the regulator. Isn't that the magical way to make that happen? Under Mr. Ajay Bhushan Pandey, that has happened in tax. So therefore, our tax buoyancy has been higher than ever before. So therefore, this idea is the question that we have before us, is can this idea be brought into audits? Now, I'll leave this with you. There are some audits that we are talking about. These are statutory audits. These are audits of the financial statements that the company produces. But there are many more complex audits that are taking place. For example, there are privacy audits that are taking place. A company makes certain claims about their privacy. Are you not interested whether that company meets those claims? Now, it may not be a financial regulation issue, but the only way you will know whether they're meeting their claims is when somebody has done an audit. Very often the company will pay for the audit to take place because that's only the way trust will bring up. So companies like Amazon say, I will not have discriminatory pricing. The pricing that Vivek gets is the pricing I will get. Is that true? You can go to the internet and some people tell you it's not true. So if Amazon wants trust, they need a pricing audit to take place on the other side to know whether what the claims are about the mechanism of pricing are being met or not, right? So pricing is there. So there are many cyber security audits. Some of them fall in the statutory case and some of them are outside statutory. The innovation in audits actually of the techno-legal kind are actually taking place in these new areas because there's no established 100-year or so precedence of doing it in a particular way. So they are able to move very quickly because they have nothing stopping them from saying, can we do it that way? Do we need to check with the regulator? Do we have the people who will do it? Because it's all new. So I would submit to you that if we open ourselves up to learning from those areas, you will find that we will discover lots of things that we can also bring into the financial audit world, right? What are those things that can we bring in some ideas that tells us beneficial ownership? When Transparency International gives a score to companies on how much transparency, the transparency is about beneficial ownership. Is beneficial ownership easy to establish? No. Is it desirable to establish well? Yes. Can we use techno-legal regulation to make that happen? I think so. Is it very difficult? No. But we never applied ourselves to that because it seemed outside the realm of easy implementation. But if you think out of the box, it is not outside the realm of easy implementation. But if you were to do that, what is it that you will need? You will need at least two types of systems. One, you will have to rethink sampling. Maybe there's no sampling, which means we were talking at lunchtime, and professor was telling me that, you have to do email audit. Let's say there is a sexual harassment case and you want to look at the emails that the individual has sent, and that person may have hundreds and thousands of emails. So what you say is, I'll take a sample of those emails. If those sample is not collected carefully, you will get nothing, because he or she has to hide only 1 or 2 emails to escape this problem. So you are now having discovery systems that are coming in, which allow you to sample properly the emails that are there, the accounting records that are there, the inventory records that are there. Now, this is not very difficult to do in a techno-legal system by setting the standards, by setting the system that will allow you to do it much better than before. And you may well choose and say, I need 100% sampling to make this happen. Is that possible with modern technology? The answer is yes. Second, you have to very often look for patterns across group companies. Sometimes, we have Mr. Anand Narayan here. In case of SEBI, they're doing insider trading across seemingly unrelated companies. How do you look for patterns there? The old model that you bring all the data of all these companies in one place is fraught with problem, because that becomes a honeypot for somebody to go and leak. And we know this is a problem because Australia tried this approach and it doesn't work. So what is an alternative? Can you actually send an algorithm, a public algorithm, to all the related companies so that you can look for federated patterns across? The data doesn't come to a centralized place. The algorithm goes to different places. Now, that algorithm should not cause any damage. So it helps if this is a public algorithm. But if you're doing these kind of systems, then you need some building blocks to be in place. And those building blocks, frankly, are not very complex. Those are very simple building blocks about API reporting, right? So for example, in credit bureau, you report a loan. You can report the loan on a batch mode, but the government has recently announced NFRA, which was earlier called PCR, where it says, let's have API reporting. Every time the loan is given, report it right then and there. When you report it right there and then and there, the chances of fraud come down quite dramatically, because there are electronic systems that are being used to collect it in a real-time basis. So that's a relatively easy thing to do. Our tax, especially our GST buoyancy is high, because you have a liability chain, a tax liability chain, that is electronically maintained, right? For AI, if you want to deal with deep fakes, you need a liability chain to be electronically maintained. Can you do that for inventory? There are many places where we can bring in electronic liability chains without too much of a problem. And last but not the least is therefore what you can do with terms of traceability and programmability. So imagine in India, this is not a completely irrational dream. Imagine we have a money chain. What is our money chain? IMPS plus UPI, right? We have a goods chain, which is the e-way bills and the GST. Imagine if you could combine the two chains together to do analysis. Oh God, imagine what will happen. The benefits that will accrue from that will be enormous as we go forward. Is this in the realm of feasibility? Of course it's the realm of feasibility. I will tell you it will happen perhaps in the next 10 years. Who is more advanced than anybody else in the world to do it? India is. Because both of our chains are robust and vibrant. So if we can now think in terms of these things that we can do with multiple chains that are established, lots of programming can happen on top of it, AI can come into the picture, and we can begin to build trust in a way that we cannot even imagine now. Now, I am purposely purposely, just for my own sake, doing this as future back rather than present forward. There are always two ways to look at things. Think of a long-term dream and see how does it connect with today. Second is, look at what you have today and how do you move forward. If I did present forward, you would catch the idea that I don't know anything much about auditing. But if I do future back, then it seems a little credible, because now I can invite my colleagues on my left to say, hey, I've given you the future back, why don't you do the present forward now? Is that reasonable? Yeah.
Before I pass on the microphone to my auditing colleagues, I want to fire a quick question to Mr. Sharma. And that relates to the discovery system you have spoken about. When one reads about the discovery system, one also reads about the something called symbolic regression. And in auditor's life, one important determination the auditor has to make is to determine whether the company or the entity that he is auditing will remain a going concern in the foreseeable future. And in order to make this determination, he has to analyze different financial as well as non-financial factors. Now, my question to you is that, can this technique called symbolic regression be effectively used to make the auditor's analysis more qualitatively superior? Thank you.
The answer is, for two reasons, it is yes. One, because we have more data. When we have more data, it is easier to predict the individual health of everybody in this room. If I knew longitudinal health history of each of you, don't you think there'll be better predictability as to who will be healthier 1 year from now? Answer is yes. Because you'll have all the data that you need. The second, which is happening in India, which is certainly, it's the basis for a big shift that is taking place in India, which is called cash flow lending, which is saying don't lend based on physical collateral, lend on the basis of information collateral. What you are saying is, because you have the GST data, I, let us say, have 10 invoices outstanding, which I know because of the GST, because they created e-invoices for that. Of the 10 invoices, I took the first invoice. Because of account aggregator, system that's already deployed and growing rapidly in India, I can now go and see that this invoice is actually the 6th invoice to Vivek. Then I go and say, what are the previous 5th invoices paid on time and in full by Vivek? The answer is yes. So it's a reasonable bet to make that this invoice is also going to be paid. So I say this is a high quality invoice. Then I have another invoice that I go, this is my first invoice to him. I don't know how it's going to be paid. And my third invoice, I realize he's never paid me on time. Maybe I supplied defective stuff to him. So it's quite possible that my next invoice will not be paid. Now it's suddenly possible to assemble in real time from these fragments of information the health of my business. And so my health of my business is I have 8 out of 10 good invoices. Next quarter, I may have only 6 out of 10 good invoices. So my business has become less healthy than before. Now I have a dynamic score about my health of my business, which is completely based on data, very little judgment, human judgment involved, and it is already become a basis for making loans to people and short tenor loans to people. It's called short tenor cash flow lending. And perhaps, as many people point out, this is going to be one of the largest growth areas as we go forward. So yes, because we are living in a world of data, and India has invested in creating the data infrastructure, like account aggregator, which is now part of DPDP Act, and therefore will be available to all sectors, you will find that India will be flooded with continental-sized data sets in a way that is safe to use and that is privacy preserving. And this will allow our private sector to build a set of ways to use this that will give us better predictability as we go forward.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. Now, given the time we have, I will request our auditor colleagues to pose one question at least each. Thank you.
Yeah, so Mr. Sharma, thanks for those comments. And you know, for us, I think one thing is very clear that the audit profession is a public interest profession. And therefore, access to data and information should be, in that sense, correlated with the responsibility to protect public interest. Some of the biggest topics that we face in corporate audits and where there have been episodes is diversion of funds, abusive related party transactions. One of the expectations of regulators is we should be able to identify evergreening of transactions. Many of these need data which is not restricted to the entity we audit, but available within the system that you described. How do we create a structure that such information is uploaded to an auditor or is available to an auditor?
I think this is where a collaborative approach between the regulator and the market becomes very important. I will tell you there's a precedence that has been established, right? The precedence is, supposing I'm applying for a loan and you are the lender and you ask me a bunch of information, right? I am not obliged to provide all that to you. What the law says is I cannot lie to you. I cannot say I have a house and I don't have a house, right? So this is in the US in the Hollywood system called taking the fifth, because you have a choice not to give me a loan because I didn't provide all the information, but there's no requirement that as a borrower I'm supposed to provide all the information. But there's a precedence that has been established now twice in India saying that if you are a lender, because lending is about resolving information asymmetry, it is in my interest as a borrower to give you as much of information so that you're motivated to give me a loan. But remember, I may not give you everything that you are interested in, but there's still a case to be made to keep the lending system happy. In public good, it may be necessary for you to have some information that I may choose not to provide correctly at all. What is that called? Credit Bureau. Therefore, what is the reform in the Credit Bureau taking place? Public Credit Bureau, PCB, now called National Financial Inclusion Register. So in India, we have established this principle that for public good, the norms of privacy can be violated, and the Puttaswamy judgment of the Supreme Court of July 2017 has a provision for that, and that has been now activated in many cases. So I am very, very confident that if there is a approach that is taken in collaboration with the regulator, it will be relatively easy to make sure that in those minimal cases where public good needs to be preserved, unconsented information also becomes available to you in an authentic form. Because there is a precedence that has happened, not just in national security, not just for benefits transfer, but it's also happened for lending, so I don't see why it can't happen for financial reporting.
Yeah, so sorry, you made the point on public technology. Public technology today is having a lot of information, but the auditor community doesn't have the wherewithal to absorb it. Large firms do have their own tools, and they do navigate data for their quality, audit quality. How do we look at collaboration with the ICAI, with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, to see how can you create the technology which can be used on a much broader scale? Because you're looking at a very large ecosystem as such.
See, the remarkable thing that if you went back 15 years and you told somebody, including Indians, that India would be a leader in digital public infrastructure, you would agree with me, this would have been completely confounding to people. Today, the reality is that India is the leader in digital public infrastructure. And that digital public infrastructure is public infrastructure. Now, it has taken many forms. It has sometimes come from UIDAI, which is a completely government-owned body. It may have come, like in the case of NPCI and ONDC, which are, you can say, semi-government non-profits. In the case of account aggregator, it has come from Sahamati, which are non-government non-profits. In the case of MOSIP, it has come from a university. But in all the four cases, it meets the criteria of being public technology, right? Now, the point is, India has managed to do it at a scale which nowhere else in the world has been able to do. I think at this time, you are blessed by having, as your chairperson, one of the persons who has built one of the most complicated systems first in Aadhaar and then GST and then applied it in IT. So my sense is that should not be a problem as we go forward, right? Being able to, I don't think what's going to limit us is whether or not we can get this public technology built. I don't think that's going to stop us at all. The question is, do we need this public technology? What will it solve? What's the use case for it? Is it a compelling use case? Should we all collectively go down and make this come to life? So I think the problem is not about building it. The problem is conceiving it in a way that it will be useful as we go forward.
Thank you. I think my colleagues have asked all the right questions. So maybe we can move forward with some experience sharing as well, given that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma, for answering those questions. And I think we'll be taking it forward by maybe making a position paper and more specifically identifying the areas that can have the import of technology. So now we move on to the next part of our panel discussion, which is experience sharing. And I'll invite the three distinguished auditors to present to us how their firms are harnessing technology or have harnessed technology to enhance audit. So let's start with Mr. Subramaniam first.
So thank you very much for that. And I think we are starting off. Mr. Sharma spoke about going from forward to back, and maybe this is a bit of grounding it back to reality of going from front to from where we are and seeing where we are on this journey of the art of the possible that Mr. Sharma put out. I think at this point in time, as a group of firms today, we are focused on automating to the extent we can a lot of the audit tasks. And I think they're really based on three cornerstones of quality. Efficiency on the right-hand side, as you can see, and efficiency more from the view that it just makes lives for our auditors, given that auditors seem to be under a lot of pressure at various points in time from a work-life balance. If we can take away a lot of the repetitive tasks, I think it frees up their time to do something which is more on judgmental areas. And lastly, the most important thing for us is in larger and larger audits, and especially when the geographical spreads are more and it becomes multi-industry, multi-divisional kind of enterprises, how do you standardize your audit procedures? How do we know when you're running a 3,000 person or a 5,000 person outfit or a 10,000 person outfit that the last person, every person does the same work that is expected from the standards that are set by the regulator and following it through to the same degree of detail? And I think there on the left-hand side, we have focused on three broad pieces, the RPAs, the robotic process automation. I think that's well underway. There is a lot of data analytics, which I will share with you, which we've rolled out. And I think AI, Gen AI, LLM, these are kind of used, overused, abused type of lingos of today. But yes, I mean, we are taking some baby steps. I would put it in that direction because you need to be a bit more careful of what would be the evolving techno regulations in that space. Just building on that, I think as we speak today, I think just on the assurance side itself, I think three platforms. One is in the controls work, because the reality is that a lot of our audit clients use very sophisticated enterprise systems. So it could be on SAP, Oracle, PeopleSoft, different technologies. I think the controls that are built in, because finally audit is nothing, but when the directors put out there, the preparers put out there that these financial statements are true and fair, what's the system of controls, starting from the entity level controls, right, permeating through their ERP systems, the preparation of books and records. I think our controls testing, we have automated parts of it, whether it is for the SAP environment, the way the controls framework is set up there, aspects around revenue recomputation. There are tools which have been set up on segregation of duties, because there could be configuration of controls that have been set up in the different authorization and delegation of authority processes. But when you look at organizations, the auditees may have thousands of users of these ERP softwares. How do you know that there aren't conflicting roles? So we've got tools which we have deployed to, rather than doing test check. So we're moving away. Given, I think the main piece which I want to communicate out here is even in the control side of the house, your technology is allowing us to move away from testing sample-based tests to some parts where we are able to look at the spread, the way the configuration of controls is, the way the delegation of authority has been set up. You run tools like SAP Control Suite, or on the right-hand side, the SOD analyzer in the pattern fraud recognition bucket. I think that's broadly what we are doing, which is already in play. On the right-hand side, we also have in play typical anomaly detection. I think trying to get to where you are in the future that you've painted, but this is more at an enterprise level where you look at different data sets. You are able to, I think you can pull out from different ERP. Even in the second bullet point, even third one, which is the JET tool, which is journal entry testing tool. That is even applicable for places which are on simple Tally type of environments, right? Because Tally is still a very versatile software. Every transaction in Tally is effectively a journal entry or a financial transaction, the way we look at it. And we are able to actually pull out a lot of data out of that, and then we have standard tools which we have deployed. The advantage of all of these, the pattern of fraud recognition tools which we have put out there on the right-hand side, is it helps you at least to look at pattern of the entire population, to then query what could be the anomalies out there. So for example, if I'm able to look at it, whether it's through Journal Analyzer or the JET tool, I could question for what's an unusual account combination. I may view that an unusual account combination could be something like a debit to a purchase account, but a credit to cash, because this is not an entity where cash is ever paid out. It always goes through a vendor account. So that's the way we've set up these. Are we using these to move into a artificial intelligence-based system? Because once you've set this up and you have pattern of this data, how it is moving over 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, you have the ability to do that. Some parts of it we have, and I'll just go to the next slide to just explain that. But that's broadly. The other important piece for us is also on the bottom. I think the assurance or the audit job that we do also requires that the way we build the story of audit has to have certain built-in controls. And here is where our auditing software, or what we keep investing in, is very important for us. I think making sure that the documentation is contemporaneous, it is done to the same level of detail by every member of the audit team. It has also got tools built in which leave a track of who has done that documentation or performed that work, and at what point in time, on what date, who has reviewed it, who has corrected it. I think these are the integrity checks, what we call as integrity checks, so that it provides some degree of integrity as to whether the audit storybook is true or false, or how much can one rely on, because finally that is also very important to build trust in the ecosystem, because if we are auditors, to provide trust to the ecosystem, we also need to be trusted. And I think we have found technology very helpful there, because I think the more you use manual work papers, it is always subject to lack of control, and it becomes difficult to demonstrate to a third party that we have maintained all possible kinds of checks and balances. In that sense, I would actually say that COVID has been good. I think COVID actually pushed us very, very hard to automate many, many aspects of our audit process. So in that sense, we would say, for all the other ills of COVID, especially on some of these things on audit technology tools, deploying some of these pattern recognition, as well as making sure that the functionalities of our audit file itself is far enhanced, it's really helped. And on the what's coming and what we're really working on furiously is I think, given that we are very, very aware that there is an India stack, and aspects like the GSTI and Traces database, the DGFT databases, they offer a lot of external data points. We are also very aware that the technical guide, which we worked with the ICAI to work on the digital assurance part of it, it's only a technical guide. I mean, that's where it is. We could, at some point in time, look at should it actually be a part of SA 500 audit evidence that we can debate. But I think, given that there are all these externalities which are available through this public infrastructure, we have actually put in place, especially on the substantive analytics, the middle column, how can we just not use the entire sales and purchase, since that's getting effectively, it's like a national blockchain, I mean, the way we are reading it. Since you do have a national blockchain on sales and purchase, can you bring this in a way which you can show is capable of reperformance standards, and use that. So that's our GSTN data reconciliation tool as well as the export reconciliation tool that we are currently working on. Which also then the other big advantage of this one is that a part of our substantive work, we are able to do it at a population level rather than at a sample level. I think that is a big one. And the last piece on complaints analyzer, this is an interesting area that we are working through. This has got to do a lot with whistleblower complaints that could be coming up if they're reported in every company. And we're trying to take a leaf from the future that you're painting, the fraud recognition part of it. But at least can we start collating, getting all of those whistleblower complaints within the enterprise level to find out if there's a pattern emerging over months, years in specific areas. The last piece I would always just leave behind is, I think this is where, how do you can do a lot of things with data, and if you're able to compare data and use data across clients, it gives you the advantage of big data analysis. But at the same point in time, we are conscious that there are significant client confidentiality rules today, which may require that, which require that you cannot use some of the client data even for secondary analysis purposes under the current regime that we are in. So I think that is one place which we will look forward to see how we can use data across. After appropriate anonymizing, can you use it at least for secondary comparisons? But that's broadly the way we are looking at it. And Sharmaji, thank you so much. I know you did talk about Brahmastra, and you're here between watchdogs and bloodhounds, but you're in good company, I'll say that. I'll make it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Subramaniam. Mr. Soni from BSF.
Yeah, thank you. So we conduct our audit technology initiatives through an audit innovation center. Our objectives are quite similar to what Vivek described, and I will not repeat efficiency standards. I'll just talk about some of the additional features which I think any technology program in an audit firm should have. So one is intelligent automation used for efficiency, data analytics is used more for risk assessment and substantive procedures. One thing we do is we have an innovation center which develops and evaluates the use of new technology. Once that is ready and is at industrial scale, we actually transfer it to a delivery center. Today, we have almost 20% of our audit workforce in a delivery center, which actually delivers technology which is already well established. So there are routines that they perform to scale. It also fosters a culture of innovation. So we run hackathons and we run internal programs to tell our people, can you suggest how we can use technology better? Sometimes the best ideas of what you can do with technology come from the interns on the job. And of course, L&D is another focus. One important element of deployment on technology in audit firms is the governance that you have on that. And that's an issue which has also been raised by the IFR, is what is your governance? Have you validated that the tool is fit for purpose? You see, it looks nice, I've deployed this tool, but did it go through a test process to say, is it fit for purpose? Does it meet the need of the auditing standards? Does it protect client confidentiality? So we have an independent team, independent of the innovation team, which actually sits in our professional practice, which looks at what we are deploying and endorses or certifies that it's fit for purpose. I won't go through the tools. Many of these are quite similar to what Vivek mentioned. We use a workflow, which, and I think we discussed earlier today that audit methodology, is it a set of rules or principles? And I think the increasing view is it is a set of rules. So we have a workflow which embeds audit standard rules. And so we are likely to be in line with the workflow process. So we use a number of tools. We've developed a checklist application. The checklist application, we actually answer questions on a particular client so that the checklist becomes relevant to that client. The review mechanism by partners and managers can be done through that application, which eventually can get uploaded as part of audit documentation. We use another tool called Pixis to ensure our audit reports are standardized. Any change that is made to that audit report will immediately trigger an approval mechanism within the firm. So that's like a control that we've put in place. On data analytics, journal entry testing, IFR did a study on the use of technology by auditors, and 100% of the respondents said they were using it for journal entry testing. So it's almost now like a given. But I want to mention a bit about AI transaction scoring. That is currently for us in a pilot stage. One of the issues we have with use of AI in the context of audit is it must satisfy two tests. Is it explainable and is it reliable? And very often the problem with AI or using this public information AI is it's not explainable. What's the logic that the AI deployed? So if I query, even today when I ask a question, It looks like a good answer, but if I was to explain to a regulator, he'll say, how do you know they use the right data set? So we are trying to find a way that we will use AI within a defined data set, which is within our controls and where we can rely. So that's the kind of work we are doing. We've got a number of bespoke routines, including use of some public data, which is available. We think that's very powerful. The Institute also came out with a recommendation to use that. So for example, for struck-off companies, we actually have an algorithm to identify struck-off companies, which is a reporting obligation that we have. Having said that, it's not all hunky-dory. There are challenges in the deployment of technology, and I think that's probably something I would like to highlight. The one is the fact that it's just changing continuously. So you develop something today, tomorrow there is something new. The other is cost, and I'm glad Mr. Kotak raised this issue about fees in the morning, because very often in audit, people are used to an hourly basis of charge out. Say, oh, you spent so many hours. Your hours are coming down, but no one's factoring in that hours are coming down because we are using technology, which is expensive. And it's not only expensive to develop the technology, mere storage cost is expensive. Just keeping large amounts of data is very expensive. The other issue is data availability. We love to deploy as much of analytics and avoid sampling, but companies are not geared up to always provide data in that same format. If sometimes they are geared up, they are concerned about confidentiality. They say, aapko pehle 25 sample de rahe the, that was good, but now you want my 12 months data. What if it goes to a competitor? And that's a valid concern. So we try to find working models that we can deploy analytics on client side. But those are some of the challenges. The auditing standards are kind of neutral to deployment of tools. They are not preventive. So as you can see, all the firms are deploying technology, but they don't encourage it either. And I think there is a global recognition that auditing standards should kind of start acknowledging and more prescribe some of the tools that can be deployed. And lastly is mindset and awareness. We have the tools, but sometimes the companies are not willing for you to deploy them, and sometimes the auditors are not willing to deploy them, and sometimes auditors who deploy the technology do what they always did plus deploy the technology. So that becomes very expensive as well. So I think those were the points I wanted to highlight on the use of technology.
Thank you, Mr. Soni. Mr. Ahuja from SLBC.
Sure, I think I'll try and focus on the forward, because we covered what is currently happening. So this is more of an evolution of our audit cycle, right? We had analog, doing manual work. Now we are in the digital audit phase. All of us, large firms, are doing audits using tools and data. I think what we're looking at is what is the future. The future is, again, how do we look at AI or data to be able to do a better audit than what we are currently doing. And in this, there's a lot of development which is currently underway. Some pilots are in progress. And I'll just touch upon some of the solutions in the following slides. I think this is more of a holistic view of looking at audit, right? When you're looking at audit not only at data analytics, but at all phases of the audit, be it scope and strategy, looking at routine transactions, and more importantly, looking at judgments and estimates. So you spoke about fraud, you spoke about going concern, you spoke about estimates. These are the areas where data is extremely critical to be looked at from the past to future perspective. So here, cognitive computing and artificial intelligence helps us looking at predictive analysis and looking at what is coming our way. So that's an area which is again an area of focus to look at judgmental areas. Routine, I will not take too much time. I think both Vivek and Sudhir have spoken about that. But I think as firms, a fair bit of work is happening on analyzers, bespoke analytics, document intelligence. For example, in document intelligence, we also have tools which help you look at the authenticity of the document by looking at machine learning. So if a document has been doctored, then you can at least run a tool and see what is the issue in that document. So we are looking at those tools from an anti-fraud perspective as well. But it's important that this kind of developments are kind of more broad-based in implementation. I think the one you see on the in predictive analysis on the pilots you are doing currently on general ledger anomaly detection. This is an area where we use, again, the models of looking at the keywords on emails to identify if there are any issues which come up on fraud. So again, normally you would do the discovery analysis which Sir spoke about. You would do it in different techniques. We have tools available which, with select keywords, you can pull out the relevant information at the press of a button. So it's again something which are running as pilots across the world, and we do hope to get them into our Indian audits in the next year or so. And last but not the least, I'll just spend some time on this one. I think We've done digital audits today, but the important point is how do you go to smart audits? And what I want to cover is the right-hand side, the process mining side of it. In process mining, what we do is we look at the company's data, not from the point of view of information or numbers, but how the transaction was processed. This is where we are able to identify issues of segregation of duty or control gaps. So in this, we also look at what changes were made to a data field and also looking at whether there's a fraudulent change or was it a change which was required by the business. This element of process mining is also giving us rich information as to how do companies operate their business processes and not only numbers. So I think this is what all we are doing. I think, as I said, all the firms are investing heavily in this. And it's a question of how we see this evolve in the next couple of years is what we are looking at.
Thank you, Mr. Ahuja. Thank you, gentlemen, for that extremely useful experience sharing. So so we have heard what is being done, at least in Big Three. We've also heard what should be done or what could be done from our technology lead. As a takeaway of this panel discussion, what we try is to put together a discussion paper or position paper for wider dissemination to have a sense of the direction in which the industry should be going. So thanks a lot. We have some time for questions now. The session is open for question and answers. So kindly raise your hand, identify yourself, and also mention to which panelists your question is directed at. Yes, the gentleman at the back. Yes, you are.
Smaller firms get this thing happen, and how this public dissemination of technology and all these public platforms can help in this process, because this is going to be the crux of audit and quality of audit going forward.
I would say that first there has to be an idea, and then how do you implement the idea? So for example, Excel is also very powerful a tool. If you look at the data out from Excel, you could do what we would do using analyzers of comparing with eBay bills. So it's a question of intention and the idea. Once you have the idea, you'll come with a solution. But I do agree that at an ICI level or an institutional level, there should be some initiative around it.
Yeah, I agree with Govind. And in fact, I remember when we started off this technology thing, a lot of it is to be just ability to download data into Excel and try to do different kinds of analysis on that. Even, we described what's our proprietary workflow tool, but there are actually workflow tools available in the market which you can actually customize for your methodology. So I believe it's possible for even smaller firms to apply technology.
See, if we were doing public technology, the beauty in the Indian approach is that it allows everybody to participate, right? And because in India, we thought COVID was a great example where everybody could do COVID application, whether you are, because there was an assisted mode that was available. So I'll give you another example, which is what I'm hoping will also happen. Many of us, like me, traveled on a plane to get here. There's a fundamental reinvention of aviation safety that happened in the 70s. Till the 70s, the number of fatalities on the million passenger miles flown was growing. And then people got worried. They said, hey, this is not working. Can we reimagine this? Not at the individual airline level, not at the pilot level, but at the sector level. And they did. And aviation safety, the number of fatalities for every million passenger miles has been going down for the last 40 years. Because you can judge for yourself, the number of passenger miles flown has gone up dramatically in the last 40 years. And if it had remained the same, we would be having twice as much fatalities as we were having 10 or 20 years ago. We are not. Why? Because there's this race. The race is the number of fatalities, net fatalities is coming down because the passenger mile fatality rate is coming down. But for that to happen, you had to go back and reimagine aviation safety. And so why I am saying is that this is the time for us to go back and reimagine not just the old way of doing audits with automation, but the auditing method itself. Because if you really think of it, you know, and this is something I'm suggesting to you which is not outlandish. We have, at this time in India, on a peak day, we have about 600 commercial aircraft in the air. I can tell you 10 years from now, we may have 1 million drones in the air. So India is one of the leaders in something called unmanned traffic management. And that policy is called Digital Sky. It is proactive, it is more advanced than what is there in Europe or in US or for that matter in China. Now, it may not be right because time will tell whether our approach is better than other people's approach. But there's nothing that is preventing us from thinking about it deeply and figuring out what would it be. Now, obviously, there can't be an air traffic controller coordinating all the drones. That's not a workable solution at all. So you have triaged the problem and dealt with it very differently. So I want to leave this idea open that in addition to the present forward incremental changes that we are all talking about, let us open ourselves to future back changes which will allow us to rethink this completely, but in a way that is available to small companies as much as it is, small audit firms as much as it's available to big audit firms.
Thank you. You want to come in?
If I can just make one point in, you know, one of the challenges, as you said, for not only small firms, I think for all firms is, as you can realize now, there can't be an audit without technology. You know, I think auditing around the system is no longer an option. It has to be through the system. And one important regulatory support that could possibly be is the multidisciplinary firms. Now, whereas in ICAI has done it to some extent, it's not yet seen full success. But eventually, you have to be able to provide even people in technology and others in the firm an ability to progress through the firm to partnership. So MDPs will actually facilitate the growth, I think, or application of technology in audit. I'm also just conscious of the concern about independence, saying, you know, if you start having other skills, will they do other things? I think the approach that NFRA has taken so far is, on your client, don't do any other non-audit service, but you can do it for others, which are non-clients. The advantage is you have access to that in the course of an audit as well. You know, so that's just a thought I would like to leave.
And I think that also becomes even more important because we've been talking a lot about financial statements audit, and I think as we move into the world of ESG and all the BRSR reporting that's happening, a lot of that comes off from not the traditional SAP and the Oracles, but of other types of operating systems. And that's actually quite different. And there you do need a lot of, again, technologies to actually test whether those systems are providing good output or not on different parameters of BRSR. So we will, something like that is quite important. Actually.
But you know, building on what you said, there's one simple thing that is available. For example, you do transaction anomaly reporting. That's going to be an AI system, right? So you have FATF requires that you have an inward remittance, you must do a payment anomaly analysis. Now imagine that if that was being done only with the pool of transactions that a certain bank is familiar with, that is going to be less efficient than a system that has been trained on many banks. Now what the regulator can now do in a privacy preserving way is to provide the mechanism for this to happen, that any private firm, let's say, I'm just picking on you because you're sitting next to me, that PwC can train its transaction anomaly system on multiple companies because that system is available to anybody who wants to use it. So it's still private models that you've created, but on having the network effect. Now, I'm not talking about something which is radical. For example, in the health claim exchange, which is part of the ABDM, you know, you want to identify fake claims that are there. Those claims engines are being trained on, so an Apollo hospital is getting the benefit of having to train its engine on its competitors' claims because they don't get to see the claims, completely privacy preserving, but the claim detection engine is acting on network data rather than on market
entity data. And that improves the quality of claims quite substantially, or anomaly detection quite substantially, and therefore it's beneficial to the whole ecosystem because you're catching fraudsters much more easily than would have been possible. So there are many, many opportunities for us to look at, which are low-hanging fruit as we go forward.
Yeah. Sorry, may I?
You know, this is a very interesting topic, and you know, how do the small firms, you know, the access to these technology? Because you know, three of you have mentioned it's a great technology, great tool, but then the question that was asked, that how does a small firm gets access to these things? Because after all, you know, we have a wide range of clients, the companies to be audited. And then there are all kinds of firms, audit firms. So here I would like to draw upon my two experiences. You know, in the GSTN, when you know I was in GSTN, so that time we thought of coming out with the concept of e-invoice. Now the e-invoice, so all the large companies, they were able to set up the system. They could, you know, take the help of PwC or Ernst & Young or KPMG, and then they could say that, all right, you know, we will be able to do that. But total number of the GST companies was about somewhere around 1 crore 10 lakhs. Out of that, almost in phase-wise, almost 80–90% of them were supposed to generate their invoices through the electronic system. So that is where what the Sarad said, that we came with a concept called, we said that, all right, we will have something, kind of an API on a central server, right? And where the smaller companies could go and then generate their API. So that's one model, right? Then in Aadhaar, when we were saying that Aadhaar authentication, like, you know, your identity has to be authenticated. Now again, you know, there are big companies, you know, the banks can set up a direct connection with the Aadhaar server and then they can get the authentication done. But how does a small entity or the startup, you know, gets access to Aadhaar server? And it is not possible for them. So that is why we thought of a concept called authentication service agencies. So they were basically essentially the private, you know, the entities. And we said that let there be 6–7 authentication service agencies. They will be given connection to the Aadhaar server, and they in turn will offer their services on, of course, the commercial terms, and there will be a competition to the authentication user agencies. So we have all these models. So that's what, you know, Sarad mentioned, that how do you transform any technology platform into a public good and public platform? Right, and that is where, you know, you drive the maximum use. And then, you know, the way it is done, the privacy of information is also protected to that extent. And then, so all those things can be thought of. So I thought that, you know, when this question was being, you know, asked, I mean, that's another angle. And to what extent, you know, those concepts could be used in, you know, in these areas also. This is something that, you know, we can all, you know, think together. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think the lady over there wanted to ask a question. Okay, you done? Okay. Oh, over there.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Vandana Saxena-Poria. I'm from the Institute of Chartered Accountants, England and Wales. The kinds of skills that the next generation are going to have to develop to be able to deal with these technology tools are quite different. And I'd be interested in asking the panels, what do you think are the most important skills that the next generation are going to need to learn to not just be able to use these tools, but to be sure they're credible and trustworthy?
So maybe I will have a go at it, because we've been debating this for the last few years, and it's not that it has suddenly come onto our doorstep. I think some of these technology changes, we've been anticipating it, and I think it has come in at the pace at which we have been anticipating it. That's the way I would put it. It's not that it's sprung a surprise on us. The way we look at this profession, especially I think from future, I think there's a lot of talk about technologists and, you know, coders and programmers, and there might be anxiety that do we all need to just become technologists to be auditors. We think that the skills will be more required around areas on judgment, Because a lot of what technology does is it actually takes away a lot of the repetitive work. It takes away a lot of, it gives you the ability to analyze massive data streams, and you're going to have some of these AI type models which are anyway giving you those patterns, and they're spoon feeding you. I think the ability to take all of that and have sensible and strong conversations with clients and getting them to do the right thing, I think it involves a lot of, I think given if you have a base level of curiosity, the keenness and openness to whether you make your own technology or buy your own technology or hire technology, I think there is enough and more happening in that space. I think we will have to be more focused on bringing it all together and actually being able to push that the right positions with our entire ecosystem and getting to the right answer. So it's going to be a lot more of human and judgment skills as long as you have curiosity. That's broadly the skill set level, and not from a qualification level I'm coming to.
You know, I'll build on what Vivek is saying. I think prediction is going to get commoditized. Judgment will therefore become important. So you want to find, in fact, I participate, it took me 3 years to be part of something called the Judgment Project. There is a US competition that takes place, you can look it up, and you have to compete to become part of the team, and the team, which is actually the open platform where anybody can compete to become part of the team, has been the winning team for the last 7 years, right? So judgment is a learned skill. It doesn't happen automatically, right? It is something that you've got to learn, practice, apply, right? So therefore that I fully agree with you. I would encourage many of you to look up the Judgment Project. It's run by University of Pennsylvania. The second is, you know, earlier it was good to know how to use a tool. Let's say Excel. Can you be a good Excel user? Now what is going to get commoditized because of AI is tool making itself. So look for people who can develop the tools that are necessary in-house, because tool making is going to become easier. And again, many companies are finding way to screen them as you do that, right? So this is, I'm not saying you don't hire CAs, of course you hire CAs, but among the pool of CAs that you hire, you could optimize for these kind of people who are more predisposed to tool making and more predisposed to better judgments.
Thanks, Mr. Sharma. I think we may have time for one more question.
Sorry, I've been waiting for quite some time. If I can just ask the question. It's actually related to what was being said. Sudhir had made the point about the standards of audit not being very prescriptive on the tools and the technologies that can be used. And I think what we are hearing consistently from all the panelists is how you can use some of those tools and products to ensure that there's maximum time left for judgment. But I think when we look at the whole, what would the expectation be, and how would you balance it against this slightly broad and nebulous concept of professional skepticism, which is like running through as a scheme? So even if you have used all these tools, at the end of the day, if something does go wrong, can the auditor really say that this is the tool that I relied upon to do this work? And particularly when the standards of audit don't necessarily recognize that. Thank you. I'm Vinati from AZB and Partners.
May I? I have bad news for you. I'll give you 2 examples. I used to live in New Jersey. See, one of the place where discretion is used is by judges. Ye bail terms kya honge? I'm talking in the US context. Because they have to make a professional judgment whether this person will come back or not, or he'll run away, right? And so they look at the whole thing, the hulia of the person, the way the person is talking, what the track record is, and they have enormous discretion on what the bail terms will be in most jurisdictions. Certainly this is the case in New Jersey. So the New Jersey said, maybe, you know what, we'll give you an AI system which will assist you. You don't have to follow the recommendation. We'll just assist you. Now it turns out that the AI system outperforms the human judges. So now the judges are up in arms because they're saying we don't need to have you do this because we can do this with the system itself. They're very, very scary, right? I'll give you another example. If you're a Fortune 500 general counsel, you have every day a decision to make. Should I settle this case or should I litigate this case? You know, you say, who's the person litigating with me, who's the lawyer, which judge is it with, what kind of case is it, what has been the previous judgments. There's a lot of thought process goes, and very large numbers are associated with that, right? So if they make bad judgments, they have to pay hundreds of millions of dollars usually. If they have to settle, they have to pay hundreds of millions of dollars usually. So it's not an easy thing to do. You know, then people came up with a system, it's called Isabel. Unfortunately, that's performing better than the Fortune 500 general counsels. Now, general counsels are up in arms because others are saying, hey, why do we have to pay you so much? Because the system describes this situation better than you do. So look, this judgment is got to be with new things that you're talking about. You know, what will happen is the judgment for old things that you're talking about, which is this an anomalous transaction? Is this a related party transaction? All that will eventually move to AI. But it'll lead to new classes of problems that we are talking about. And therefore, you must keep your eye open to these new classes of problems where tacit knowledge has to be built. And eventually, that tacit knowledge also, like chess and Go, will go into AI, and AI will become better than you. So it has to change the way you think about the world. As you go forward, you have to, therefore, focus on new classes of tacit knowledge and the judgment that comes. Old classes of tacit knowledge are going to be codified. I'm sorry to say that is the reality today.
We must stop here for the next session to start in time. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time and very nice edition.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, before we close this session, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Amit Jain, Chief General Manager, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation to all our eminent panelists. We present to Mr. Sharad Sharma, co-founder, iSpirit Foundation. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for your valuable insights. We present to Mr. Govind Ahuja, Partner and Professional Practice Director, SR Batliboi and Associates LLP. Thank you, sir. We present to Mr. Sudhir Soni, Head of Audit, BSR and Company, LLP. We present a token of gratitude to Mr. Vivek Subramanian, Partner, Pricewaterhouse & Co. And in the end, we would like to do the honors of presenting to our session chair, Dr. P.K. Tiwari, full-time member, NFRA. Thank you, sir, for wonderfully moderating this session and bringing out all those valuable insights. Thank you, Mr. Jain, for doing the honors. And may I request for a group photograph, please, sir, of the eminent panel on the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, we would request you all to kindly remain seated as we straight away move to the next session. The next session is also a panel discussion session. We would request you to just give us a few minutes while we arrange the top table for the next session. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, the next session, the panel 2, is on investor protection and their perspective on audit regulation. May I request everyone to kindly remain seated? So ladies and gentlemen, the topic for the next session is investor protection and their perspective on audit regulation. And may I invite on the panel our distinguished moderator, Mr. Sunil Sanghai, founder and CEO at Nova One Capital Private Limited and Chair FICCI Capital Markets Committee. So let's put our hands together to welcome sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sunil Sanghai brings over 3 decades of experience in investment banking, specializing in M&A and capital markets advisory across diverse sectors, specializing in M&A and with a comprehensive skill set encompassing investment banking, corporate finance, core banking, project finance. And Mr. Sunil is well equipped to navigate complex financial landscapes, and he's a rank holder chartered accountant. A warm welcome to you, sir. I have the privilege in inviting our eminent panelist, Professor R. Narayanaswamy, part-time member, NFRA. Professor Narayanaswamy was with IIMB since 1986 and was on independent director and chairman and member of the audit committee and member of a committee on high-value frauds, remuneration, willful defaulters, and CSR of Bank of Baroda. Was a special invitee on the accounting standards boards and the auditing and assurance standards board. And ladies and gentlemen, in July 2006, Business Today named him one of the top 3 professors in IIMB and one of the top business school professors in India. A warm welcome to you, sir. May I now invite our panelists, Mr. Anant Narayanji, who is a whole-time member, Security and Exchange Board of India, looking after Market Regulation Department, Alternative Investment Fund and Foreign Portfolio Investors Department, Enforcement Inquiries and Adjudication Department, Office of Investor Assistant and Education, and Department of Economic and Policy Analysis. Mr. Anant has also served on several RBI and SEBI committees and working groups. A warm welcome to you, sir. I have the privilege in inviting Mr. Peter Hofbauer. He's head APAB, Audit Oversight Body, Austria, chair of Investors and Other Stakeholders Working Group of the International Forum of Independent Audit Regulators. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Sir has more than 10 years as auditor at a Big 4 unit firm and just under 20 years in banking, covering different roles as CFO. Is the current chair of the Investor and Other Stakeholder Working Groups of the FIAR. And ladies and gentlemen, a proud privilege to invite our panelist, Mr. Nilesh Shah. Mr. Nilesh Shah is the member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister EAC PM, Government of India, and is a member of COBOSAC Committee of SEBI, board member of AMFI, Association of Mutual Funds of India, and has over 3 decades of experience in capital market and has managed fund across equity, fixed income and real estate for local and global investors. He's a gold medalist chartered accountant and a merit ranking cost accountant. So let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome all our eminent panelists on the dais. So ladies and gentlemen, once again a warm welcome to the panel discussion session on investor protection and their perspectives on audit regulation. In this session, we will explore a crucial topic that intersects investor protection, audit regulation, and the financial ecosystem. And may I now hand over to our distinguished moderator, sir, Mr. Sunil Sanghai, to kindly carry forward the proceedings of the session. And the time duration, sir, would be about 50 to 55 minutes max. And that includes your opening and closing remarks, deliberations by all our eminent panelists, and if time permits, we will open the house for the question and answers. Over to you,
sir. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to compliment NFRA for inviting us and choosing a topic which we thought is a topic which is generally not really picked up. Combination of audit and investor. While investors are the biggest user of the audit, if you talk to anybody in the investing community, they would say first thing they look at is the audit report. But this combination, this conversation has never happened as to audit regulator, and the investor, the combination. So I must compliment NFRA to really, to think about this kind of conference and also to pick up this topic. And second compliment is for inviting the panelist, which is absolutely the right balance. Our Indian regulator is sitting right in the middle, if you can see. Mr. Anand Raman is a great combination. I'm not going to repeat the introduction which was made, but a good combination of somebody from the market. He is, those who do not know, he was a star bond trader. If we needed anything on the bond market at any point of time, we will reach out to him, whether he was in Stand Chart or Deutsche Bank. And from there now, regulator. So unfortunately, we have an insider into the regulatory body. We have another global regulator, Mr. Magister Peter Hofbauer. Just to explain, Peter, you have to grant this to me, to this audience, what does this magister means? This is the academic degree, as if you have a doctorate, if a PhD, you have a doctor. Similarly, it's magister. Peter, I hope you don't mind if I call you Peter. He's equivalent to NFRA in Austria. So he is head of NFRA Austria, if I can term it. That is easy. Nilesh is an eminent investor. He moves the market. And all of us has been taught by Professor Narayana Swamy at IIM Bangalore. So great combination of academicians, the market practitioners, the regulator, the global regulator. So this is the second very beautiful thing which is happening with this conference. I will keep my remarks short because some time out of our panel has already been cut down. We have now 55 minutes. And I do want to come to all of you because your opinion and the views are important. What I'm trying to do, in our pre-panel discussion, we had a conversation that with this panel, if I leave them to do their opening comments, we will not left with any time. So we thought it's better that we actually assign some topics and we have some themes which is actually bothering all of us or is there on the top of our mind. And let's get their views on those themes. And this exactly goes back to some of the sessions which had happened earlier. And so I will split this into 3 themes, if that's okay with you all, and get your opinion on that. The first theme which comes to my mind is related to, whenever we talk of any corporate, when we talk about anything which is happening in society, first question will come to our mind, who is the auditor? We will never ask who is the board, who is the chairman, who is the banker, who is the advisor, who is the consultant. The first question to everyone's mind will be, who is the auditor? Whenever something wrong has happened, in my career, I was looking at right from starting with Enron. I had nothing to do with Enron, by the way. It just happened. Or Satyam, for example, 2009, I was a banker subsequently to restructure Satyam and sell, or IIFL, or many other example. The first question will come to our mind is, who is the auditor? When something goes right, I'm not sure anybody actually checks with who's the auditor. So picking up from there, if that is the importance of the auditor and the audit, so my first thing is that what do people in a different area expect from the auditor? Let me contextualize this. When we are talking about what is the expectation from the auditor, means is audit profession fulfilling its job? Is it giving us what we are really looking for? It is serving our purpose, or are we looking at something different? For example, Satyam, the 2 clear things which came out now, the regulators are looking at that and working on it. Satyam was a classic case of related party transaction and the asset which were not existence, right? Those could have been checked and verified. It wasn't the question of the board, etc. So what is our expectation from the auditor? Starting with our Indian regulator and then going to likewise. So Mr. Anand Raman, if I can come to you, what is the expectation as a regulator? And if you also can change the hat and put your hat back as a bond trader when you used to trade on the company's bond, right? The audit input would be extremely important, the way the rating agencies input are or the research analyst inputs are. what was your expectation from the auditor at that point of time?
Thanks a lot, Sunil. Please don't listen to all that he's saying. We all paid him to say all those nice things about us. First of all, congratulations to NFRA. I want to join Sunil in complimenting NFRA for having put this theme together. And I also want to compliment the work that NFRA is doing. In fact, I took a straw poll at SEBI before I came, and I can tell you the feedback as a fellow regulator, a sister regulator, is extremely positive. We are very, very enthused by the progress that NFRA is making. More power to you, sir, and to the entire team. To your point, Sunil, and the question, expectations from auditors. As a SEBI person, and I'm not going to wear my bond trader hat, I think our auditor's ideal job is to make a regulator's role partly redundant. We should not exist if the auditor is doing his job or her job. There are a few obvious things that we look for in an auditor. You know, we're often asked the question, should you have principle-based regulations or should you have prescriptive regulations? We flip it when it comes to the auditor. We would like you to do both and, you know, adhere to both and tell us what the principal issues as well are. Professional skepticism comes naturally to you, and we want and expect that that should be adhered to. Trust but verify has to be the principle that auditors actually apply everywhere. And in today's day and age, you should be using technology to ensure that it's no longer a sample-based audit, but actually a 100% based audit. So a huge ask is, please give us assurance that everything has been checked and that you've used technology to do so. The second thing would be, you know, there is a wealth of data now available, which we use for surveillance, which we use for doing our own supervision. You can use a bit of that to ensure that that your audit quality is embellished. For instance, when it comes to related party transactions, you'll be surprised how much of information can be simply used, brought out by simply using Google. Okay? And we can talk more about it when we talk about technology. So that's the other part. The third part I would expect from auditors is, you know, when numbers come out, they give an air of finality, that this is the profit, this is the balance sheet, this is the asset value, and so on and so forth. Whereas in reality, we all know that in businesses, there is a fair amount of haze around lots of things, including the current valuation, including the future prospects. Wherever there is uncertainty, we would like the auditor to try and clarify on that and expand on that. You know, so don't limit it to one number and say, I've ticked the box and I've got the valuation done and here it is. If you think there is a range which could apply, tell us about it. So in short, I want a combination of Superman and Spider-Man and all of that put together. Professional skepticism, trust but verify, use technology for 100% checks, use technology to check some of the surroundings around the businesses, and wherever there is a doubt, please clarify that. If you do all of this, I can assure you half of SEBI probably can pack up our bags and go home.
Magister Peter.
Thank you very much, and thank you for promoting me to a similar PhD. It's not a PhD, it's one grade below a PhD, the Magister, but it's an old Austrian title somebody gets before we joined the European Union, and now the system is a little bit different. About what is the expectation? To my background, I'm sitting here as a chairman of the Investors and Other Stakeholders Working Group of IFIA, and this group has the task to connect the regulators with the community of, let's say, the customers of the audited financial statements. And we say it's investors and other stakeholders, because investors is one part, other stakeholders could be public interest, journalists, NGOs, the government, or else. And then we discovered that there is a big difference between investors and audit committee members. So we have in our advisory group, we have different members. We have academics, we have investors, we have analysts, and we have also audit committee members. And the first thing I learned there, that audit quality is something which is, to be very blunt, not of interest. Because it's a prerequisite. Everybody expects that an audit is done in highest quality. It's like when you're sitting in a plane, you expect to land safely. You do not expect to have any troubles on the plane. You do not expect to have troubles on a train, and you do not expect to have, maybe you have a little change in the schedule, but you will not get any harm. And you expect safety from an atomic power plant. And so you expect it also from an audited financial statement. So investors usually, what I've seen in these 7 years now, they are not so interested in how the auditor works, because that's the job of the auditor and how it is done. So thank you very much for your expectation, because you were already detailed. But a lot of people, even in audit committees, if they're not financial experts, they don't know what they have to expect from the auditor. And that's a little bit an educational problem. And the other is the low interest of a good audit for a good balance sheet. So if you have a very good balance sheet, and I don't mean a balance sheet with high profit and high equity, I mean a true and fair view balance sheet or accounts. If this very good drawn up balance sheet has a very good audit, who cares? Even if it has a bad audit, who cares? The only thing where the public interest and the interest of everybody comes if a bad balance sheet meets a bad audit and a mistake has not been discovered. Then everybody asks, as you said, who is the auditor? And here, this is the reason, unfortunately, like it is, that we regulators exist, and we have to prevent the bad audits. So we have to make inspections, and we have to make examinations and other measures to prevent bad audits. Because we, I think, are the only interested in good audits, even if there are good balance sheets. Thank you.
Just picking up, Nilesh, before I come to you, this because you are the biggest user, as an investor, biggest user of the audit report, and the point which Peter made, that the quality of the audit report, in any case, you can't judge the quality. What you do as an investor is, let's say you rely on the research report, you go through the research report, you look at the rating agency report, etc. Is there any way, and you also rank the research analyst, and therefore the market value gets determined based on the investor's ranking. Is there any way we can start thinking of ranking the auditors so that the quality improves? What I'm trying to also do is to get some pointers for NFRA as they think as an audit regulator. So what are the new areas which they can actually implement? We can give some ideas to them.
Thank you, NFRA, for having me over here. Nowadays, investors don't move the market moves the investors. If we look at the annual account, first, as a panelist, you will expect me to give my true and fair view, and I have to also disclose my conflict of interest. So as a personal fund manager, I'll be happy if accounting remains where it is today. It gives huge advantage to professional fund manager. But obviously in professional capacity, we want a true and fair view of balance sheet on which we can make a judgment. Now, Sunil, as you mentioned, is there a internal ranking being given by the market? Answer is undoubtedly yes. And that's how the big 4, big 6 brands are getting built. As an investor, my expectations are very limited. When we were doing our chartered accountancy, we were told that auditors are watchdog and not bloodhounds. As an investor, I just want them to bark sometimes. My expectation as an investor is very similar, to have one level playing field for everything. There is one listed company in India which capitalizes trial period expenses. So his sales goes up and expenses are capitalized and margin expands. Now as a fund manager, I have to figure out why this company's margins are higher than other companies. And it's not because they are good in economics or control, simply because they are creative in accounting. There is another listed company which writes off product development expenses against the net worth, and hence the return on equity improves subsequently. I mean, this should not be permitted. What should go through P&L account should go through P&L account, but we have to recast annual numbers from the audited balance sheet, audited financial accounts to arrive at what we think is a fair value. The other thing is trial period accounting or take and pay contract accounting. Even in the public sector undertaking, take or pay contract accounting is different. So when I have to invest in a company, I have to actually see how this company is accounting take or pay contract. Are they booking losses upfront or are they deferring? Vis-a-vis someone else who is in the similar sets of business, but who might be having different accounting. So our ask as investor is very simple. Please follow a consistent accounting across the industry. This will reduce our workload in trying to figure out why certain numbers are behaving in certain fashion. Even in something like construction and real estate, we allow companies to do accounting on partial project completion basis, full project completion basis. Now again, this makes jobs of analyst and fund manager very difficult. Today, we spend disproportionate time in normalizing accounting numbers. Today, there are agencies which are doing that work for us. I'm sure auditor should be able to do it and present a reasonable, true and fair view of the numbers on which we can then make our judgment. And undoubtedly today, brands are getting created. On that basis, many companies which are going for IPO are changing their auditors and they're going towards quote unquote better auditors who have better brand or better recognition in the investor community. When we are also advising our issuers, we always lay the emphasis that you need to have auditor on which we can rely upon. So we can formalize this branding into ranking through an independent agency. Hopefully that will improve the investors' confidence on the audited balance sheets and audit profession.
Professor Narayan Swamy, just picking up the point which Nilesh mentioned, in the same theme in terms of the quality of the audit, we did some benchmarking and survey between good governed companies, and that would depend on the independent management, independent board, independent chair, and the quality of the audit, etc. And certain sets of companies which are internally rated the way Nilesh mentioned, there is a significant valuation gap, right? Now, clearly the market is giving premium to the better quality governance and the better quality audit, better quality compliance, right? How do you see that coming into the audit profession in terms of the quality of audit?
First of all, thanks to NFRA for inviting me to this panel discussion. I remember to have seen NFRA when it was, I think, 15 days old. First chairperson and member sitting in the CCI office, Competition Commission of India office. They even had difficulty getting a glass of water for themselves, forget about me. So from then on to now, I think in 5.5 years' time, NFRA has really grown in both size and importance. I see this conference as NFRA's coming of age. I won't call it a party, but coming of age maybe event. So this is to say, we have arrived, we are here, we are not only shouting, but we are also kicking you from time to time. So this is to say that take notice of us. So I think NFRA, first of all, is now on a sure footing. I have probably been different things at different points in time in my life, teacher most of my life, but also even while being a teacher, board member, audit committee chair, then a regulator, and so on. So my understanding is that it's an extremely complex relationship, the relationship between market value and any other variable. So I'll just explain to you in some statistical form. Left-hand side, let us say, is market value, and right-hand side, which are explanatory variables, are so many things, let's say, performance, audit quality, so many business, so many things, let's say, governance quality. I don't think any of those individually explains market value sufficiently well enough to qualify as a meaningful variable by itself. Yes, each of them is doing something there, but to say that any one of them can explain it quite well is not very easy. So I remember this graph drawn in William Beaver's book. William Beaver was a professor at Stanford. So his book, Financial Reporting and Accounting Revolution, published first in 1981, I think, had a pie chart. Now the pie chart had many elements there. One is sources of information for the market. So one was information on production, information on profit, then government regulation, etc. So many things there. So Beaver specifically made it look like accounting information is only an extremely small slice of that pie. So Beaver asked a question, is this a significant piece of information for the market? So his answer is it depends. If you think it's one more source of information and it's therefore useful, then you can probably have it. But if you think it's too small in relation to others, probably it's not very useful. So I think we should not get too much carried away by the role that auditing plays. Auditing does play a role. I do think it plays an important role. At the same time, it is not kind of an overarching role that dispenses with every other thing that happens in the marketplace. And what happens in the marketplace itself is not very clear to me. I have tried to understand this for 35 years of my life, running various kinds of regression and so on, but it's still not clear to me. So I think, yes, if there is a high quality board, if there is a high quality auditor, there is, let's say, a good quality management and so on, all this is valued by the management, valued by the market. At the same time, to say that the market is going to be overly enthused by any one of them, I think it's not entirely realistic. I think the market finally cares about performance. It cares about stock price. It cares about risks that are associated with stock price and so on. So the way to build a story about the role of any of these important governance agencies would be to say their presence lends credibility to the information produced by the organization. The information is the basis for the market, basis on which the market works. And therefore, if this information is not good enough, the market functioning might, one day, it might, let's say, get affected. So one question I keep asking in audiences, my students and executive education programs and so on, so what would do you think, this is actually not my original question, it was a question which apparently former US President George H.W. Bush used to ask around. What would when he would meet heads of government and heads of state, what would keep you awake at night? So my question to auditors would be, what would keep you awake at night? So is this the idea of a company that whose financial statements you signed on collapsing soon after, or is it something else? This is question one. Second one is more difficult. And what are you doing about it? Now my answer to this is, first question is reasonably answered by a lot of people. Yes, I sign and then within a week or so the company collapses. It's something which is worrisome for me. Then what are you doing about it? On which I haven't got a satisfactory answers at all. So are auditors
concerned about, first of all, the controls that exist in the organization. I think this point was brought out almost by every speaker in the forenoon. The idea of conflict of interest, the idea of underpricing of audit to win other business, and how anyone who does that finally comes to grief. So I think all of these points have been made. So why are they persisting? I mean, auditors are, they go through a very tough exam process. I am certain they are very bright people. To pass a CA exam, I am a CA myself, so to pass the exam is not very easy at all. Finally, when you see them actually at work, now the exam performance seems to be completely unrelated to the kind of things they actually do. So why does this gap happen? So this is something I have been trying to answer over time. Now the answer I have to this is, it's an oversimplified answer perhaps, it's business pressure. So once you are there, you are evaluated on the basis of performance. So how much business you get, and how profitable your audits are. So all these things probably completely change not just their mind, but possibly even their brain. So the way those neurons are networked, synapses work in the brain, because of constant business pressure, I think the way the brain functions is very different. So my understanding is that, yes, all these things are quite important, but not much attention is being paid, because to pay attention to this, in fact, to pay excessive attention to the risks, probably means that you won't be doing any of the work. You'll be probably very diffident about signing on anything, and then you'll probably be out. I'll just give you one example to illustrate this point. I spoke to, so one of the big accounting firms, I shall not name them, it's a big accounting firm, and they were auditing a very large IT company in India, and they had been talking to me about raising the audit fee for a large IT company in India. So they had been auditing, and the IT company told them, you are auditing us is actually, you are not doing anything for us. By giving this audit to you, we are giving you a privilege. So thank God that we have given you the audit. Ideally, you should be doing it for free because you get gain from being with us, and so on, some stuff they gave them. So they had been listening to it for years, and then they called me and asked me, Prof, you teach game theory, we know, so what do you suggest to us? I said, Satyam had happened then. So I told them, now all the IT companies are worried. However big this company, they are also worried. So go tell them, if you don't raise the fee, I will quit. So that person who listened to me was executive director, equivalent, special director, whatever. I think he went and talked to his partner. Nothing, I didn't hear from them. Then later on, he was my student. So later on, I asked him what happened. He said, your idea was theoretically very good, but it didn't work in practice. I asked him what happened. He said, so the point that the partner made is, okay, I'm willing to try this out. If the fee goes up, then my firm gains, and a small part of the gain may come to me. But if, because of my threat that of resigning if you don't raise the fee, the client leaves, the entire thing will be on me, and therefore I'll be in big trouble with my firm. So that is how I realized. And later on, I talked to a colleague of mine who's quite an expert on game theory. He said, your argument is fine, but you did not look at the asymmetric incentive function. So the incentive for the audit firm was different from the incentive for the audit partner. Audit partner stood to gain a small amount. The audit firm stood to lose a large amount, and therefore they had very different incentives altogether. So I thought, okay, after studying so many books in game theory, I completely missed this point. I think they don't want to push too far. This is what I have seen. All that it takes is to stick to that position. And I have also seen instances where if they stand their ground, the client comes around. So therefore, all it takes is for them to start. Well, there is a risk of client walking away. Yes, that's always there. But they can certainly do that. So I certainly believe that they can take a position and stand by it. Thank you.
Thank you. So in summary, for our first theme, if you see what is the expectation from the auditor, you heard from the regulator, from the investor, from the academician, there is definitely a significant expectation from the auditor, because they are the backbone of the financial market, of the financial market actually, and therefore the expectations are very high. Now the question comes up, which brings me to my second theme, as to if the expectations are so high, and we see what we heard basis of a conversation in the last 20 minutes, that there is a gap in the expectation meeting. How can we improve the quality of audit? And I'll go again in the same order, starting with our regulator. I just want to contextualize in two ways. One is there now, there's a feeling that we are moving too much tick the box, and that is not giving bandwidth to the auditor to really come out with the barking which Nilesh talked about. They have to just comply with tick, 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 everything is done, true and fair, we've given the opinion, because irrespective of the accounting policy which has been framed, whether that is right or not in my own perception, but it is, I'm complying with the regulatory framework. So that's one part. Can we linking that to the rule-based versus the principle-based, and obviously our judicial system, etc., all of that. The second part is that from the investor's point of view, while as a regulator you would look at the past and the trend, and the auditor will look at the past, but the investor will invest on the basis of future. So should we also move to an area where we get auditor to start looking at the future and providing an opinion on the future, not just the going concern, but the truly at least for the next 12 to 24 months. And I know SEBI has indicated, earlier we were allowed to give the projections in the offer document, now we are not allowed. But in some sense, which is the debt securities, you can actually talk about the projections, etc. So can we move the audit also in that direction? Mr. Anantraman.
Sure. Thanks, Sunil. Look, I have to start with a caveat. In this esteemed panel, I'm the only person who's not a qualified accountant, so I am going to be a little naive to that extent. I think there is a lot that the auditor can do to actually convey messages to the investors and to the public as a whole. We were discussing this pre this panel. Having been on boards earlier, I can tell you that good auditors know a lot. There is an immense amount of, it's not that they're accountants and bean counters who don't know, they know a lot. An example, in one particular institution, there was a question about the valuation of a particular asset. And it was quite sizable. The valuation, if it was different, could have been quite material. Now, when at the board, to Peter's point about needing a board which asks the questions, when at the board, when we probed a little bit, the initial response from the auditor was, I'm following the standards, I'm following the regulations, I'm doing what people are asking me to do. Then when we went beyond that and said, no, tell us more, tell us, hand on heart, what do you believe? And then the penny dropped that actually there's a problem, which was my earlier point about when there is uncertainty, you have to find a way of bringing it out. And I think that part, to Professor's point as well, how do we get the auditors to do what is the right thing and game theory, incentivize it right, etc. Couple of things as regulators that we look for. One is, both in board meetings, both minutes as well as in audit reports. If it is all hunky-dory, if it is all, everything is fine, sun is shining, birds are chirping, all is good in this land, then we start having, questions in our mind. If you have a whole board minutes which says strategy for the next year was discussed and approved, compensation for the whole team discussed and approved. 10 people in this country can't figure out and can't agree where to go out for lunch without having a huge argument. And all these things about strategy, about big plans, you immediately agree and you move on. Likewise with audit reports as well. Now, one thing, at least as SEBI, we have tried to do, and maybe a parallel works for auditors as well, is to have a simple language summary, for instance, of the offer documents or of the draft red herring prospectus. Because it's a huge document, expecting an investor to actually read it is quite unreasonable. So we insist that in simple sentences, you should put out the risk factors, that you should put out, what your expectations are and so on and so forth. Maybe a simple summary of the audit report, which is readable for all investors along the lines of a plain speaking document, could really help. And I was glad to hear the professor mention this just before we got into the panel, so I will put it out as well, something that's been in our mind. We talked about marking auditors as to how good they are or not good they are. Can auditors also put a score to their audits? and on various parameters, on governance, on risk controls, on the board structures, and so on and so forth, financial, the quality of the collaboration and data, etc. Plenty of parameters. Can we force auditors to think of putting out a score? By the way, regulators are doing that. We are forcing our supervision teams to come out with a score for every entity that we actually do an inspection on. Maybe the same can be done by auditors as well. By that way, you have a token to actually convey a lot of information.
Sorry to interject, but banks also do. Please continue. Banks also do for their risk management. They do their internal scoring.
Yeah. Now, I'm sure there'll be a lot of violent protests from the community if we were to suggest this, but I think at some stage we have to think about forcing ourselves doing this. It's not a comfortable exercise at all, but both in terms of accountability, in terms of conveying, in terms of going beyond the legalese and ticking the boxes to actually conveying actual information, this could be something to explore.
I think this is a brilliant suggestion, that instead of tick the box, you start giving the score which can be compared, and at least the market can take the note of that. Peter.
So you asked the question whether we have enough rules or not, or do we need more rules. Unfortunately, every time something happens, a scandal happens, the rules are more and more, because politicians, the government, everybody says there's a need for additional rules. My personal opinion is we have enough rules, but they must be executed. So if you look at the International Financial Reporting Standards, it's a book of 1,000 pages. You can kill somebody with this book. If you take the explanatory notes, you can kill a few people more, because they are several thousand pages more. Then you take the International Auditing Standards, ISA, or ISA, also another 1,000-pager. So if somebody still lives in your company, then you take this book. Now, just to be honest, there are enough rules, and I always tell the people that it is not possible to make an audit without a mistake. So if there is an inspection, there will be mistakes. The question is how many and how severe. And there should not be many severe mistakes in an audit, because then there is a problem. But if not, then it's more or less okay. And what a regulator can do is to set a limit or a bar, and nobody should go beyond or below this bar. And then it's okay, because on above this level, above this minimum level, there's competition, and competition is something we need for progress and for investing in more technology and so on. And so if we would regulate everything, then there would not be any competition anymore. What we don't have is a solution for the problem of the public, for introducing the public interest into the audit. Because when you go back into the history of audit, the audit was invented for the management of a company to ensure that in distant locations, in foreign branches, everything runs okay. And then furthermore, or later on, it was enlarged for the purpose of the company, of the shareholders of the company. And now it is a very new and recent development that the audit is also in the public interest. And this is something the profession has to learn, has to accept that there is an audit regulator who represents the public interest, and that it is not only in the interest of the company or the management or the owner anymore, because the public interest is something sometimes difficult to define, but it is for sure beyond the interest of the shareholders and the management of the company. So in a nutshell, enough rules, but more enforcement of the rules. And this is something which I also see is very difficult to enforce, because if you meet in an inspection, if you make an inspection, you see a bad audit. It's very difficult to enforce this bad audit and to say to make a penalty, because this is difficult to put into a system of the law. But I'm for sure this will develop and go on. And I think that especially in the United States with PCOB, there is already a system in place where you have penalties for monetary penalties for non-obliging the standards, and also for bad audits. And so this will over time also come into the audit culture. So audit is not, to be an auditor is now a regulated profession like banking in the last 20 years.
Nilesh, the future, can we also ask auditor to certify the future?
As long as you don't ask fund manager to certify that, I am fine with anyone certifying it. We all know there's no one who can predict tomorrow. But just taking the context a little bit behind, as an investor, I want auditor to get into Yezdi Malegham spirit. The stalwart of an audit profession, stepped down as auditor of a blue chip textile company rather than certify something which he found inappropriate. Today, it is unfortunate to say that there are not many Yezdi Maleghams around. And I'll give you a couple of examples. There's a multinational company. Generally, we believe their governance standards will be superior. For the related party transaction, there are limits which are applicable for all transaction with the related party. They have interpreted it as single transaction. So if they keep on doing multiple transactions, they don't require permission. Now this is blatant interpretation and probably on the wrong side. Now does the auditor need legal system to come and say that this is plain and unfair? We have seen in the gaming industry, investors lose lots of money. It happened because the gaming industry accounted GST liability in a different fashion. And then it was clarified. Now, again, interpretation issue, but can you go wrong so that the entire gaming industry suffers? The third one is insurance industry. They paid expenses in excess of what is permitted commission to the brokers. Now, I'm sure auditor ensured that they were all properly paid to third party, but he missed that this was violation of law. And now when GST liability is coming, as an investor, we are suffering because those liabilities are running into hundreds of thousands of crore. The same thing is happening in pharma sector, where business promotion expenses of certain nature are not permitted under law, and the regulator is going after pharma companies. Now auditor can go and certify that yes, these expenses are incurred, this foreign trip, this travel expenditure is real, but can you check whether they are in conformity with the law? And if they are being disallowed by the regulator, how much loss it will cost to the company and the investor? So what we need, Sunil, is not necessarily projecting the future. You please certify that the balance sheet which you are signing is true and fair, and please sign it in the Yezdi Malegham spirit.
Professor.
As far as having more rules, I actually am a bit of a skeptic in this matter, because I think all that needed to be said about how to conduct yourself has all been said in all our scriptures. So over thousands of years, the Taittiriya Upanishad said, Satyam Vada Dharmam Chara. I think it couldn't have been more clear than that. Then there are 10 commandments, only 10. And they also clearly lay down the conduct of how to go about living your life. So I don't think we need more rules. One other point which also I think we talked about, I think Peter talked about it also. As you tighten the rules, one unintended consequence of that is that it's the smaller mid-sized firms which will suffer more, because their ability to absorb those additional compliance costs would be lower, and therefore they will end up having a problem of compliance. Some of them will die, the rest of them will merge, and so on. So actually it will lead to more concentration, which is possibly also, I haven't studied this so I can't say this for sure, which also possibly explains why the accounting industry has over the years much higher concentration today than perhaps before SOX came in 2002. I think everyone knows what's the right thing to do. So therefore there is no need to give more rules and so on. I see a fundamental problem here. I don't know how to resolve this problem, but I see the problem here. The problem is the demand for auditing is not a direct demand. So the person who uses the services of auditors is not the one who is actually dealing with the auditors, the investors, equity or bond investors. The ones who are dealing with the auditors on a daily basis are management and board. So therefore the demand that comes to you as auditor for high quality information gets filtered through management, and therefore what you finally get is possibly not the exact requirement. So my one suggestion would be for the auditor to improve their communication with their investors. Here again, I think I have only seen more and more depressing evidence, because there is this thing called the CAMS, Key Audit Matters, called Critical Audit Matters in the US. So has this really helped when it came? The hope was that it will give a lot more information and so on. I studied CAM, the effect of CAM soon after it came. 2 years I studied. First year on which CAM came, and then second year. I found that the first year a lot of new information came, and from then onwards it was only a copy and paste job. So it was just boilerplate language which was being put in the report. And I think people also probably don't read what's given. But one other thing I want to tell you, which is, I mean, if I were in practice, I never was, but I were in practice, this would it would shame me. This is a recent US case in one of those western US states. I don't remember the state. I saw it in the Wall Street Journal. This is about some 2 or 3 months back. So in this case, somebody sues the auditor. As it happens in the US, whenever anything goes wrong, they will sue the auditor and whoever left. The matter went to the court. The court actually gave a very interesting judgment based on the pleading of the auditor. Now, court giving a judgment is understandable, but the pleading of the auditor was very interesting here. So the auditor tells the court in defense that, after all, we sign so many reports, we say so many things, I don't think anybody really takes our report very seriously. I'm putting it in plain English. Anybody takes what we say very seriously. Therefore, Honorable Court, please don't think people invest on the basis of our reports. Since they don't invest on the basis of our reports, they cannot hold us responsible. The court admitted this defense of the auditor, saying that the auditor is not to blame. The court went on to say, if this is what is actually happening, then why do we have this thing called auditing at all? I think it was not in the trial court stage, it was probably one level up. So I'll go and check this. So which is, to my mind, very interesting. US is this land of litigation where the auditor, everybody gets sued. But there they are saying, so nobody actually takes the auditor seriously. To my mind, this is a huge amount of cynicism on the part of investors, and in this case, even the judges. I don't think anybody took it very seriously. I don't think it got discussed even in the US much. So are we reaching a stage where we are effectively giving up? That is, investors are giving up on the auditors, and auditors think that we can get away with anything. I don't want to give you a definitive answer to this, but I want to put a question mark over this and leave it with you. What I would actually think is that it is in the interest of the auditors more than in the interest of anyone else to fix the problems. Because if this problem is not fixed and it persists for a while, then they will over time become irrelevant and something else will replace them. Now what that something else is also is becoming reasonably clear to me now. So I spoke at an event of chartered accountants in Bangalore a week back, for which I had to do some lot of studies. So I went through something like maybe 25, 30 reports published by various agencies. One of those reports sort of startled me. So what that report says is, Google knows a lot more about us than we do about ourselves. So my Sanskrit teacher has actually an expression for this. She calls Google, Google Acharya. So whenever you ask her a question in class on whatever grammar or Vyakarana or Alankara, whatever, she says, Google Acharya, you ask Google Acharya, Google Acharya will tell you. So the statement there is somewhat like this: Google by 2025, 1 year away from today, will have more audit and assurance professionals than any Big Four firm. I read that again to see whether it said all Big Four firms or whatever. It said no, any one Big Four firm, it will have more audit and assurance professionals. So what is stopping Google from becoming an auditor today is only that Google doesn't have a license, right? Others have a license. But do we really care about license now? People are going to all sorts of doctors for treatments when they go nuts. I mean, they go to somebody, faith healing, Reiki, so many kinds of things are going on now. So people might over time realize also that this so-called license is not much of importance to us. I'm sorry if I am sounding, somewhat very skeptical or cynical, but my whole point is to provoke you into thinking. As I told you in the beginning, one thing that I've been asking people is, what would keep you awake at night if you're an auditor? So I think in that spirit, if you look at it, you will actually think that it is like a kind of a slow train crash. It's happening, but over time it could get bigger and then it become very visible to us. So my appeal to the audit community, in fact my first statement is, it's very important, extremely important institution. It has to be preserved. Auditors, auditing, socially useful, economically useful institution, but do something to preserve it, and therefore set aside everything else, look at the public interest, look at the investors' interest. Like Warren Buffett says, when I write a report, I write as if I'm writing a report for my mother and my sister, who are both educated, but who don't understand all jargon. So put in plain English. But what is happening instead is, every time there is something wrong, more regulations come. More regulations are not fixing the problem, they are actually making the situation better. If it were as simple as that, compared to, let's say, the 1970s, today we have a lot more pages of auditing standards, accounting standards. Have things got any better compared to those years? I don't think things have got any better. Things haven't got better. Because I think it's finally the human being. So unless people understand their responsibility, like the Prime Minister said at the ICI event in 2017, your signature carries more importance than my signature. I don't think any Prime Minister of any country I have read about has ever said that. So it tells the audit community. So I think the appeal to them should be to their conscience, should be to their morality, to be to their, let's say, doing the right thing. So I think that is what the effort should be. How to do that, I don't know. Well, obviously I can go on giving you a lecture on the Upanishads and so on if only a forum is given to me. But I don't think that's going to solve the problem. It's a much bigger issue. So I think therefore a lot more work has to be done.
So the point which you made, Professor, in terms of concentration, I think that's a real point. One of the data points, and particularly for NFRA, if you look at the top 500 listed companies, 310 out of top 500 are audited by the Big Four. So clearly the concentration is becoming it will become an issue at some point of time. Just picking up the thread from our second theme, that is our audit expectation is meeting the investors' requirement, the investors' expectation, and the consensus is that we need to do something more. I think the general view is to have a better quality auditor, not the audit report, is basically changing in the society. And that brings me to the point, my third theme, connecting to your Google point, is something which, and we have to become a bit provocative here so that we find some solution. Is something which we have already implemented in the country. Changing the behavior of people is not so easy. It will go back to Upanishad, it will take a huge amount of time. But there's one thing which can change is technology. The NFRA chairman, in fact, in his previous avatar, he actually demonstrated that when he was in the revenue department. There is something called faceless. Now, we are all very familiar with the income tax department. And when it became faceless, there was no connection between us and the income tax department. That one technological intervention actually changed the whole behavior drastically, right? Can technology be an enabler to this kind of change? Picking up the point which you made from the Google, how can technology be an enabler here? I just want you to be brief because I want to give 5-7 minutes to the audience also to take their opinion. Anand.
Sure. I think the previous panel also spoke a lot about technology and a lot of good insights there. I have no doubt about this. I think the whole landscape is obviously going to change. I want to relate a story which happened a few years ago, and things have changed with GPT, etc. in a big way since then. This was when I was still a trader, my old avatar. And there was a small boutique research firm based out of Singapore, which came out with a report on a particular large NBFC in India, saying that their balance sheet is daba. It's essentially khokla, it's actually hollow, right? And it came as a bit of a shock. It was a very small report, not many people saw it. And it described something called box structures as to how the money was being siphoned out of that NBFC into the promoter, et cetera, right? Now, I was very intrigued by this report, and I called up the author of that particular report, who was who he claimed to be an underpaid research assistant sitting in Singapore, 35-year-old boy. And I asked him, boss, what are your sources? You must have had huge amount of sources, you're networked into somebody and getting these data. He gave a simple answer to Sir's point. He used the term Google Baba. He said, I simply used Google. Because MCA website has so much of database, because other databases have so much of, are there, and it's all there in the public domain, I simply knew what questions to ask, and I spent a lot of time making the connections between A and B and C from the director database, et cetera, and I got all of this. And then he had a return question to me. He said, you're supposed to be a trader. There are a whole bunch of credit analysts sitting in the country, whole set of bankers sitting in this country, there are auditors sitting in this country, there's an army of people sitting in the country. Why haven't you seen this? So the reality is, if we are, it's like the water is there, it's for us to go and drink. There is a wealth of data available right now. If you're willing to sit down and make the connections, we have a lab inside of SEBI where we actually do this connection research analysis. We call it the crack lab. Some data is admittedly available only to us, but a lot of the database that we use is public. And when we actually pursue our front running or insider trading or any anomalous trading, etc., we use that lab to establish connections. And it's incredible. You throw in a couple of inputs and you try and connect individual A to individual B, and it actually throws up the whole thing, whole deal. Hiding in plain sight, absolutely. So now, I think the challenge for us is not so much the technology, but how we absorb it. I can tell you in SEBI, most of us are actually going through very simple courses like prompt engineering for ChatGPT to just figure out how we can use this technology a lot better. And I have no doubt it will completely change. And by the way, the marketplace is going to be 3 steps ahead of a regulator. They're better incentivized, they have more motivation than us. So it's up to us to at least ensure it doesn't widen from here. I have no doubt this landscape is going to change.
Peter, very briefly.
When I studied computer technology in the mid-80s in Vienna, because that was my degree, when I finished my study, I thought that we have neural networks everywhere, and we have a client-server database architecture in every company. Then I entered as a young professional company life and had to see that nothing, not even personal computers, have been used by the accountants. And then you all know how technology evolved in the profession. What I wanted to say is it needs 10 to 20 years that something which is to be seen is really to be used. Maybe sometimes it works faster. Sometimes we have examples like you have with one young person using Google the right way to retrieve the right information. But to have it in a big international company like the Big Four, it takes time. What we now see in our inspections is that the Big Four have a huge investment in technology, which again shows that only the Big Four can afford such investments, and the smaller firms will stay behind because they don't have the money to invest in the technology. This technology will again replace, let's say, the not so sophisticated audit work, which sometimes has been outsourced to shared service centers, also offshoring. This will be replaced because all the confirmation work, the sampling work, and so on, and the data retrieval and data analyst work can be done with bots or artificial intelligence. But what cannot be replaced, in my opinion, is experience and critical skepticism. And I would like to advocate these two things, experience and critical skepticism. You need in the audit, and it's an imminent part of the ISAs, you need this final review of the working paper. You need this step in the audit where the partner or the auditor in charge, or the auditor who signs, has to review the work and has to question himself or herself whether there is enough audit evidence which is a foundation for the audit opinion. And this is something which has to be done, and in our inspections we always look at this moment if there is enough time spent by the auditor in charge for this question. And this cannot be replaced by artificial intelligence, in my opinion, for the next, I don't know how many years, maybe 5, maybe 10, I don't know, maybe it's 50 years, maybe we can replace ourselves, but I'm not a science fiction author. So I would say auditors should do this, and regulators should look that the auditors do this final judgment. Can this financial statement be true? Does this comply with the business model of the company? So where comes the money from? Where goes the money to? And is this finally represented in a true and fair view?
It's no longer fiction now. I think it's becoming reality, Nilesh.
So my expectation is very simple. Today we have internal audit, statutory audit, management audit, regulatory audit, assurance audit, technology audit, and so many things. And yet every day we receive offer from someone who says, I'll provide you forensic audit. I think we have to eliminate forensic audit, and all other audits have to include that as part of it, whether they want to use technology or otherwise. But there should not be any need for forensic audit if other audits are working.
Sir, any last point?
So there are a couple of things here. One is, what worries me is that as auditing becomes more and more risky, I think it is becoming slightly more risky than driving on Indian roads. So I think people want to avoid auditing as a career altogether. So I see this drop. I recently happened to study the annual report of the ICI for 2022-23. Student registrations have gone down over the last 10 years or so, which is very worrisome for me. Because you need first numbers and then you need quality. So therefore, this is not a good thing. This is point one. Second is that there are alternative careers coming up, some of which are completely unrelated to auditing. Like for example, fashion technology and so on. They are not going to compete with auditing. But one big competitor to auditing in future is going to be data science. Because sitting in some corner of the world, I think NFRA pointed out, sitting in an underpaid office in Singapore, somebody can do that, some young person. So many of my students incidentally have told me that since I got appointed to NFRA, they said, see, I am doing a startup. I am in a startup now. I was your student in such and such a class.
I got some 3.76 upon 4 in your class. You may remember me. All of that they say. And then second, they come to business. They say, I am running a fintech business, and I can help NFRA detect potentially companies with potential for fraud. So I'm not sure how, I haven't asked them for a presentation or anything. I don't know how well it works, but I can certainly see people actively working on some of these things. So would they become some kind of highly paid competitors to auditors? That means auditing will eventually become something like a kind of a required thing to be done, right? Like one of my colleagues used to say, it's like a Dhobi mark. So it is required because it's required to identify who this particular piece of cloth belongs to. So it's a required thing. It is required, but not really sort of valuable. So there will be some fee, which also goes back to the point that Mr. Kotak made in the morning, why the fees are so low. There are other competing businesses which are going to be more valuable and therefore will get paid better. I'm seeing some signs of this already. So I think that those other businesses, people are willing to pay because they see a value. So I think it's entirely the responsibility of auditors to maybe go through some, soul searching to find out why investors are not looking at their work very favorably, why companies aren't paying them more. I don't think it will go away in one day. It's not going to happen. But over time, it might be just there. It's like your grandfather at home. Periodically go do some namaskara to your grandfather, but don't care for what the grandfather says. Carry on with your life. So I think it might become something like that. It's my big worry. So the point on technology, I don't think technology can solve the kind of things like, for example, Aadhaar was a different kind of problem. Aadhaar was proving a certain factual, let's say, position, right? Here you are not trying to prove a factual position here. You are making an overall judgment whether things have worked or not. Now, on the point that Ananthanarayan made earlier about risk score, this is something which I have been effectively fighting for many years, asking every auditor whom I know on earth, why can't we have a risk score from you? Like I give grades to my students, right? Then credit rating agencies give grades and so on. So why can't you give a score? They are not very enthusiastic about it. They are very happy with the true and fair view. The true and fair view is actually such a big statement, right? And then sometimes the qualifications that they put are so severe, like in fact my joke used to be that, so if you're a doctor, let's say you sign a certificate like this, so here is a patient reporting to me for a health certificate. Patient's both kidneys have failed, heart is not performing, lungs are working only 1%, and then patient's brain condition is extremely poor, patient does not understand anything at all and so on. Subject to all of the above, I certify that the patient's health is good, please take this patient for employment in whatever job you want. Okay, my second joke on this is that such a patient would be only fit for an internal auditor's job because that is where all these people are dumped. That's what I have seen in my own life. In BHGL at least I have seen that. That used to be, I mean it's something which worries me. So if you give a report like this, so it's a two-way thing. People don't take you seriously because you write reports like this, and then they don't take it seriously, therefore you go on writing reports like this. So I think it's a lot of work is required, but I think it has to begin only with this. I don't think a regulator is the one to expect to provide a solution to this. Regulator comes last. Regulator is after the event. What we are talking about here is a forward-looking approach, right? So regulator comes only when something goes wrong, like the police. That is, after things go wrong, the police will come, prosecutor will come, and so on. You don't say regulator should do these things and therefore things will improve. It's not going to happen. So unless you become better, things are not going to get any better. So therefore, the initiative has to come from the accounting, auditing community. And quite a few young people I know, they do not want to practice at all, first. And if they practice also, they don't want to get stat work at all. No, they don't want to become statutory auditors. Anything which requires my signature, except for issuing an official receipt for payment received, I don't want to sign. This seems to be the situation now. So you are actually losing good quality people, and therefore this is not a desirable situation. Maybe I'm painting a very, frightening or very negative picture, but I somehow feel that if I don't do it, obviously nobody else is going to do it. I mean, hunky-dory kind of thing is not something that you should be listening to. So there's a lot of work to be done, and one other thing that NFRA could do is to create, like the point he made about, we have a lab, he said. So may I suggest NFRA sets up a kind of a sandbox for people to experiment. Auditors come there, They come try out something. You call some investors like Nilesh Bhai, for example, and ask them, what do you think, right? So then some experimentation can happen in a safe environment. No liability to auditors. By the way, it's not my original idea. It's something which the FRC is doing in the UK. I'm a regular reader of their finance lab reports and so on. So they're doing it. I think it's working extremely well. So before any change is actually effected, try it out. It might work. Then we will get to know the problems before they happen. Thanks very much.
This was incredible. The last 1 hour, if you really see in terms of 3 themes, our expectation from the auditor, whether it's investor friendly or not, in what way we can make it investor friendly, and how technology could be can interrupt and disrupt this whole audit situation. The panel definitely deserves a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. They have done a great job. And we have been, because of the great performance, we have been awarded a reward of 10 minutes extra, and those 10 minutes goes to all of you. We have time for 2 questions or observations. If anyone has any thoughts, views, I see a few hands going up. The mic will reach you. Please direct your question, introduce yourself, direct your question to one of the panelists. And
hi, can I ask my question?
Yeah, please go.
Hi, I am Nilanjan, and I work in a professional services firm. Thank you for the enlightening session. I just wanted to pick up where Professor left on the overload on rules. So we talk about ease of doing business for corporates. Do you also see an ease in reporting requirements for auditors, right? So if you have to sum up the number of pages we have in the audit report, the first 3 or 4 pages will talk about the true and fair view, right? On which we'll opine on the appropriateness of the financial statements. The next 7 or 8 pages will write about various legal and regulatory requirements. For example, CARO 2020 is a classic case where we have 50 odd clauses. From the current year, we'd be reporting on audit trail. So I just wanted to pick your thoughts as a panel. How relevant are these legal and regulatory matters for including them as a part of audit report, especially for the investor community and people at large? Or would you advocate an alternate mechanism for them to be made available to a specified group of users, maybe a regulator for their monitoring purpose? Thank you.
Good question. So
I think first
quality
and
or
foremost,
quantity,
yeah.
what matters?
So first and foremost is this number of pages that I'm seeing today. When I was a BCom student in the 1970s, we used to get these annual reports, very difficult to get those days as students, which were only about 25 pages or so, 25 pages or so. Then they started growing after this Maukaro came in 1975-76, and then they have been increasing. The auditor's report, and then now SEBI requires something, and somebody else requires something. So the report is so big. I don't think anybody who has anything worthwhile to do in his life or her life will ever read those things. Because at the end of the day, some 200 pages of report you read, right? I haven't actually come across anyone who has read the whole thing. So even on a flight or train where you feel terribly bored, I haven't seen people doing it. So therefore, nobody reads it, and people assume, okay, if it is there, it's like a medium is a message. So something like, if it is there, it must be good kind of thing. But I think some plain English, simple language report saying that I completely agree with the numbers presented here. I have applied these standards and so on, something to that effect, right? I have the following reservations. I don't agree with these things and so on. I think that might be far more useful. But the problem is, actually, this complexity suits everybody. It suits the regulators and suits the government and so on, because for them, the more complex the regulation, the greater the, no offense meant to anyone here, okay? Especially the table one here. So no offense meant to anyone. So their justification for existence goes up. Like in Yes Minister, Sir Humphrey says, the government has, the minister says, we have so many secretaries, so many of these people, why does my department have such a large strength? He says, oh, it is because Parliament keeps passing laws. So the minister asks him, do you think Parliament should stop passing laws? He says, so minister, it's not for this humble servant of the government to say that. So the same way here, then auditors are also quite happy. Now look at the incentive function here. Auditors are extremely happy because it is so complex that nobody can understand. Actually, the whole report can be written very well in Greek. Because nobody understands this so-called English report anyway, so it can be in Greek or in anything, right? Cyrillic or anything, any script it can be there. So plain English, one-page report saying what I agree about this financials, what I don't agree about this financials, I think that would be a lot more useful. But that will never happen. You take it from me, I am willing to write it out and give it to you because the incentives for people are so strong to keep it complex. Has this made life any safer for investors? I don't think. It has not made investors' life any better. Has it made auditors' life any better? I am not very certain. They probably, are not very happy about it either. But maybe, every time a new requirement comes, you can go to your client and say, see, 5 more pages I have to sign now, so increase the fee. So to that extent, you can say that, it probably helps. But I don't think it's really helped. I think we really have to sit down and identify the key points there, put it in plain English. I'm a serious plain English campaigner. Yesterday I was visiting this R&D Lounge in Bangalore. So the place I went to, the one was actually not working. Initially I wanted to go. It should have clearly said, it is under maintenance, we are doing renovation, some plain English, something like this I would have liked very much. It says, we are working for a better experience for you. It's on my mobile phone. What is this? We are working better. So right now my experience is bad, and you want to give me something in the future, all you should say is, this is shut down, it will open by such and such date, right? I come from a village. In village, people speak plain English, plain language, whatever language we speak. They don't use all this city kind of sophistication to fool people. So I think this plain English one-page thing, if it is written, communicated very clearly, I think that will solve the problem. I am equally certain this will never happen in my lifetime.
Can I add 30 seconds, if you don't mind?
Yeah.
I think it deserves an applause, yeah. I'm going to play the wet blanket here. So from a SEBI perspective, and this is a pitch to all of you, look, this is something we think about very deeply. That we can make 2 types of errors in our regulations. One is, of course, that we let bad things happen. So when an Enron happens or an FTX happens, it's a bad thing that's happened. The second is that we can come in the way of good things happening. That's the type 2 errors, or type 1 errors and type 2 errors. And we think about this very deeply. What we are trying to do, and we are all kind of groping our way and trying to find out how best to address this. The approach we are using is trying to make our regulatory intent very clear. What is it that we are trying to achieve? What is it that the assurance that we are seeking? What are we trying to achieve? That will be then the regulation. Then the actual do's and don'ts on the ground, we would like the industry to suggest. And this means, by the way, a relook at what we've asked for since time immemorial as well. Make the intent clear. You tell us what is it that you can provide to actually meet this regulatory requirement. So we're using something called a pilot industry standards forum, which has people like yourself sitting in a room and telling us what could best fit. Our experience has been great in some parts. In some parts, we actually find that what recommendations come out are even longer than what we have currently in terms of what they want us to fill. But I think that dialogue has to continue. We have to talk to each other rather than talk past each other and try and reduce both these type 1 errors and these type 2 errors.
We need to close this session now, but big thank you to all the panelists and all the audience for being a great audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. I would now invite Mr. Pukhraj Tak, ED NFRA, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation to all our eminent panelists. We begin with presenting to our distinguished moderator, Mr. Sunil Sanghai. He is founder and CEO at Nova One Capital Private Limited, Chair FICCI Capital Markets Committee. Thank you, sir, for wonderfully moderating this session. We now present to Professor R. Narayanaswamy, part-time member, NFRA. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for sir. To Mr. Anant Narayanji, whole-time member, Security and Exchange Board of India, SEBI. Thank you, sir, for all those valuable inputs. To Mr. Peter Hofbauer, Head APAB, Audit Oversight Body, Austria. Thank you, sir. And to Mr. Nilesh Shah, Managing Director, Kotak Mutual Fund, and Member, Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. Thank you. And may I request Mr. Tuck to kindly join our panel for a group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, inviting everyone for a short, quick tea-coffee break. Tea, coffee is served outside. Please join us back and be seated before 4:30 as we have our last session of the day, and we would like to commence on time. The timing for the next session is 4:30, requesting once again everybody to be back in time and be seated for the same. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a kind request for everyone to join us back in time. As we need to commence our session sharp at 4:30 because many eminent experts are waiting across the globe who have joined us online to be part of this session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, the tea and coffee is served on the floor down below, where we went for tea and coffee in the morning and the lunch. Inviting everybody to kindly join us on a floor one level below this for tea and coffee.
Hello. Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, would like to inform tea coffee is served on one level below this level. You may kindly go out and on the left take the escalators down and have your tea coffee and be back in time for the next session. Thank you.
Hello. This is Gaurav from NFRA. Hi Barbara, can I check your audio please?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Hello.
My audio is on.
Okay, I can hear you now. But
Great,
your,
thank you.
I think your audio is, am I not able to hear you clearly? Check your audio,
I
please.
can hear you and it fades in and out.
Okay, now it is fine. Josephine has also joined. I request Josephine to kindly check audio, please. But your, I think your audio is.
Hello, I can hear you now.
Able to hear you clearly. Hello.
I
Hi,
can
Josephine.
hear you and it fades in and out. Yeah, apologies. I couldn't seem to get the password to work, but it seems to be working now fine.
I'm sorry, Josephine. I think there is a problem with your audio, please.
Oh, hello. I can hear you, Josephine. So.
Can you?
Oh, okay.
Hello. Hi, Josephine.
So I'm loud and clear. Yeah, apologies. I couldn't seem to get the password to work, but it seems to be working now fine.
Yes, we can see your video, but I think there's some problem with your audio. Can you please increase your volume?
Oh, okay. So I'm loud and clear. Yeah, apologies.
Can you say something, Josephine, to test the audio?
Can you hear better now?
Yes.
Can you hear better
This
now?
is fine. Okay.
Okay. Okay, good. Good. Good old technology.
Okay, so we'll be starting in 10 minutes.
Okay, brilliant.
Okay, fine. Thank you. I'll get back to you in 10 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Can you hear better now? A mad panic there. Well,
Please
thanks.
be stay online
Going to have
for 10
issues too.
minutes.
Good old technology.
So we'll be starting at 4:30 Indian Standard Time.
Okay, so we'll pop back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Fine. Thank you. I'll get back to you in 10 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Can you hear better now?
Please be stay online
Going to have
for 10
issues too.
minutes. Clarity. So we'll be starting at 4:30 Indian Standard Time.
Okay, so we'll pop back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll get back to you in 10 minutes. दो ही आने हैं। Please be stay online so we'll be starting at 4:30 Indian Standard Time. तो सामने का व्यू तो आ जाएगा ना? दो ही आने हैं। सामने का व्यू तो आ जाएगा ना? Hello. Hi, Barbara and Josephine. Just to inform you that the screen is visible to you, and when the members will be seated, rest of the 3 members will be seated. You will be get to know. So then we will be starting the session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Hi, Barbara and Josephine. Just to inform you that the screen is visible to you, and when the members will be seated, rest of the 3 members will be seated. You will be get to know. So then we will be starting the session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Hi, Barbara and Josephine. Just to inform you that.
we're just trying this one, trial run. Yeah, next 5 minutes we will start live. Huh?
वही बात है आप मुझे इशारा कर देते सर आई कुड हैव इंटरवीन हाँ आप मुझे पहले से नहीं सर because you know I as an outsider can always and I in the capacity वही वही टाइम हो गया तो फिर वो लोग 5 बजे की उठी हुई हैं यूएस में तो शुक्र है ज्वाइन कर लिया मैं ये लोग वाकई में बता रहा हूँ आपको नहीं कहीं तो मना कर सीधा मना नहीं इंडिया आएंगे नहीं हाँ और ऑनलाइन ज्वाइन करेंगे खत्म सर कोविड टाइम में जब हम ऑनलाइन कर रहे थे इवेंट अच्छा यही प्रॉब्लम होती थी या तो हम रात को जागे हुए हैं हम लोग तो फिर जाग जाते थे और वो साफ मना कर देते थे इनिशियली तो आई डिड सर देन आई हाँ यूके वाले फिर भी ठीक है हमने जापान वाले को जान जाया था क्या बोल रहा था समझ में बिल्कुल सर आधे से एक तो प्रॉब्लम है सर वी आई फील एट टाइम्स आई फील वी आर ब्लेस्ड एक तो हम लोग सबके दुनिया भर के नाम ठीक से लेते हैं हाँ क्वेश्चन बोल दूंगी कि वी आर गेटिंग लेट हाँ तो मैम को भी बोलेंगे थोड़ा तो आई विल ओनली गिव 1 आवर का टाइम दें 75 मिनट का टाइम था लेकिन तो 1 आवर कर दो 75 तो निकलने दो कोई बात नहीं बिकॉज़ 5 लोग हैं बोलने वाले 5 लोग हैं बोलने वाले 75 तो हो ही जाएंगे 7-8 मिनट मैडम बोलेंगी फिर 7-7 मिनट पहले ही बोलेंगे तो 5 लोग हो गए पहली बार से 5 मिनट तो हम ऑलरेडी लेट हो गए अभी तो 5 मिनट और हो गए सब चले गए But I'm not heard outside, no sir. सही कह रहा हूँ उतना ही कुलकर्णी तो अपना बोले जा रहे हैं Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your kind attention, requesting everybody to kindly join us back inside the hall and kindly be seated. We are all set to go ahead with the proceedings of the next session. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the next panel discussion session, which is also the last panel of day 1 of this international conference of NFRA, the topic is New Era of Auditing, Recent Reforms in Auditing Standards. As we request everybody to take their seats, I would like to invite on stage our distinguished session chair, Ms. Smita Jingran, who is full-time member NFRA. Also inviting our eminent panelists, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singhal, Chairman Auditing and Assurance Standards, Board Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, and part-time member NFRA. And ladies and gentlemen, we have joining us online and would like to welcome Ms. Barbara Vanich, Chief Auditor and Director of Professional Standards, Public Company Accounting, Oversight Board, USA. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. And also joining us virtually is Ms. Josephine Jackson, Vice Chair, International Auditing and Assurance Standards Board, Director of International Audit and Assurance Standards Policy, Financial Reporting Council from UK. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. And we also welcome on stage Mr. Alan J. Lowry. He is the Senior Associate Director, Public Company Accounting, Oversight Board, USA. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the panel discussion session on New Era of Auditing, Recent Reforms in Auditing Standards. And our distinguished session chair, Ms. Smita Jingran, is presently the member National Financing Reporting Authority, is a former civil servant with 36 years of experience in the Government of India. She joined the Indian Revenue Service in 1986 and has extensive knowledge and experience in areas of finance, taxation, adjudication, and regulatory oversight. She has been on secondment twice, first with the United Nations Mission in Kosovo and second with the Competition Commission of India. An IRS officer, she spent several years framing tax assessments, and as additional director and later director of investigation in the Income Tax Settlement Commission, she assisted the commission in determining and finalizing concealed income for settlement of complex cases where such action had taken place. And ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singhal. Currently, he serves as the chairman of the Auditing and Assurance Standards Board of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and as a part-time member of the National Financial Reporting Authority. Sir has worked in areas of accounting, reporting, compliances, taxation, and treasury with well-known companies. And welcoming on the virtual mode, Ms. Barbara Vanit, who is the Chief Auditor and Director of Professional Standards at PCACOB and has degree from the Point Park University and is a certified public accountant. She has also been a special advisor to board member Kathleen M. Ham. Her illustrious career includes working for Navigant as Director, JP Morgan Chase, as Vice President, Senior Partner at KPMG LLP, Federated Investors as Financial Research Analyst, and Inconex as Staff Accountant. And we welcome virtually on the virtual platform Ms. Josephine Jackson, who is the Director of International Audit and Assurance Policy at the UK Financial Reporting Council and leads the FRC Sustainability Group in her role. She works on audit quality initiatives, which includes the development of auditing and assurance standards and internationally and in the UK. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. We have on the dais with us Mr. Alan J. Lowry. He is the Senior Associate Director of the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board. His role includes the investigation of possible violations of federal status and PCAOB and SEC rules related to auditing and professional auditing standards for PCAOB, registered public accounting firms and associated persons. So with those words of introduction, I have the privilege in handing over to our session chair, Ms. Smita Jhingran, full-time member, NFRA. Over to you, ma'am, to kindly carry forward the proceedings.
Thank you for those introductions. I think the last session of the day is always a challenge. So let's try to keep it as vibrant as possible, and we have a very erudite panel. I hope this is an interesting session. It's very cliche, but let me say it again. High quality standards on auditing are an integral part of robust financial reporting. So the auditing standards have a long history. I won't go into all of that, but just highlight one or two important instances just to put things in perspective before we move on to our panelists. So the IFAC was founded in 1977, and it was coming up with guidelines on auditing. But it was as late as 1991 that they changed the word to statutory standards on audit. So standards actually brought in the connotation of authority. And so from guidelines, it moves to standards, thereby denoting that these were important and needed to be adhered to. Of course, now we have the International Auditing and Assurance Standard Board, which actually makes all the standards. And the vice chair of that board is one of our panelists. And in 2003, they took up the Clarity Project, where they actually reviewed all the standards and also tried to clarify the rationale behind these standards. And they came up with 36 new international standards. So the important thing that I want to say there is that when they brought in these new 36 standards, that is the time when they moved and you chose the word shall instead of should in many of the standards, thereby actually cementing the mandatory nature of these standards. In India, since 1960s, it has been the ICAI, which has been issuing guidelines on auditing practices, as it was called then. They also then moved on to the standards after 1982. And we have the AASB, the Auditing and Assurance Standards Board, which actually proposes these standards. We have the chair of AASB with us here today as one of our panelists. So in India, these standards are proposed by the board, and now after the Companies Act 2013, they are the ones who actually send those standards to the NFRA, and then the NFRA deliberates on them, and the ICAI and all also have a representation on the full board of NFRA, and then these standards are deliberated and sent to the ministry, and then the ministry notifies them as deemed fit. One quick sentence I'll add about the Indian, in our jurisdiction, what happens is that the Companies Act has actually given the force of law to these standards. The standards are standards, and everywhere they are respected as delegated in the legislation. But in the Companies Act 2013, we have a section 143(9) which says that you shall adhere to the auditing standards. And then there's another section 143(10). The proviso to this section says that till such time that we actually notify fresh standards, the standards notified by the ICA will deem to be the standards on auditing in India. So that takes us back to Mr. Singhal's standards that we have, and we still work in that proviso to section 143(10). But that was trying to say, just to bring home the fact that the standards in our country have the force of law. With that, I move on to my panelists. First of all, Barbara. Barbara is with the PCOB, as was introduced. Barbara, we are breaking this session into two parts, where I'll first be asking all the panelists to actually share their experiences in their jurisdiction as to what has happened in the recent past. What are the proposals that came in? So could you please share what the PCOB has done in the last 5 years, and maybe talk about your quality control proposal too?
Certainly, happy to do that. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for inviting me to participate today. Before I start, I need to give a disclaimer that my remarks are my own and not necessarily those of members or other PCOB staff. Focusing on board action in the past 5 years, I'll touch briefly on supervision of other auditors, since that became effective for audits this year. Our proposal on quality control. And since we had other standards effective during the last 5 years, but not recently effective, I'll use this opportunity to talk a little bit about where you can find more on the implementation of PCOB standards. So touching on our supervision of other auditors project, which was adopted by the board in June of 2022, and as mentioned, became effective for audits beginning on or after December 15th, 2023, working with other auditors can differ from working with people in the same firm. The lead auditor may encounter differences in business practices and market conditions across the world. And in addition, audit firms involved in an audit may have different systems of quality control. Therefore, the amendments of this project focused on certain procedures for the lead auditor to perform when planning and supervising an audit that involves other auditors. The amendments are designed to provide a risk-based supervisory approach to the lead auditor's oversight of other auditors for whose work the lead auditor assumes responsibility. Important aspects of the amendments in the areas of audit planning include having the lead auditor perform a sufficiency of participation determination. The amendments require that the engagement partner determine whether his or her firm's participation in the audit is sufficient for the firm to carry out the responsibilities of the lead auditor and report as such. In general, the requirement is intended to increase the likelihood that the firm issuing the auditor's report, which we refer to as a lead auditor, meaningfully participates in the audit. The amendments require that when making that determination, the engagement partner take into account in combination the importance of the locations or business units for which the lead auditor's firm performs audit procedures, the risk of material misstatement associated with the portion of the company's financial statements for which the lead partner's firm performs audit procedures, and the extent of supervision that partner's firm supervises the work of other auditors in this process. The amendments in this area also provide considerations for the engagement partner to use when making this determination, and because it's very important, require that the engagement quality reviewer review the determination. The amendments also require that the lead auditor determine that other auditors understand the independence requirements and have experience in applying them, and that the lead auditor obtain and review written affirmations regarding other auditors' policies and procedures related to compliance with independence. Another important area in the other auditors amendments relates to audit supervision. And so we have amendments that require the lead auditor to supervise other auditors and inform them about the scope of their work, the identified risks of material misstatement, and certain other key matters. The lead auditor also need to communicate with other auditors any changes needed to procedures throughout the audit. And in addition, the amendments require the lead auditor to obtain and review written affirmations from other auditors about their performance of work in accordance with the lead auditor's instructions, and to direct them to provide certain documentation about their work. So again, early days, this is really just effective for calendar year end audit starting this year. Turning to quality control, so back in November of 2022, we issued our quality control proposal for public comment. The proposed standard would replace the board's existing quality control standards, which were adopted back in 2003. In developing our quality control proposal, we were very careful to analyze every aspect of the approach recently taken by other standard setters on their new quality management standards, and considered where to align and where to include alternative or additional requirements that we think are necessary to better protect and serve investors and further the public interest. In general, our standard will likely be different from other quality management standards to address problems through our oversight activities, to retain important concepts that are in our current standards, not addressed by those standards, and to provide more direction where we believe it's necessary to prompt appropriate implementation of the requirements and align with other SEC rules and PCAOB standards. Like the other QM standards that have come out, our QC 1000, as we call it, is risk-based and therefore very scalable. It sets forth quality objectives for which a firm would assess risk and develop quality responses. However, rather than focusing on similarities, I will just touch on some of the areas where we believe it will be different. So first, starting with the firms that we oversee, we had to recognize that different firms who are registered with us play different roles. And so in addition to firms that audit issuers or registered broker-dealers, we have registered firms that don't issue audit opinions, but nonetheless play a substantial role in audits. We also have firms that are registered with the intention of auditing issuers or broker-dealers, and firms that have ceased to issue audit opinions but remain registered with us, but still continue to have varying obligations under applicable professional and legal requirements. And so to address that issue, our proposed standard would require all registered firms to design a QC system, but firms would be required to implement and operate an effective QC system at all times when they're required to comply with applicable professional and legal requirements with respect to any of the firm's engagements. The proposed standard would also require a firm that's required to implement and operate its QC system to annually evaluate its system as of November 30th, and to report that evaluation to the audit committees of its clients and to the PCAOB. We've also included additional requirements related to the assignment of roles and responsibilities. For example, as proposed, the individual assigned ultimate responsibility and accountability for the QC system would certify the firm's report to the PCAOB on the firm's evaluation. We also provide more direction on engagement deficiencies and quality control deficiencies, because we thought that was important for evaluating QC deficiencies and for determining whether a major QC deficiency exists. We also include some potential requirements for firms that audit more than 100 issuers, and those relate primarily to governance and leadership. So for firms that audit more than 100 issuers, we would require that the firm incorporate an oversight function that includes at least one person that is independent of the firm. We also would require for firms in more than 100 issuers to have an automated process for monitoring independence. With respect to communications, we included an additional requirement to have the firm include a quality objective related to the communication of firm level or engagement level information to external parties, including that information is not accurate or misleading. Also, as part of this proposal, we updated our standard that addresses responding to engagement deficiencies after the issuance of the audit report, and proposed to replace one of our existing ethics standards. We're very hopeful that we can make a recommendation that the board adopt a new quality control standard this year. And lastly, as mentioned, we've had several standards that have become effective during the last 5 years, but it's been some time, and so I'm not sure anyone would have a lot of questions. But in general, when we issue new standards, we generally have an implementation page on our website, and those pages include staff guidance and other helpful tools. For example, if you're interested, we recently recorded a video on our supervision of other auditor requirements, which are now in effect. And so we currently have implementation pages for critical audit matters, estimates, specialists, and other auditors. And again, you can find staff guidance and other tools there. And lastly, our Office of Economic and Risk Analysis periodically performs post-implementation reviews, and so that information can also be found. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. That was a very nice exposition on your procedure for the lead auditors and your quality control standards. We'll come back to you in round 2. Josephine, we have Josephine with her dual experience in IAASB and the FRC. So Josephine, I know you'll have been doing a lot in amending the standards, putting out papers in the public domain calling for comment, but tell us, what have you all looked at and what have you all suggested in the last 5 years? And what you all suggested, up to what extent did you all adopt it in FRC?
Thank you. And also from me as well, thank you so much for inviting me here today. It's always obviously a pleasure to address any of our stakeholders. I'm sorry I can't be there to meet them personally. I did also want to say congratulations to the NFRA for joining IFIA, so I'll be able to see more of our NFRA colleagues in the future. Talking of colleagues, of course, don't want to take their time today by overrunning on my own time, so I'm going to crack on. So I'm going to cover really the period from about, in terms of publishing, 2018 to 2020. And during that period, I would say we robustly revised and actually modernized and strengthened 4 key auditing standards and developed 2 new quality management standards. And Barb's already given you some insight on that. ISO 540 was our starting point. That was released in 2018, and then ISO 600 more recently. But I actually want to focus my time on the quality management standards and ISO 315 because they're really our foundational standards. Now, the 3 quality management standards, ISQM1, ISQM2, and ISO 220, which is that quality management at the engagement level in respect to audit, were designed to strengthen and modernize the audit firm's approach to quality management. And through these standards, we've addressed and continue to address an evolving and increasingly complex audit ecosystem, including growing stakeholder expectations and actually a need for a quality management system that's really proactive and adaptable. And so remember those key words there. Now, the project to revise the quality management the project to revise the IAASB's quality control standard actually properly began back in December 2014, when we recognized as a board that given all the feedback we'd received, we actually needed really an extensive modernization as ISQC1 as a risk-based standard, as Barb has already mentioned. And of course, incorporating other really important aspects of audit firm governance. And that really was what we thought was necessary. And essentially, while some important aspects of ISQC1 have been taken forward into ISQM1, this really is a completely new approach, and it has to be thought as a new approach in terms of managing quality at that firm level. Now, some key area of enhancements were to increase or introduce an enhanced focus on the importance of firm leadership responsibilities and accountability for delivering quality engagement. So it's tone at the top. The first thing we're thinking about in the firm is delivering quality engagement. And that also filters down to the quality engagement, to the engagement level as well. And then that means really essentially improving all those firm governance objectives. We introduced a risk-based approach, as I've said, focused on achieving quality objectives by understanding the risk to meeting those objectives and putting in place appropriate controls in the firm. And this has been the critical change in making this standard extremely scalable, as those risks and responses are about the individual firm. And this approach is much more aligned with organizations outside the profession that a lot of these firms audit or offer advice to, that apply what we know as COSO principles. Now, ISQM1 and ISO 220 both address technology. They address their interaction with networks where that's the case, and of course the use of external service providers. The most common external service provider people think of would be your component auditor, or your other auditor in Val's language. So there is an increased focus as well on the continual flow of information and appropriate communication internally. It's a quality management system, so it's a continuous improvement system. So you do need that really strong communication in place. And then, of course, there's again that appropriate filtering of those matters at the engagement level under ISO 220. It does have, of course, proactive monitoring of the quality management system. As I say, it's a continuous improvement process, and timely, effective remediation of deficiencies. Now, ISO 220 has some specific enhancement, including improving the engagement partner's responsibility, as well as quite a number of enhancements. And there is some really helpful material in there on professional skepticism, particularly thinking about how you mitigate impediments to actually appropriate skepticism, and of course the use of audit tools and techniques in the audit. It also sets the foundations or ground rules, if you like, when you have others involved in the engagement, such as the component auditors. But of course, ISO 600 is much more robust, building on the ISO 220 foundational principles. Then, of course, ISQM2 clarifies and strengthens requirements for a more robust engagement quality review. Now, those quality management standards were published in December 2020 and became effective on December 2022, so up and running now. And then a year before those were published, to the date, December, was the revision of ISO 315. Now, the project to revise ISO 315 began in early 2016 in response to some really key findings from the implementation monitoring project we put in place, and findings from audit regulators' inspection reports, as well as some really key practitioner input. Now, 315 was revised to require a more robust risk identification and assessment, thereby promoting better responses to identified risk. But also, in response to stakeholder requests, we really focus on enhancing the requirements and guidance around the entity's system of internal control, including to modernize, of course, and enhance the standard for a much greater focus on technology, including the entity's use of IT, really understanding that IT, and of course what we call IT general controls, and understanding how that can be used as evidence. We were a lot clearer about what controls actually needed to be identified for the purpose of the audit, and also hopefully down the track using those controls of getting evidence. We revised and updated the foundational concepts, and we also separated the assessment of inherent risk and control risk. And this is really important because that is in the extant standard, but it's implicit in the extant standard. But people were confused by it. So what we did was we separated the identification and the assessment of inherent risk and control risk, and improved the guidance about how these are interrelated, how these different types of risks manifest themselves in the audit. And so hopefully it would be a lot clearer to auditors what it is they're looking at and why it's important. And of course, we also gave a lot of examples of when audit technology tools might be helpful, and introduced some new requirements to help the auditor with their skeptical mindset. So 315 is effective for audits of financial statements for periods beginning on or after December 2021. And so again, this one is up and running now. But before I pause and hand over to the next speaker, Barb reminded me it is worth mentioning that we also have developed first-time implementation guides as well to sit alongside some of these standards. So there's one for 315 and of course for ISQM1 and 2. And that's hopefully been really helpful to practitioners. You know, it gives them that extra piece of educational guidance that they might need or use when implementing the standards. So thank you. So those are the key two, and over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Josephine. That was a very detailed exposition and very crisply done in the short time that you got. So now coming back home, Mr. Singhal, just like I asked them in PCAOB and in FRC, what were they looking at in the last 5 years? We are still with the standards which were last put out by the ICAI. So what are the latest drafts you have put out? So first, please tell us where they are, at what stage they are, and what they are about.
Thank you, Smita, and I really thank Dr. Ajay Bhushan Pandey for inviting us to speak in this panel. In fact, the role of the Auditing and Assurance Standard Board has been on 4 or 5 streams. One is issuance of the new auditing standards. Generally, these are on the lines of the international auditing standard, but wherever a departure is required, we do that. And of course, a due process is followed, which is well codified. But this board is more than 4 decades old. And then is the guidance notes. We have guidance note, for example, now is the bank audit. Bank audits will be going on. So number of guidance note, the Auditing and Assurance Standard Board issues on the various aspects relating to guidance notes. Third, as Jacqueline was also mentioning, the implementation guides. So we issue an implementation guide on the number of assurance standards, which I'll briefly talk about. The fourth role is the capacity building in the profession. Because new technologies, new challenges, new areas of fraud and the other weaknesses come across, we do a continuous capacity building. For example, in the last 1 year, the Auditing and Assurance Standard Board has conducted 161 webinars and seminars across the length and breadth of the country, in which more than 130,000 members have attended. The fifth area is the 3 unique initiatives which were taken by the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India. One is introduction of UDIN, which is the unique documentation identification number. That is, any certificate, any report which is issued by a practicing chartered accountant need to have a unique number so that it is assured that these are the financials or these are the certificates which have been attested. This was not there anywhere in the world. So ICI was the first professional accounting body to come out with this UDIN. The next area, which is again the first in the world, is the digital assurance, on which we are working with the Security Exchange Board of India, and we have already issued our this format. We did a due consultation process, and along with Security Exchange Board of India, we are coming out with a format of issuing a digital assurance to start with the large listed companies. For example, now a lot of information is available on the government portal, the information relating to Provident Fund, the information relating to GST, the information relating to direct taxes. And in one of my early interaction with Dr. Ajay Bhushan Pandey, in fact, this is he who suggested that we should have this kind of a correlation. So along with SEBI, we are coming out with a format of this kind of a certificate, which will be given by the statutory auditors for the top listed companies to start with, wherein this information will be correlated with the information which is there in the financial statement. And if there are areas of differences, then a reconciliation will also need to be given. Nowhere else in the world this kind of a reform exists. The third area, which is again the first one in the world, is the KPIs, the certification of the key performance indicator in the IPO documents. Now, after the share price of one of a technology company tanked, again, it's the Security Exchange Board of India reached out to the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India that some of the KPIs needs to be assured by the chartered accountants, whether the statutory auditor or the independent chartered accountant. There was a lot of debate which happened. We formed a large group and had multiple meetings with the Security Exchange Board chairperson and the Security Exchange Board members. And we have come out with the non-financial KPIs, which can be assured by the chartered accountant, and a technical guide has been issued on the same. The idea is the investor protection. So these are the three new areas, the first one in the world which the institute has embarked upon. Now, on the auditing standard, which you mentioned, Smita, so let me tell you that the Council of the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India, a few months ago, have approved SQM1, SQM2, SA220, SA250, SA315, SA540, and SRS 4400. So we are, and of course, that out of these, SA220, 250, 315, 540 will be sent to NFRA also, wherein the board meeting, whatever discussion takes place, and accordingly, the decision will be taken. So we are at par with those international standards. Now, let me talk about 2 or 3 more things which Auditing and Assurance Standard Board is doing. One is that we have established a Center for Audit Quality, wherein we have issued again a very comprehensive audit quality maturity model, where the firms who are doing audit of the listed company are required to fill up this audit quality maturity model and see where they stand. And the peer reviewer which will be going to do the peer review will also be required to go through that score. There is a 300 point scoring mechanism on which a firm will be evaluated. Then the Center for Audit Quality has also come out with various tools and utilities, because in the morning there was a talk on technology. There was also a concern raised that how the small and mid-sized firms will be able to cope up, how they'll be able to invest. So there are various tools which the Center for Audit Quality is issuing, whether it is for materiality, whether it is for many of the Excel utilities in the bank audit. And we have also come out with a tie-up where we are providing free of cost to all our chartered accountants in practice, a practice management tool, where a number of aspects relating to the audit practice are covered therein, and the entire cost is borne by the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India. And even to address the audit documentation tool issues, the Institute has recently entered into an arrangement for a very, very concessional kind of an arrangement where our members will be able to benefit that. We have also come out with a auditing standard checklist and the working paper templates. So there is a lot which is there, whether in terms of the issuance of auditing standard, guidance note, and there are a number of implementation guide. For example, on the assembly of audit file, we issued an implementation guide. On audit trail, we have issued an, again, audit trail is something which is not there, not required to be assured by any statutory auditor anywhere in the world. But India had this forward-looking reform, and we have issued an implementation guide for audit trail. And at the same time, we interact with a number of other regulators connected with our field. NFRA is one such example. Then it is SFIO. We do a capacity building in SFIO. We do a regular interaction with Security Exchange Board of India, and of course, MCA is our parent body. We work with the IBBI. We work with IFAC. We work with the IFRS Foundation. And not only this, we also submitted a response on the G20 background paper and high-level principles on enhancing the role of auditing in the tackling corruptions. So there are a number of areas, and this board is a fairly rich board which comprises of some of the council members. Co-options are taken from as many as 12 regulatory bodies in India, and there are a number of other special invitees as well. So there are a number of projects that the Auditing and Assurance Standard Board has taken up in the last 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singhal, for that exposition. I think a lot of work is being done. What really caught my ears were the N number of standards that you all have amended and you all are planning to send to NFRA. So we're going to have our hands full, and we're going to have a number of board meetings this year so that we can finalize them and send them to the MCA. Happy to see that there are lots coming our way. I'll now move to Alan. Alan is the lawyer in this panel. So, and Alan, I want to ask you, because Barbara told us about the various processes that the PCOB is following, the various standards that they have actually amended. My question to you is that once there is a new standard or a revised standard, what is the process for moving from that point to the time when you actually bring a case against, under that standard?
Well, thank you, Samantha, and I want to thank you, and I'd like to thank the NFRA for this invitation. This is a wonderful inaugural event. I'm very excited to be here, and I appreciate all the efforts that have been put into this fantastic event. Also, because I'm a lawyer, I want to follow up on the disclaimer that Barb Vanich gave, which is I'm not speaking on behalf of the PCAOB, any board members or staff members. These views are my own. So now that we've gotten that out of the way, let me give you, I appreciate the question, and I am a lawyer, as I said, and I must say, it's different for me. I live in Washington, D.C., and I'm usually one of many lawyers surrounding a few accountants. Now the shoe is on the other foot. Now I'm a one lawyer surrounded by many, I'm a single lawyer surrounded by many accountants, so it's only fair. Yeah, as we've said, when the PCAO began its operations in 2003 under Sarbanes-Oxley, we inherited a number of standards that were already in existence. The board adopted those and periodically updates and reviews those. In addition, we established our own set of rules, the PCAOB rules. And as changes are made, I think of what the perspective I want to provide is the sort of one of the end users for those rules. We heard the three standards, folks in standards explain how detailed the work is that they have. And as you said, Samita, now, once they're adopted, they go into the wild and what happens there. So from a PCAOB perspective, and again, this is from the enforcement side, when the board adopts a new standard or rule, it does so with an effective date, which the SEC can approve or modify. So usually the board will leave several months for the new standard or rule to take effect, but it always has an effective date. Now, as the standards and rules are revised, it takes time for them to be implemented, and once they're implemented, they have to be, potentially there are violations before they come to us. So it may be, for instance, that we would wait, the board would wait until an inspection cycle to occur. So new standard is established, our inspectors go out, nothing happens. Then, after we've had a chance to review whether the firms are meeting those standards, then could be a year after the effective date of the inspection, effective date of the new standard, would it be referred potentially to the Division of Enforcement for a potential disciplinary action. Then that process, on and of itself takes a while. There's the whole process that we go through in our Division of Enforcement. And so it can be some time from the time that the standard is effective or the rule is effective to the time that we actually see a published, for instance, disciplinary order. So suffice it to say, there's no set time frame, but there can certainly be a gap from the board's adoption of a new or revised standard or rule and approval by the SEC and time before we then later see a disciplinary action. So no set time, but it also, you can see there's a long tail that needs to be wagged before you would see, for instance, on our website, an order from our board.
Thank you, Alan. So we know that once you put out a standard and as expected, it would take time for the firms to actually implement that, the audit firms to bring it out, you go out on inspection. So I think it's going to be 2 years plus since the time you actually see some sort of disciplinary action coming under that standard. We'll now move to our second round. And if we can, Barbara, are you there?
I am.
Oh, hi, Barbara. So, Barbara, actually, my next round, I wanted to ask you about your engagement performance metrics. And is there anything that the PCAOB wants to put out in the future, which is something that you all are working on, and if you can share it?
Yeah, sure, happy to. So we have a very active standard setting agenda. So I can't really touch on all of their projects, but I will touch on firm and engagement metrics and then highlight some ways that it's easy to follow us to get additional information anyone's interested in doing so. But we have a project called Firm and Engagement Metrics, and we're very hopeful that we'll be recommending a proposal to the board soon. In that project, some people refer to these types of metrics as audit quality indicators. And while I'm very cautious of generalizing views from stakeholders, I feel very confident in saying that thematically, investors, especially those on our investor advisory group, want more information about the audit and more information about the audit firm. And so this is not a new topic for us. A number of years ago, we issued a conference release on audit quality indicators and have had discussions with at our advisory groups both then and also recently. But we're developing a proposal, and as part of that, some of the things that have informed our thinking is for the top 20 U.S. firms by total revenue, we reviewed all publicly issued audit quality, transparency, and other reports. Firms currently publish voluntarily a number of different metrics about the audit and about the firm. And we've also looked at all the data that we collect at the PCAOB as part of our inspection process, both to understand what we believe is important information, but also to understand, what's actually collectible. We've reviewed and synthesized research papers. I think that we found over 800 papers that address firm metrics and which ones may be indicative of quality and which ones may not. We've also looked at what other regulators have done, and we looked at a fact sheet recently published by the Accountancy of Europe in May of 2022 and looked at recommendations for the UK, for the Netherlands, for Germany, Switzerland, India, Singapore, South Africa, just to name a few. And we've also met with other regulators, in some cases the FRC, Josephine's great team, to understand their thinking, what they thought about and which metrics were important, which were more important to firms, which were more important to audit committees. And so we're very excited about this. I mean, it's taken some time to get here, but we think that these metrics can be good for firms, both internally to measure audit quality and to monitor audit quality, but also very important for audit committees and investors and even ourselves. Other than that, I'll just kind of jump to other projects we're working at in the interest of time. But we have a project on it's amendments related to technology assisted analysis, which is a very long title, but which would address narrow amendments to our audit evidence standard to just address circumstances specific to the use of data analysis. And one of the concerns we've heard from investors in that area is that they're concerned that firms will become too reliant on data provided by the company, where there's a potential risk of error or a risk of manipulation. And so we have some very narrow amendments we proposed last year that would just talk about understanding the process by which the company collects data, understanding any required modifications, for example, conversion of currency, but that would really touch on this risk of a lot of the data analysis tools strictly work by using data provided by the company. So we're hopeful to finish that. And in addition, we're hoping to make recommendations to the board to propose a new standard for going concern, substantive analytical procedures, and our attestation standards. And we're very hopeful to keep moving with our project on non-compliance with laws and regulations. If it's of any interest, tomorrow we have a full day roundtable on that topic. And a way to keep current is if you can't watch our meetings and things like that live, everything is archived and available after the fact. We also recently started publishing a quarterly update that I think people would find to be very helpful. It includes all PCAOB developments, so standard setting, inspection reports, any staff guidance or spotlights. It highlights enforcement actions, and it's a very easy read from your phone or tablet. And lastly, our advisory group meetings are public. They're streamed and archived. We always give a standard setting update at the beginning of any public meeting of our advisory group, so that's always another good source of information.
Thank you, Barbara. That was very crisp. I now move on to Josephine. Josephine. Hi, Josephine.
Hi.
I thought you had left.
No,
No, just switched off your video, yeah. So, Josephine, I'm going to make a request for just 2 pointed things. Tell us about your exposure drafts on frauds and ISSA 5000. So that's something I think the audience would really be interested in.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. It's interesting, similar to PCAOB standard setting, there's really a lot on the ISSB's to-do list, but yes, I'll focus on those. So, and perhaps mention one or two others that I think the audience might be interested in. But 5,000 and sustainability assurance. So the objective of the project on sustainability assurance is to develop a new overarching standard that provides a global baseline for consistent, robust sustainability assurance and reduces fragmentation that may occur in the marketplace. So when approved, 5,000 will be the most comprehensive sustainability assurance standard available to all assurance practitioners across the globe, conducting either limited or reasonable assurance engagements on sustainability information, and of course reported under any suitable framework. And of course this includes reporting across all sustainability topics, or selected topics, or information disclosed about those topics. And the standard really is a timely response to meet the needs of very fast evolving regulatory requirements for assurance, for mandatory assurance, in fact, on sustainability reporting, including, of course, the CSRD in the EU, which we're all very familiar with. Now, one of the things I wanted to mention when I was talking about QM1 is that this standard, of course, is underpinned by quality management and, of course, relevant ethical requirements. And this is an important point. Always think of it as a three-legged stool, professional standards, if you like. If you want to deliver a high-quality engagement, you have the professional standards as one leg, but you also have the quality management standards and the ethical standards as the other two legs. And you take one of those legs away and the whole thing falls over. So we've made it very clear that 5,000 is underpinned by those two important legs. Now we're working away, busy away, looking at response letters and all the outreach we've got at the moment, but we do still aim to issue the final standard before the end of 2024 with approval for September this year. The effective date for that standard will be at least 18 months after approval, but of course early adoption will be allowed. So moving to 40, so that's fraud. Now fraud and going concern were actually looked at together in a way, almost like a package, because of the obvious corporate failures and scandals across the globe in recent years, and of course brought both these topics of fraud and going concern to the forefront, and led to questions from stakeholders about, what are the roles and responsibilities of the auditor relating to fraud or to going concern in these circumstances. For fraud in particular, the enhancements to the standard are expected to drive better consistency in practice and also change auditor behaviour. And so they're related to clarifying the responsibilities of the auditor, which is not to find fraud, but determine where risk of material misstatement due to fraud might actually arise. But if fraud is identified or suspected by the auditor, they are required to act appropriately. And of course, with this comes reinforcement of professional skepticism throughout the audit, and of course that ongoing communication with management and those charged with governance. There is a more robust risk assessment and identification process as it relates to fraud, which of course builds on the good work in ICER 315 that I talked about earlier. And as I mentioned, there is definitely that clearer work effort if fraud or suspected fraud is identified. We have in the standard proposed greater transparency on fraud-related responsibilities and procedures, and that's in response to our investor stakeholder groups who really felt that there was silence in the auditor's report in respect to the work around fraud. And that one has just gone out for consultation. So we're really looking forward to getting all your comments, and we're closing that consultation in June this year, so there's a little bit of a ways to go, and we still hope to actually approve that in March next year. So it's still fairly fast track from a standard setting perspective. Briefly, going concern, hopefully you saw that standard when it was out for consultation and had an opportunity to respond. Something to mention is that the IASB's going concern standard linked very neatly with the work in ISO 315. So when you're identifying those events and conditions and, you know, filtering out all your inherent risks, you're thinking in the same way, well, of those events and conditions, what might actually go wrong in the context of what might cast doubt on the entity's ability to continue as a going concern. So we've linked those together. So the auditor is always thinking about that as they're going through their risk identification and assessment process. We've also strengthened the auditor's evaluation and management's assessment of going concern, and we've also got some enhancements there in respect of transparency. One of the other standards that I did want to talk about, though, was the ISO for LCE. You know, you'll be aware that the IASB has always been very mindful of the need for the ISOs to be scalable and applicable for a wide variety of entities with different circumstances and sizes, of course. It's an international standard. But perhaps because we're adapting for every scenario, we have heard concern about the increasing length and complexity and understandably of the ISOs. Now, considering that, you know, that small and medium-sized entities make a crucial contribution to the global economy, with probably an estimated 90% of entities across the world being, you know, small and medium-sized. Don't quote me on the actual numbers, please. The IASB did recognise there was a need to act and try and solve this conundrum and some of these issues. So it was decided that the best way to address those issues was to develop a standalone standard, and it filters the ISOs to the requirements that are much more relevant to less complex entities. And the standard has been designed as well to help auditors of less complex entities to implement the requirements by using a new structure. And it's a structure that follows, as far as possible, the natural flow of an audit. So we've rewritten some of those more complex requirements as well in a clearer manner. As noted earlier, it's filtered requirements necessary, but still to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements, of course, are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. So we're not in two-tier audit here, it's filtering and focus. However, because that standard has been designed for the likely circumstances of a less complex entity and only includes the requirements and very minimal explanatory material for matters that are typical for an audit of financial statements of an LC, auditors must assess the appropriateness of using that standard and document their judgment on that matter. Now that one's out the door, so it's effective for audits 2025. Again, early adoption of the ISO for LCE is permitted. As I say, that's not everything we're working on at the moment, but a good idea of things to come. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Josephine. So I think in 1 year's time, we'll have a lot of new standards. We are looking mostly at the frauds and going concern one. Thank you, Josephine. Mr. Singhal, now you heard Barbara talk about the sustainability standards. So what are we doing about it, and what is India looking at the sustainability standards? And also please do talk about the standard for complex entities that you all are developing.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Smita. In fact, let me first talk about the standard for audit of the less complex entity, which Josephine also mentioned. So we are in the process of working on that standard. We have already formed a study group to examine the standard. Because in India, out of the 1.5 million corporate entities, I believe maybe 1.2 million or so will fall into those small, less complex entities. So it is very important in order to reduce the burden both on the auditor as well as the auditee, we come out with this standard. In due course, Institute of Chartered Accountant of India will be following this due process for the less complex entities, and we'll see whether even for the non-corporate entities, whether this standard should be applied to reduce the basically the cost and the time burden both on the auditor as well as the auditee. Now, as far as the sustainability is concerned, I think the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India is the pioneer in this. 4 years ago, we have set up the Sustainability Reporting Standard Board, which was the second in the world. And we have already issued 2 standards. One is on GHG, which is 3410. Second is this 3000. And we were in active dialogue with Security Exchange Board of India, because India again is the first country in the world which has mandated reasonable assurance of the BRSR, which is the business responsibility and sustainability reporting. So there was a need for an assurance standard which addresses that reasonable assurance. So last year we already came out with this 3000 standard. And now on this 5000 standard, it is indeed a good standard, a very comprehensive standard which Josephine mentioned. So the Sustainability Reporting Standard Board of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is working on that 5000 standard also, and with or without amendments, the standard will be brought out by the Council of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India in due course. I would also like to mention that we also have, because when you talk of sustainability, you're talking of 3 elements: E, S, and G: environment, social, and governance. So to address the S aspects for the social sector, we also have 16 social audit standards. So we have an Institute of Social Auditor of India. So all the social enterprises who wants to list themselves on any of the 2 social stock exchange which India has, one is a National Stock Exchange and second is in a Mumbai Stock Exchange. So the auditee has to get a social audit done, which is different from a financial audit. So these 16 social audit standards have been formulated by the Sustainability Reporting Standard Board, and any social auditor, whether a chartered accountant or not a chartered accountant, is required to apply the social audit standards. So we are actually far ahead of the world as far as the sustainability standards are concerned. Thank you.
So, Alan, finally, I had many things reserved for you, but we're falling short of time. However, please do take us through your proposal regarding changes in 2400-2107, especially because this regards the misleading statements of our registration of audit firms. So there's a lot written in the press about this. So please enlighten on that. And if there is time, do talk about Rule 3502 also.
Sure. Yes, and feel free to cut me off if we go over. Happy to do it. The reason we wanted to focus on these rules is, as I said, at the time that we adopted our standards, the board also began to set its own rules, and so we enforce both the violations of laws, standards, and rules. So the rules are very important, and they're all, of course, available on our website. Now, the 3 rules that I'll talk about, I think it's worth noting, going back to the discussion we heard this morning when Mr. Kotak talked about his quadrant. I think all of these rules that we're talking about, the reason that the board is making these proposed changes is because they want to align, they're all designed to put the PCAOB in the Rama quadrant. We want to be consistent. We want the law and the spirit to be consistent, and that's what this is really all about. So let me break these down and quickly go through them. Rule 2400 was a rule that was just released, proposal was just released last week, and I want to give a little background. So registration with the PCAOB does not mean compliance with PCAOB rules and standards. That's obvious to everyone in this room, but unfortunately what we've seen is there have been a number of instances where firms have made representations and assertions on their websites, for instance, that by virtue of registering with us, they are somehow meeting our standards. You show that you meet our standards when our inspectors come in and they conduct an inspection, and as we heard today, there's a good audit. That's how you prove that you have performed a good audit, is to have our inspectors sign off. So what's happened is these firms are making representations that essentially the PCAOB registration is some sort of seal of approval. In the United States, we have the Good Housekeeping Seal of Approval, which you may have heard of. That's what firms are some of these firms are asserting. And the amendments to Rule 2400 establish a very clear prohibition against making such statements. And the concern is, and I'll read from our release just last week, our chair, Chair Williams, said, the PCAOB registration is not an advertising gimmick for firms. In order to protect investors from misinformation, there must be consequences when firms misrepresent their status or what that means. And so what this rule has done is simply specifically lay out a prohibition that you cannot make false or misleading representations in your website about what it means to be a PCAOB registered firm. So that's Rule 2400 in a nutshell. The other rule that was released, that came out last week, is Rule 2107. Now, 2107 is somewhat ministerial, but it's a very important rule. In that proposal, what's happened is, what we've seen is there are a number of firms, and I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 87 firms, I checked this before I came, are not filing their annual reports with us, sort of a status of where they are, what's happened, or filing or sending their fees to us every year. That's a fairly big number. And what happens in the past, under the current rule, we have to start a disciplinary proceeding to actually remove those firms from our rolls. This rule would permit the board, under specific conditions, to treat those failures to file either in the annual reports and to pay their fees for at least 2 consecutive years as a constructive request to withdraw from the PCAOB, and then automatically deem that request withdrawn. So in other words, this would make, it would become an administrative process as opposed to a disciplinary process. Very important for us because it takes away, to conduct these investigations, as you can imagine, takes board resources. So that's simply what that rule is about. That's 2107. Do I have time to talk about 3502, or should we? Okay. So let me briefly talk about that rule. Just by way of background. So under Sarbanes-Oxley, the board may take disciplinary action against an individual or firm for a range of conduct, including negligence and recklessness. This is very important. That's under the statute. So the law says if you're negligent or reckless, you can have disciplinary action taken against you. Currently, we have a rule for contributory liability. That is a rule that under which an auditor can be held liable if they contribute to the violation of a firm. So if a firm, if the auditor takes some action or doesn't take some action and the firm violates a PCAOB standard, that auditor can be held liable. It's contributory liability. Now, the trick is that under the current rule, an associated person can be held liable for directly, substantially, or at least recklessly contributing to a firm's violation of applicable statutory, regulatory, and professional standards, et cetera. So that's the distinction. That's the misconnect. The statute says liability for negligence or recklessness. The rule says for this particular type of liability, it's got to be a reckless standard. This proposed change takes away the reckless requirement and says essentially for any negligent act, the auditor can be held contributorily liable. I know this is quite in the weeds for almost 6 p.m. on the first day, but it's very important to us because going back to the point that Mr. Kotak made is we just are trying to line up our rules with the law. And that's what the proposed amendment for 3502 is. All of these proposals are on our website. 3502, the release I think was back in the fall. The comment period has just ended for that. Our Office of General Counsel is considering what's come in. The release for the other 2 rules, 2400 and 2107. They were just released, and so the comment period is open, and I welcome people to look on the website. And of course, we will accept any comments people have. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I think that's massive. The change of the words from recklessness to just being negligence actually lowers the bar. And people will be put in the dock, I think. But let's see what the responses to this are. And sir, do we have time for questions? Because we've overshot the one question. Okay, so maybe one or two questions if everyone's still awake. Hanji, please. Is there someone? Can give him a mic?
Yeah, thank you for the wonderful session. This is Balaji. I'm a chartered accountant. The question I have is touching upon one of the topics which was talked here. When is India going to align with ISA 600 and remove SA 299?
So it is the Council of the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India, which has, come up with the SA 600. And as of now, there is no decision to align with the ISA 600. In future, if this decision is taken, obviously you'll get to know. Currently, there is no such proposal.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity again. I have a question especially for Josephine on the proposed auditing standard on going concern, right? Josephine, if I look at the issued standard even today, there is a difference between the way going concern is approached by the preparer as well as by the auditor. So for example, with material uncertainty specifically, there are certain nuances which the auditor is supposed to concern when they are reporting on that particular aspect. Now, if I look at the exposure draft on the reporting standards on going concern, this gap, in my view, is further widened because under the proposed standard, the auditor is supposed to specifically comment on the appropriateness of the going concern assumption of an entity. And similarly, for a listed entity, the responsibility multiplies with the reporting assertions. So I just want to take your views when you interact with the accounting standard board. How do they look at it? Because is there a day when this gap will ever be mitigated, or is it's too far-fetched?
Thank you. So, yeah, I appreciate the question. In fact, this is one area where we have, the IWSB have been in constant contact and communication with the IASB. We were disappointed when they put going concern on their agenda as a potential project going forward, and unfortunately it sort of made it to the bottom and then fell off their list altogether, which was an awful shame. So what we've done in respect to continue the communication and get that alignment in place is the IASB themselves have said that what we are proposing in our standard in ISA 570 in the exposure draft is consistent, completely consistent with the IASB's approach to the assessment of going concern. So they have said that. So that's very helpful. But I understand, when you look at the words, they don't look consistent. But when we got we're just analysing the feedback now, and we're going to get a high-level update presentation at the board in March to hear what stakeholders have said. But we already know that we've also received a lot of comments on IASB standards, and the IASB standards need to be updated. So we have catch-ups with them. As I said, we're in regular contact with a team at the IASB, and they have access to all the feedback as it relates to their particular standards. But they also have a very busy agenda. They have different priorities, and it was unfortunate that going concern fell off, but we do understand and have to respect that. But the one thing to take away is that it's not in any way inconsistent with what they are driving at. Thank you for the question.
So this is my last question. So I'm Venkat Duswadi. I'm coming from Bangalore. I'm a chartered accountant. So my question is, among all the frauds happened in the last few years, like ILFS or Bhushan Steels or any other bank, any company which is giving as a collateral is investing in intangibles. But when it comes to intangibles, it is of subjective valuation. And more than any other thing, more than documentation, we are not going to question the real purpose of the investment. In case of ILFS, when funds are diverted to many 350 subsidiary companies, nobody questioned about the real purpose of the investments or purpose of the purchase made through money invested in intangibles. So my question is, when the frauds are happening through intangibles instead of tangible assets, and standards are not talking about the real purpose of that particular investments. And there is a report among investors in US saying that out of all the patents filed, only 60% or 60% are only commercial value. In such case, how do we look at this particular scenario happened in the last few years?
You see, you have to see accounting as well as auditing. So when we apply the auditing standards, obviously you have to see whether the accounting has been as per the accounting standards or not. If it is a company which is covered by Ind AS, then the accounting has to be as per Ind AS. If it is covered by AS, then it has to be as per AS. Both in AS as well as in Ind AS, there is a standard on the intangible asset, AS 26 and Ind AS 38. So when an auditor is doing the audit, he will see whether the recognition, measurement and disclosure of the intangible asset is as per the applicable standards. So an auditor does not apply the auditing standard in isolation. He has to follow the company law, he has to follow the compliance, he has to ensure the compliance with accounting standards and also with the framework for preparation and presentation of financial statements. So it's already there. As far as the real purpose, etc., is concerned, that is a professional skepticism which was talked in the earlier sessions. So as an auditor, you will always have to apply your professional skepticism. I hope I'm able to answer your question.
Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put our hands together for that wonderful session that we had. As I would like to invite Mr. Rakesh Bhanot, Executive Director, NFRA, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation. We begin with honoring our distinguished guest, our international speaker, Mr. Alan J. Lowe. He's the Senior Associate Director, Public Company Accounting Oversight Board from USA. Thank you, sir, for being here with us all the way from USA. We present to Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singhal, Chairman, Auditing and Assurance Standards Board, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Thank you, sir. And also to our distinguished session chair, Ms. Smita Jingran, full-time member, NFRA. And we'll certainly try our best to get the tokens of gratitude, the mementos across to our international speakers who have joined us on the virtual mode. And thank you once again. And if you could kindly stay there on the screen, we would like to get you in the group photograph of the panel. Yes, sir. Can you just step forward and we'll have probably these dignitaries on the screen. Is it possible to have that group photograph? Rakesh, sir? Can we have the two delegates on the screen, please, to our speakers on the panelists on the screen? So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we close the proceedings of day one of this international conference of NFRA, which was very, very fruitful, interactive, and insightful discussions. And tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, the first session begins at sharp 9:30 a.m. We would request you all to be here in time for the first session and be seated by 9:15 so that we can go ahead with the proceedings in time. Thank you very much indeed. Have a wonderful evening ahead. Safe drive home. Good evening and namaskar.